are saying here, and the story is, I think, is page 14 of the Daily Graphic. And here, there was a forum organized for cocoa farmers in the Ashanti region, where farmers lambasted the decision by government to reduce the producer price. They say that is not good, and they are calling for a reinstatement. They say that will hurt the industry. That's the farmers speaking there. The farmers are looking at government in the face to say that the decision to reduce is not something we agree. You have to go back to what you promised us. But the government will also have a response for them, right? Because the government is looking at what is happening on the global market to then offer how much. But the farmers will take none of it. They say that, well, that's not what you promised us. And what you've done is a threat to the cocoa industry. At the back page, this story was huge yesterday. 71 fisher crew brought home safely after pirate attack. You remember that yesterday the story broke that fishermen from Senya Breku were attacked on the high seas by pirates, and they had been seized, but by the operation of the Fisheries Commission with the Navy, they were able to rescue 71 of them, and they were brought home. According to the fishermen, the pirates seized their engines and some other things from the fishing vessel. So that story is there. Let's do the early guide. SML GRA scandal, U.S. Justice Department gets Oforiatta extradition papers, and that's according to the OSP. He told the court that, well, the U.S. Department have acknowledged receipt of that. Details are on page 6. Pirate attack, Senya Breku fishermen. I've told you about that, but the story is on page 3 of the Daily Guide. 7 arrested over fake traffic violation payments. So they will use some fake methods, tell you that you violated traffic, and then when you pay, they use it for themselves. Now, nurses' midwives demand missing salary arrests. According to them, they were being validated without being paid. So the arrears were sitting on the system. But just this month, after they were validated, they saw that the arrears, even though they have not been paid, have vanished from the system. And they're asking questions, why that happened. They need answers. And GIF was part of SkyTrain Consortium. This matter is not going to go away anytime soon, but it's still in court. They are still talking about that. But let's do the new finder now. Student urged to start building entrepreneurial skills. Yeah. That if you're talking about working after school, you don't have to just look at being employed, but you need to look at starting your business as well. Stories on page 8. Hustle culture fueling guilt around rest. Psychologist. Yeah. They say we hustle too much and we sacrifice our rest. Get details on that paper. I show Speed names Ghana as dream African destination for Cristiano Ronaldo visit. That's also there. Insight, Softcare Ghana denies Senegal link amid government of Ghana sanitary part audit. That story is there. And also, what guard of honor mounted for U.S. AFRICOM commander in Nkrumah's Ghana. There are a lot of stories in the Insight. The Ghanaian publisher, Baumia's victory is my top priority, Ejaku says. And that's on page 3 of the Ghanaian publisher. Get details of that. Says he wants to ensure that Dr. Mahama Baumia, flag bearer of the opposition New Patriotic Party, wins the 2024 elections. And he says this victory for Dr. Mahmoud Baumia is his top priority. Get details on page 3 that he is seeking to be elected as the party's national chairman. Poor sanitation costs Ghana 6.2 billion cedis annually, according to the study. So you need to ask yourself, how much are you contributing to this? We lose 6.2 billion cedis every year to poor sanitation. How are you contributing to that? You need to ask yourself this question. And this is sad, right? Now 6.2 billion that we can use to do something meaningful for this country, we spend that because of poor sanitation. And we spend that on trying to deal with the poor sanitations in this country. Now, Parliament approves Gunrap minority blast government for stealing Baumia's plan. Okay. Now, so minority saying that this Gunrap idea, reserve accumulation, is an idea that Dr. Mahmoud Baumia brought, but this government is stealing it and they've turned it into something else. Now, MP petitions to block Ato Boateng. Okay, all right, that's that too. Now, New Center, Gunrap is repackaged gold for reserves, upon Nkrumah said. So you remember that in the Akufo-Addo government, Dr. Bawumia brought the gold for reserves program, and this government has brought something called Gunrap. Upon Nkrumah is saying that, well, Gunrap is the same as gold for reserves that Dr. Bawumia introduced. There's nothing new about it. That's the argument there. Calls for independent probe after 19 die in police custody. And built to withstand shocks, Asante highlights MTN strategic planning and risk management for long-term stability. Ghana's most powerful female intelligence chiefs deepen ties. That's the story there. Well, so let's come into the studio now and bring in our guest. It's 37 after 7 a.m. here on the AM show. Well, joining us, we have Kwesi Botwe Jr. He's a lawyer and a member of the communications team of the NPP. Kwesi, good morning to you.
Good morning, Kojo.
Hope all is well.
By the grace of God.
Okay. Well, okay. We also have in the studio with us, and I hope that these young men are well poised to go through with us today. Let me try and introduce them so we can begin going on. Okay. Chief, how are you?
Oh, yeah, I'm good. Yourself?
I'm well.
Yeah. I'm still glad in Fugo Friday.
Oh, I mean, you know, some time ago we decided to do, African wear on Fridays.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so as for,
so Fridays is,
Yes.
dedicated for Africa.
Yes,
That's nice, yeah.
And as for me, I think I even do entirely throughout the week African wear.
Wow.
Yeah, I've moved from the suit now. Lawyer he has to be wearing suit because he has to go to court. Me, I don't go to court, so I wear my good. We also have Anthony Julius, who's a government spokesperson. Julius, good morning.
Good morning.
Trust you good?
Pleasure to be here.
Good. And Sharif Gali, CEO of the Chamber for Young Entrepreneurs Forum. Sharif, everything good?
Yeah, good.
Okay, all right. Now, let's begin from our discussion today. You know, the president will be presenting the State of the Nation. We're expecting that, later this morning, let me say so. So I'll start with you, my friend from the government side. For young people, what should be the expectation in the State of the Nation address?
Thank you very much. President Mahama announced boldly in his last State of the Nation address that he is faced with an economy that is in clear distress, an economy that was in need of urgent rescue. And he made bold declarations in that State of the Nation address that he was going to fix that economy and set Ghana back on a path of growth and progress. We are expecting that the president would be accounting to the young people of this country what he has done so far in that period to reconsolidate this economy and set it back on a path of growth. The president will be touting his achievement in the real GDP growth rate of this country, presently at 6.1% in the first 3 quarters of 2025. The president will be touting his unprecedented record when it comes to dealing with the inflation problem that was destroying this country. Remember, in the middle of 2022, Ghanaians were reeling under the pain of high cost of living. The president will be touting that record. Inflation at some points rose all the way to 54%. The New Patriotic Party government left it at 28% before leaving government. Our government set a target of 11.5% at the end of 2025, but we achieved 3.8%. A record, unprecedented, never happened with that speed. The president is going to tout his unprecedented achievement in dealing with the exchange rate problem that has bedeviled this country. Remember, at some points, the CD was trading to the dollar at 17 Ghana cedis. The New Patriotic Party government left it at 14.7 Ghana cedis to the dollar. Today, the CD is trading at 10.5, 10.6 in those ranges. The president will be touting that unprecedented record. It's the first time in the history of the Fourth Republic that the CD had gained 40% plus against the United States dollar. The president will be touting that record in his State of the Nation address. The president will be touting the sharp decline in interest rates. Remember, interest rates rose to the tune of 27.7% under the New Patriotic Party. That's where they left it. Today, interest rates is 6.4%. What that implies for business, especially young people, when we are talking about jobs.
Interest rates.
Yes. Interest.
Borrowing
Yes, interest rate.
is how much?
6.4%. The treasury bill rates. I'm talking about treasury bill rates. What it implies.
Because as for interest rate today,
it's somewhere around 15% now. Yeah, so that
interest rate.
Yes, interest.
It goes beyond it. But let's go.
So what that implies, especially for businesses, is the fact that during the New Patriotic Party government, the government was competing businesses when it comes to lending. So banks would prefer to give their money to buy government papers and make profits on it rather than lending those monies to small businesses. What it implies for businesses today is that businesses will have access to the loans, and it would have a ripple effect on employment for young people. That is very significant. It's not a matter of just the figures. It is a matter of the implication it has for job creation and all those other issues. President Mahama would also be touting his unprecedented record in paying on timely basis and in adequate amounts statutory expenditure. You remember under the New Patriotic Party, the infamous capping and realignment policy, where Get Fund revenues were capped and realigned, where NHIL revenues were capped and realigned. District Assembly's Common Fund was capped and realigned. As we speak today, all those statutory revenues are being paid and on time. In fact, it is important to note that the president will be touting his achievement when it comes to even the New Patriotic Party's so-called headline policy, the free SHS. You remember we were told that the election of President John Dramani Mahama will spell doom for that policy. Today, the policy is being implemented. In fact, the flaws that characterize that policy, including the empty bowls. I remember your documentary, Joy News. Empty bowls. Today, you will not be able to do any such documentary because the children have the food on the table. The president will also be touting his achievements in tertiary education sector. Today, young people are guaranteed that when they enter first year, government will be absorbing the cost of their education. Hundreds of thousands of young people are benefiting from that. The president will be touting that record. And it is important also to underscore that unemployment rates, both generally and youth unemployment, have also fallen marginally after the first year of President John Dramani Mahama. The president will be touting those records when he addresses the nation.
All right, let me bring in Sheriff Gali. Sheriff, for young entrepreneurs like yourself, you are the real deal. You create the jobs that are needed. So what would you say is the true state of the Ghanaian youth today?
All right, so thank you very much and good morning to all your viewers. Talking about the true state of Ghanaian youth, especially those into enterprise development, it's still the old story. Even though we have received a bit of improvement in policy-wise, but it's still not so different from what we have seen over the years. When we talk about entrepreneurship support or youth doing business, we are looking at how we can support young people to deliberately scale their businesses. And the story has always been the same, even though the NDC government has introduced programs that are a bit more supportive, and we are looking to hear the update of such programs, especially at Jumawura. We want to hear and to see how many young people were supported, where their businesses are, and where they entered and where they are now. We want to understand where they are. And then another program that for me as a leader was very important is a national apprenticeship program that was implemented by the National Youth Authority. We want to see honest update on the numbers that have been captured, impactful figures that we can be able to trace and say that this number of young people have gone through the mill, they have benefited and they've grown to this level. You see, over the years, State of the Nation address have been characterized with the drama and all of the theatre. And this time around, the president have shown that he is more focused on youth development, especially youth entrepreneurship, given the huge investment put into a Jumawura and national apprenticeship. Our hope is that he's not just going to tell us what his boys are telling him, that this is the numbers we are trained, but I think investigated numbers, that this is the actual numbers we have trained, and these are the funding we have given to young people. And largely, the youth also, especially those doing business, are looking up to update on policies that were supposed to really help them do businesses. I always say anywhere that we need to move away from training and programming that are temporary. But that is what government upon governments are doing. Jumawura, what is the exit plan? apart from funding, training and funding the young people, what should be the exit plan? We should be able to coordinate our economic in a structure in a way that when a young person passes through a Jumawara, they are able to go through venture capital or be able to be bankable that, commercial banks can also invest in them. So government will need to be deliberate in forming partnership with public-private entities so that youth support can be more leverage, it can be more out there instead of just numbers. We have done 1 million when you can't even trace the 1 million. But I believe in the president, and I know that he's not just going to give us figures today, but speak to fact that you as a journalist can call the CEO of NEIP, Eric J, and ask him, can I get data of these young people that have been trained and that have been funded? That is the only time we can tell Ghanaians that we are really delivering. You can call Osman Ayarga at NYA and ask him of data of program about national apprenticeship. But largely, one thing that has been very, very integral, and I heard my brother talking about youth employment, which for me, I don't want to play the political thing, but it's even though there have been a lot of gains in our marginal economy, but youth unemployment is still very high. And reports, World Bank has shown that it has even increased, but I don't know where we get the information to say that youth unemployment is getting better or youth employment is getting better. We need to really work on that. And the last time I wrote a letter to the president asking that in all the gains that he's been able to achieve within 1 year, which is amazing. And the youth in Ghana, I also speak on their behalf because I'm the president of the Ghana Youth Federation. We are so much happy about the gains we have gotten in the microeconomy. But the fact is that it's not transcendent. It's not showing in getting the young people to be economically engaged. How then do we understand the benefit of all of this? If you are talking about your CD appreciating, if you are talking about inflation rate, if you are talking about monetary policy rate that have been reduced and all of these good things, how does it transcend into the lives of the young people? And somebody will famously say that people watch what is in their pocket before they can tell you what the economy looks like. They don't care about your GDP and your big English you speak on TV. They look at their pocket first. And this is what the young people are looking at. But there's hope. There's hope because one thing I would like to say, I haven't had the time to say it to the president, is that we are grateful for having a youth ministry, a standalone youth ministry. Remember, historically, we have always had youth combined with sports, education. Now we have a youth ministry, which for me is historical.
How has that benefited you, the CEO?
It has because it has given the ministry that sole mandate to focus on youth development.
I get it, but for 1 year, how has it benefited you?
No, it has, because it has fine-tuned our work now, and it has directed funding to youth development. You would have seen a high rise in government funding for youth program through the ministry. That is one thing, because you have a whole ministry, you need to finance them to do their work. And one good thing the ministry has done is to bring every actor in the ecosystem together. Now there's a bit of cohesion, there's a bit of coordination, which those days there were a lot of fragmented initiatives on youth development. Now, because of the youth ministry, we work closely together. I don't reinvent the wheel. What other person is doing, I don't do it again. We bring the impact together, and that has been one of the things we've been looking for. So yes, that ministry alone have done a lot, but we are hoping to get more support. One of the things I would like to chip in before maybe we move on is that funding for youth programming has been the biggest challenge. You see, over the years, youth development and activities around youth has been lip service. This one comes and say we're going to get 1 million youth employed, but they can't even tell you how they're going to get the youth employed and engaged. That has been the biggest issue. Now, the question is that, can we move away from the numbers and be more deliberate? We can only be more deliberate when government dedicates serious funding for youth development. I don't know if you're aware, but the National Youth Authority and the Youth Employment Authority are supposed to, by law, have contribution from District Assembly Common Fund. For years, the former government time, it was taken out, and I thought that when NDC come to power, they will bring it back. It's still the same thing. So how do you want the youth ecosystem to really develop when it's like lip service promises not fulfilled? They are supposed to have contribution from District Assembly Common Fund to implement youth program. So how do I even hold Malik Basentale on why he's not being able to create a job? How do I hold Osman Ayarga on why he's not being able to implement youth program? Because there is limited funding. And these are the things that we'll be looking at. And I'm hoping that the president this time around in his SONA will say that we are going to advise Parliament when it comes to the DACF distribution formula this time. We are going to bring back the youth quota, both YEA and NY. NY is supposed to have 5%, YEA is supposed to have about 12% from that fund. And over the years, it has been depleted to the extent that one of the agencies can get 0.06% a whole year. So how do they even work? So these are the things we are talking about, figures, real impact we want to see. The president being honest as he is, come out and see some of the things and get the agencies to really work. And if Parliament is watching, definitely they are. These are the things this is the time we need to start being serious about the youth. You have over 73% of your population being young people, and at the end of the day, we only do lip service. We want to mention numbers. So whether it is MPP or NDC, we have to be deliberate with youth development. And our expectation is simple. We want to hear about the jobs that have been created. We want to hear about what government have done to ease cost of living. We want to hear about what government has done on skills education, which is paramount, and then on entrepreneurship.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me bring in Kwesi Butcher now. Kwesi, so you hear Sharif talk about the number of youth-targeted initiatives under this government. Yet when you look at the statistics as we were placing on the screen now, youth unemployment is still around 13% in Ghana. When it went down a bit to 12.6% in quarter 2 of 2025. But if you look at the graph on your screen, quarter 3 of 2025, it jumped from 2.6 to 13%. So why the disconnect between, yes, we have a lot of youth initiatives, but still unemployment among the youth is high?
You see, Kojo, it is clear that all the youth initiatives are only visible in the books. Okay, if you go to the grounds, my dear brother mentioned about the Jumera program. NEIP has not been able to support even a single entrepreneur. All they've done in 2025 is to train them. Not even a single person has been supported.
Okay. Hold it from here. I'll let you go. Is that true? That they haven't been able to support anyone?
If you say support, it has to be subjective. You are talking about the funding.
Okay.
And the moment they are now doing nationwide pitch to give the funding. Okay. But training in this service is support for business. Okay. So yes, there was a support.
Yeah, I acknowledge that there's training, yes. But there hasn't been the funding support.
Yeah, the funding, but that is happening as I know about now. They are doing a nationwide pitch starting from next week. Okay. So he's right to say if it's the funding support, it has not been given. But for the capacity, they have had that training last year.
All right.
Kojo, the Jumera program basically has to do with funding young businessmen. If you look at their manifesto about the Jumera program, let me read for you. This is page 19 of the NDC manifesto, just for clarity. It says the Jumera program, a special business startup policy aimed at facilitating creation, tracking and mentoring a minimum of 100,000 businesses annually with a special focus on young people.
How did that become so
I was quiet when you were speaking, my dear brother.
Notice when
if you look at the details of the Jumera program as they have provided for in page 123 of their manifesto under youth development, it clearly captures that the focus of a Jumera is to train and fund the businesses of 10,000 young entrepreneurs every year. Emphasis on every year. The year 2025, not even a single young entrepreneur has been funded. And so, you see, Kojo, personally, it is difficult for me to trust this president, personally, because most of the things he promised, most of the things in the NDC 2024 manifesto regarding youth development has not been able to be materialized. Kojo, my expectation for this 2026 SONA is that first and foremost, I'm expecting President Mahama to apologize to the young people of this country. Secondly, I'm expecting him to...
Why do you want him to apologize? For what?
For unlawfully terminating the appointment of over 40,000 young people. In the case of the Ghana Maritime Authority, the young people whose appointments were illegally terminated by the Ghana Maritime Authority, the court categorically held that the termination of their appointment were illegal. The termination of their appointment were against the provisions of our labor laws. And so I'm expecting President Mahama to apologize to the young people of this country, because as a president who is concerned about the development or about employing young people, I do not think that you come into office and one of the first major decisions you take as a government is to terminate the appointment of young people. At least give the young people the opportunity to at least explain, give them the opportunity to be heard, because most of the young people, I mean, on record and as part of the details of the Maritime Authority case, we know that they were not even given the opportunity to be heard. Their appointments were just terminated without any opportunity for being heard. And again, I expect President Mahama to pay the young nurses who have worked for over 11 to 12 months without salary. I expect him to make allocations for them to be paid. Again, I expect President Mahama to reduce the cost of living. It is true that the macro indicators of this government is pointing well. It is true that dollar is about 11 to 12 cedis. It is true that inflation is single digit. It is true. And it is also true that hostel fees at University of Ghana has been increased. It is also true that rent have been increased. It is also true that cost of living is skyrocketing. It is also true that electricity has been increased by over 28%. It is also true that water bills have been increased by close to 15%. And so, in as much as it is true that the macroeconomic indicators of this government is pointing to the right direction, it is true that businesses of young people are struggling, because young people who used to buy electricity prepaid credit for 1,000 cedis for, let's say, a week, now buy 1,000 cedis for 2 to 3 days. Businesses of young people are struggling, and so I expect the president to address that and to do something about it. Again, I expect the president, with the greatest of respect, to reverse the decision to reduce cocoa prices to encourage young farmers, because if you look at their manifesto is generally anchored on encouraging young people to go into agriculture, to go into farming. And so if you treat young farmers this way, how do you encourage them to go into farming? And so I'm pleading with the president to reverse the price of cocoa, the amount of money that goes into the farmer, the pocket of the ordinary cocoa farmer. Again, now I come back to their manifesto. If you look at page 19 again, they promised, and Kojo, I want to tackle this issue with regards to what they promised in their manifesto. They promised the 24-hour economy, that they were going to implement a 1-3-3 job shift. And so ordinarily, jobs that a single person could do, when they come to power, 3 people are going to do that very job. Today, we are being told that the 24-Hour Economy Act that has been assented to by the president about a few weeks ago has nothing like 1-3-3. And so this is clear deception. The president has deceived the young people who had high hopes and aspirations that they were going to vote for President Mahama to implement a 1-3-3 job policy. The president has deceived them. Again, the president promised to train 1 million coders under the 1 million coders program. Today, as we speak, we are being told that they are piloting the program by training 250,000 young coders every year. Even with that, in 2025, they were not able to successfully train them. In any case,
250,000 people, they weren't. You are sure?
They weren't. Well, I'm telling you on record, the Ministry of Communication couldn't train the 250,000 people. And so we are still expecting that coders will be trained, because if we have 1 million coders and it's creating 1 million jobs, it's good news for the young people. But Kojo, I have always said that I do not expect President Mahama to fail. The MPP will not gain anything from President Mahama failing. Young people in the MPP, young people in this country will not gain anything from President Mahama failing. However, it is important that President Mahama sticks to the promises that he gave to the young people, the numerous promises he gave to the young people. But so far, it is clear, the scorecard is clear that President Mahama hasn't lived to expectation. Like my brother mentioned, the National Apprenticeship Program, we are yet to see the young people who are being supported with money. Kojo Brace, the young people in this country.
Apprenticeship, is it about money or is it
yes, it's about money. It's about training. It's about training, funding, and giving them the equipment to work. If you train the people and they do not have the logistics to work, how do they work? Kojo, you get my point. And I need is funding to support their businesses. The trainees are too many. What they need is funding. My dear brother here will attest to the fact that what he needs to push his business is funding.
He also says training is vital.
He's had enough trainings. My brother, the young people have had enough trainings. What they need is funding. They need the capital. They need the resources. They need the equipment and the logistics to push their businesses. And this is what President Mahama promised them with the National Apprenticeship Program. It's been launched over a year. We are not really seeing the fruit of it. Again, they promised an agriculture for jobs. We are yet to see the agriculture for jobs. We are yet to see it. We are yet to feel it. The young people in this country are yet to see how agriculture is impacting their lives and how even this government is encouraging young people to venture into agriculture.
The 24-hour policy document, it was captured in there. So when it becomes law, probably that...
I am speaking with regards to the year of President Mahama and my expectation for 2026. So my expectation is that young people must be encouraged to go into farming, but you don't encourage young people to go into farming by cutting the price of cocoa farmers, like I have already indicated. You don't do that. When you do that, you rather demoralize young people from going into farming, because if I'm a young person and the previous government was paying my grandfather, my father, 3,100 cedis for a bag of cocoa, and today, due to certain reasons, the government who promised to pay my grandfather, my father, 6,000 Ghana cedis, 7,000 Ghana cedis, is today saying that I am even unable to pay the 3,100 Ghana cedis that the previous government was paying you, and that I'm going to reduce the money that goes directly into your pocket by about 28%. This is unfair. How do you convince me that this is a model to encourage young people to go into cocoa farming? This can never be a form of encouragement. And so it is my expectation that President Mahama pays more attention to the reality of the grounds. I do not want to believe that our dear Mr. President is not in touch with the reality. I do not want to believe that the young people around Mr. President are failing to tell Mr. President the truth. The youth of this country are suffering. The youth of this country are in difficulties. Cost of living is skyrocketing. The youth of this country are begging for jobs. I have always maintained that the youth of this country, we are not lazy. What we need opportunities. We don't need promises. We don't need excuses. We don't need lip services. What we need is opportunity. The government should create opportunities for the young people.
Okay, I'm grateful. Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah. You see, in government, when the New Patriotic Party were in government, they made it clear to Ghanaians that they did not understand the 24-hour economy policy. In fact, if you would check your records, you will see several statements to that effect. And what I see this morning is a clear, continuation of the same tangent, either deliberate misunderstanding or actual misunderstanding of what the policy initiative is about. And in any case, Kwesi read, I think, page 9 of the policy, which is the policy brief, and proceeded to make statements on it. And he has the entire document actually with him. And if you would, page 19, that's fine. And if you would indulge me.
I think this is your manifesto, right?
Yes, it's our manifesto. It's our manifesto. In the same manifesto, we spoke in detail. The policies, there's a policy brief and a detailed breakdown of the policy. And if you read that, we looked at the various sectors that the 24-hour economy policy is supposed to be implemented, and the public sector ones. And we listed clearly the public sector ones here to say that when you go to page number, so from page 19, 20, 21, page 22, you would see that the implementation plan of the 24-hour economy policy is well over there. So the 24-hour economy policy is a deliberate policy intervention by the incoming NDC administration to stimulate economic growth by creating the enabling environment for businesses. Emphasis, enabling environment for business, because I'll be speaking to that. And public institutions to operate 24/7 in a 3-shift 8 hours each. Then when you move from that, we've listed public sectors that are targeted, key public sector institutions that are targeted for 24-hour operations. The ports and harbour, customs, passport office, and DVLA. The critical question I will pose today is that if we are to look at these public sector institutions, is there evidence of 24-hour operation in the public sector institutions? The ones which are directly, where government can say operate 24 hours, given the necessary resources. DVLA is operating 24 hours. The port is operating 24 hours. Customs is operating 24 hours. So on the public sector side, that has been achieved. On the private sector side, That is why from the onset we have been clear that the very idea they are giving Ghanaians that government is going to legislate and force everybody to operate 24 hours is not what we are proposing. We are saying that we are going to create the enabling environment that encourages 24-hour, services across the country. The public ones which governments can do, we have done that. When it comes to the private sector, you need to create the enabling environment. What are the enabling environments that encourages businesses to expand their production? One of the key enabling environments is funding. Businesses fund their businesses partly from loans. Under your administration, the businesses have to compete with your government because you were borrowing to the tune that is, the businesses could not compete. Because a treasury bill rate was around 27% under your administration. Which bank would give the money to businesses instead of banks? Under us, it's around 6%. And so banks are now willing to give money to businesses to operate. That is how you stimulate growth. And when you want to stimulate growth in a sector, you need infrastructure development. That is why under our big push, we are currently implementing a fast-paced transportation development in the country to expand road construction. Those are the things that will eventually lead to job creation. And this whole thing they go about people being asked to leave work and all of those things. I do not think that any young person would want to be at the receiving end of the sort of politics that the New Patriotic Party has over the years played, where they think that the only avenue to employing young people is to stack up people aligned to their political ideology at state institutions. You don't create jobs. There's nowhere in the world where you create jobs by piling up people at state institutions to do nothing at all, really. You don't create jobs that way. We saw it in how they implemented NAPCO. They packed hundreds of thousands of young people and asked them to go and join existing workforces, which themselves, if you are supposed to do a real-time analysis of the work that's going there, you cannot really quantify what some people are doing. Then they pack them there, all affiliated to political parties. We do not think that any young person should be weaponized for politics. And that is why we are saying that job creation must be along value chains. You create real values and let people get jobs. You don't pile up people at public sector institutions and create. I can give you numerous examples of what they did when they came into power. When they came into power, before the NDC left power, NCA, for example, had a staff strength of 98. They waited when they were about to leave. Then they packed people aligned to the MPP over there. You don't create jobs that way. When you do that, all you do is to increase government wage bill. And then we have to pay, and the rest of the public have to suffer inflation. You create jobs by creating real value. That is what the 24-hour economy is about. So if you come and you are saying that no institution is operating 24 hours, when the evidence does not bear you out, public institutions are operating 24 hours today. The private sector...
How many jobs? How many jobs has that created?
I mean, I am not able to quantify for you presently how many what the staff increase at DVI. I don't have that figure to give you. But what is clear is that those institutions are operating 24 hours undisputed. The aspect of the public...
I get it. I'll let you go on. But yeah, the aspect, we accept that 24-hour economy is happening. As
yes, in state institutions.
In those ones.
Yes.
But what was
the private sector has to do with what government does to stimulate the needed growth, which is happening when you look at...
No, but let me ask my question. Sure. What was the essence of the 24-hour economy?
The essence of the 24-hour economy is what I have already stated, that we want to increase domestic productivity with the overarching aim of achieving import substitution. Because if you look at multiple sectors, I have seen you done analysis on even the import of domestic poultry in this country, several millions of dollars annually. You want to change that as a country by increasing domestic production. That is why you bring a policy like the one they quickly ridiculed, Akuko and Kitinkiti, so that you increase your domestic production, you reduce your imports, and when you do that, there would be work even at the manufacturing. Because when you are producing internally, packaging creates jobs for somebody. Transportation creates jobs for somebody. So you increase domestic productivity and ensure that at the end of the day, you have multiple shifts running. Multiple shifts running is the policy outcome. The outcome of the policy, not the implementation. And so anyone who says that the implementation of the policy is by fiat, all of you go and operate 24 hours, does not understand policy implementation. You implement a policy by taking multiple steps. The outcome, the ultimate outcome, is the 3 shifts running. When it comes to the public sector...
Hold on. Isn't it the other way around?
It is not the other way around. You can't...
For you to increase production...
Yes.
You increase your labor force, and that's why you wanted to create that enabling environment for people to work in the hours who don't work. So that can lead to increased production.
No, you are wrong. You are wrong. Employment is along value chains. For example, when you import poultry, into this country, what you do essentially is to give the larger chunk of the job that is associated with poultry to the country that you import from. The one who rears the bird, the ones who kills them, the one who packages them, the one who ships them, all of that. You give all that job to a foreign country.
That's understandable. That's understandable.
Let me make the point. Let me make the point so you follow. You are saying that it's the other way around. I'm trying to correct that.
No, I'm saying that what you guys... Hold on.
No.
When you were campaigning...
Kwesi can lend his copy of the manifesto to you.
All we could hear was one job, three shifts,
yes,
3 people.
The policy outcome. And if you read the manifesto, Kwesi can lend his copy to you. I said that the policy itself is to create the enabling environments for businesses to increase productivity. The outcome for an increased productive economy is maximum employment. That is the outcome. And I am telling you, per the example I was giving you, that if you take policies, for example, like Akuko Nkitinkitin, which was ridiculed by them, the jobs essentially are outside. Because if I go and I import the finished poultry, and just bring it to my cold store and I start selling, the larger chunk of the job is outside. So if you want to increase your domestic productivity, you make sure that the production happens here. And when you do that, you employ more of your labor force. It can't be the opposite.
Okay.
You can't take the labor force before you think of...
You say this is at GPHA, right? At DVLA, and at where again?
Passport.
Okay. You're doing 24-hour economy there. So what has happened?
Realignment of customs.
No, and the customs. Because all this conversation is about unemployment and job creation.
Yes.
So we have to analyze that. So you have GPHA, DVLA, passport, and customs. So what are you doing now in terms of the job force?
So if you would allow me, you realize that 24-hour economy operation, there is civic sector. These government institutions are rendering services. And rendering services is a matter of timeliness in terms of the delivery. And so you want to reduce the workload that is on you. So you are able to quantify the amount of demand of your services and come to a conclusion that running a 24-hour shift would encourage you to produce more. In fact, Ghana Publishing is also running 24 hours. And because of that, they have increased the work they do in terms of output. Now, when it comes to the other sectors, the productive sector of the economy...
I want you to educate before you will move on. Don't worry. You have the time to move on. Don't worry. Just stay with me. So you're saying that, yes, you want to reduce the burden on you.
You've not allowed me to...
Oh, no, you will flow. Because we are talking about job creation.
Yes.
Good. And you're making analysis. I want to help you. I want to be educated. So you're saying that you are doing all of that to reduce them. So is there no job that has been created?
If no job has been created, how would you see the marginal changes that we are seeing in the figures over the period? From the projection you have made.
I ask you one simple question.
Yes.
Your point was about creating employment. And then you educated me that the increased employment is a policy outcome.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm asking that you've implemented the 24-hour economy at GPHA, DVLA, passport, customs.
Yes.
Has there been jobs created?
Of course, obviously. When that happens, because when you increase the number of hours you're working, of course you have to increase your labor force. And the point I've been making over the period is that you don't just simply do that by saying that 3 more people come.
Okay.
You must demonstrate along what value chain you are employing the people. That is why I was telling you that in the service sector, we can clearly tell you that if you take Ghana Publishing, the workload over the period is there. What has been the problem in terms of their output is the delays. So to deal with the delay, you have every reason to add the number of staff. Okay. But the other sectors, like manufacturing, like agric, and all of those things, you don't just legislate it. You must make sure that you create the enabling environment that would encourage people to be able to produce more. So if you take the cocoa sector, for example, which he keeps talking about, what has been the challenge of cocoa sectors over the period? They are not fumigating the farms. In fact, there is verifiable record that said that we lost close to 40% of the cultivatable cocoa farms in this country. Meanwhile, within the period we were talking about, they were taking loans, millions of dollars for that same thing, which was not happening. They stopped supplying the fertilizers to the cocoa farmers, causing them to lose yield. In fact, we have the lowest yield during the MPP administration, 2022-2023 crop year. All those things have an implication for output in terms of your agricultural area. You want to expand that. That is why government is presently implementing a policy to rehabilitate the cocoa farms. and encourage young people to go into that sector. That is why government is currently implementing a policy to ensure that there is domestic processing of our cocoa beans. You remember that when this whole brouhaha started, President Mahama announced a bold plan to ensure that by year 2030, Ghana is processing all of its cocoa beans. And in this year, especially, we are going to be processing over 400 metric tons of our cocoa domestically. When you do that and you diversify, you create value and you employ people. So the whole idea that the 24-hour economy is a function of government legislating, even in the public sector, people running 3 shifts, is a misconceived understanding of the policy from day one. And they have always said they don't understand. So I am not surprised that he doesn't. But when it comes to the public institutions that we have listed in our manifesto, any suggestion that the 24-hour economy has not been implemented in those public sector institutions is completely false. Okay. And on the public sector, the only way people will come to that conclusion that it has not been implemented is based on that misunderstanding that government can force private people to run to. No, you can't. You create the enabling environment for private companies to actually do that. So that's the issue on the 24-hour economy. Okay. I was addressing the issue about, what do you call it? You know, the emotional blackmail they put on about people being asked to leave their works earlier. I didn't complete that issue. How do you, after you have lost an election, in a year where inflation was high, debt was high, more than
for me.
Debt was so high. In fact, at a point, our debt to GDP ratio was around 104%. You are unable to service your debt. When it comes to public expenditure, your primary balance, you were doing negative, 3%. At the time you were in power, which means that you were borrowing to fund expenditure. You are borrowing to fund expenditure. But primary balance takes out even your interest payments in the analysis. You are borrowing to fund expenditure at that time. Then you lose election because of these things. Then on your way out of power, you decide that you are packing your party people to overstaff government institutions. And that should be allowed.
Thank you.
I mean, you will not blackmail anybody with this conduct. We are not going to allow that blackmail. If we want our young people to work, we are implementing policies that are actually going to make them work. He made a very wrong point on there, on the issue of Ejumara. Let me just
land on it.
On Ejumara. Ejumara is working. Who says that the idea of supporting young people in entrepreneurship is about just handing them money? You have tried that. You recruited several thousands of them, and you were paying them 700 cedis.
Thank you, I'm grateful.
Because
of time, we need to go to Parliament.
Let me just wrap up.
We need to go to Parliament, it's fine. Let me bring him in.
Let me just wrap up on that point so that we make a complete point at least.
Okay, so...
You have tested that. Several hundred of thousands of them, giving them 700 cedis every month. Where are they? Where's the entrepreneurship we got from that? It is because you did not take time to deliberately train the people and make sure that the funding you are even giving them was sustainable. That is why it didn't work. We want it to be very sustainable. That is why Erika J is championing that process, training the young people. There are 10,000 of them currently undergoing training. When the training is complete, that 10,000 of them will be supported with the funding. And remember, those 10,000 are those who were recruited in 2025.
Thank you,
so the whole idea that people will not be supported in 2025 is not correct. They will be given the money.
Our time
cannot be up. He's made a lot of inaccurate statements. Could you? On the point of the 24-hour economy, you see, he asked them a simple question. How many jobs have they created with the 24-hour economy? It's 0 jobs.
What do you mean by that?
Could you brace? Is this the first time Customs is operating 24 hours? Customs has always operated 24 hours. GPHA has always operated. It is not President Mahama that has made Customs operate 24 hours. Customs has always, when you get to our various borders at any time of the day, you see Customs officers over there. So it is not true that Customs is operating 24 hours because of the 24-hour economy initiative. Again, he also makes a very deceptive point that the 24-hour economy is targeted at certain institutions like DVLA, Passport, and Customs. It is also not true. Now let me read. This is their manifesto.
Page 22 of the manifesto.
Let me read. This is the same manifesto. This is page 23. The implementation approach of the 24-hour economy. And with your permission, I'll read briefly. Paragraph 1. The 24-hour economy will be implemented within the context of other national development initiatives, such as education and training, health services, agriculture, the provision of affordable houses for workers, efficient public transport, and effective justice delivery, among others. Paragraph 2, this is the most important part. It will be homegrown to fit our unique cultural, economic, and social situation. This will be both public and private sector driven. with government policies designed to stimulate round-the-clock business operations. Now, Kojo Brace, listen to this. So, policy coordination will be integrated across ministries. Across what? Ministries, departments, and agencies, into brackets MDAs, to ensure efficiency. And so if you come and sit here today to say that the 24-hour economy is only targeted at passport and DVL, you are being mischievous.
No
and you are lying. No, that is what you said. I was quiet when you were speaking. I was quiet when you were speaking.
Public sector.
No, Julius, let's respect ourselves. I was quiet when you were speaking.
But no,
I was quiet when you were
speaking. My brother.
A lot of things that I disagree with you, but I was quiet when you were speaking.
That's fine.
Hold on, gentlemen. Hold on, Julius, hold on.
Please,
that's fine. But Kwesi, in the document, are there institutions that have been listed there?
Yes. Oh, in the brief, this is what they said. Key sectors of the 24-hour economic policy. He said the 24. That is what he read. He left out an integral part of it. He said the 24-hour economy will focus on selected public institutions with large customer base, such as port and harbors, customs, passport office, DVLA, ETC. What's the meaning of the ETC?
Okay.
So if the drafters of this manifesto or President Mahama intended to end it at DVLA, he would have put.
But are you allowing this?
ETC. And in the allow me to speak. Allow me to speak.
And then you come and say ETC.
Julius,
are you allowing this?
Julius, please allow him.
And in the implementation.
Don't do that on the show. Allow him.
Speaking, I was very quiet. I was not entertain this kind of discussion.
That's fine. That's fine.
Julius, please. Allow him. I don't entertain that on the show. Allow him.
We are quiet.
Have your time. Sheriff should also come in. So please.
You are clutching the straws, honestly.
Allow him. The viewers will make their own.
Sure.
Kojo, allow him.
Etc. We are debating etc.
So in the implementation approach, I am speaking to the implementation approach of this manifesto. The implementation approach is clear. That is going to be a coordinated. Let me quote what they said. That is going to be a coordination integrated across ministries. When you say a coordination integrated across ministries, what do you mean? Meaning the ministries are going to be a part and parcel of the 24-hour economy initiative, according to your manifesto. The departments and agencies and other governmental agencies to ensure efficiency. And so my point is that, and my basic understanding with regards to the literal interpretation of what is in their manifesto is that there's going to be a coordination between the 24-hour economy secretariat or authority and the ministries and departments to ensure efficiency and to ensure the 133 initiative. The simple question we are asking you is that, how many jobs have you created with your 24-hour economy? It is zero. Even the 24-hour economy secretariat or authority itself is not even operating 24 hours.
But will you believe? Will you believe
zero jobs with the 24-hour economy?
Will you believe it is zero? Well, we are being told that they are running 24 because if the staff that were there were operating 5 to 8, and today they are doing another shift. I feel you need some people.
My dear brother, it is on record. It is on record. Contrary to what anybody will say, it is on record. I have made my checks. If you go to Ghana Publishing by 10 p.m., their offices are closed. You can let your reporters go there. If it is the in-house production that works 24 hours, that is a different matter. But if you go to the Ghana Publishing office opened to the public at 10 p.m., at 9 p.m., at 8 p.m., their offices are closed. And so, as an ordinary citizen, I do not feel the impact of the 24-hour economy with regards to Ghana Publishing. If you single out Ghana Publishing saying that they work 24 hours. My point is that Kojo Brace, jobs must be created.
Sure.
Young people must benefit from the jobs. Enough of the rhetorics, enough of the antics, enough of the settings and the deliberate ways to deceive the young people. The young people need jobs. Today you sit here to say that the MPP packed young MPP people into the various institutions. Granted, without admitting that what you are saying is anything to go back. Are the young people not Ghanaians?
Okay.
Are they not Ghanaians?
Thank you.
And so as young people, do we have to discriminate against our colleagues who have been employed in various institutions due to political affiliation? We shouldn't do that. The fact that they are working and they are making a meaningful income, we should support that.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much. Kojo, I'm sure you've observed how I've been very quiet.
Yes.
You can see what partisan politics is causing. Very intelligent youth leaders, and we can't find a common ground to ever agree on anything. Granted, all of them, MPP, NDC, if they could solve our youth unemployment problem, they could have done it during Rawlings time. They could have done it through Kufuor time, Nana Akufo-Addo Atamis. But here they are still shouting on their throat, trying to, I don't know what to sing home what exactly. You see, one politician think that creating jobs is their mandate. It's wrong. Our biggest issue is economic structure. You have an economy that largely relies on gold, cocoa, and oil. These are capital intensive, but they are not absorbing or creating jobs. And you are here arguing what jobs you've created. Look at the figures you show. 2024, it went very high to 13.1. Because of temporal programming, NDC did well. It came to 12.8. But you see, because of temporal programming, what happens? It went back to what? 13. So this should tell you that it's not your duty, and it's not about you speaking English and mentioning words that will change anything. My brother said something, and let me just get all of them to all understand this. It is not, now the youth are becoming discerning, the minority youth who don't want to involve in this political theory. We know what we are doing, and we would show. We have shown MPP. NDC should also set up. All of this thing they are doing wouldn't move us or change us. Let me come. He talks about Ejumawura not doing whatever it is. Granted, Ejumawura is to do training and funding. He is right to say that the training is too much, but it's still needed. Capacity is very important. I lead a lot of young entrepreneurs and young people. Capacity to even manage money is very important than just giving them money. So money is good, but then we need that. Now he talks about Ejumawura not being able to, and I find it hilarious.
I haven't said it's not good. I haven't said it's not good. No.
Well, he said it's not doing. No, I'm not arguing with you. I'm not a politician. No, I just want you to understand.
You are quoting me.
Yes.
Saying
Okay.
the Jumera is not good.
When you quote, you said it. Okay.
Yes.
His point is that it's not being implemented, which is right.
Yes.
Julius, don't be happy because he's right.
I have never said the Jumera is not good.
Yes.
Hold on, allow him.
He's right.
Someone comes in,
I'm only drawing his attention.
But I was also drawing your attention to something.
He's right.
I was also drawing your attention.
It has not been implemented. Funding was supposed to be given to the young people in 2025. That cohort is not. NDC, you should accept that. You are not doing that, right? Accept that. Let us be honest as young politicians. But you see, the reality is that I don't think that the MPP is qualified to call NDC and to bring them to. When we are in this country, YouStart was announced twice in budget and was never implemented. I was part of it. YouStart was announced twice by the former finance minister and was never implemented. It was the latter aspect of it. But then I always see that MPP did well with under John Kuma. We did training, we did funding, over 100 and something. Tout on those success, not what you haven't been able to do. And for NDC, I think that what we need to understand is that, like lawyer said, we are focusing on youth getting jobs. So we don't care about your English, Julius. We don't care about all the theatres. We don't care about all the stories. The most important thing is that create the jobs for the young people. And I want to say that the biggest problem we have is that we put on ourselves a mandate that we can't even. What we need to do is shift from temporal programming, youth employment programming, to what we call enterprise productivity strategy. How do we do this? By investing in SMEs. You see, it is only when SMEs scale. Scaling needs skills, and you were trying to bring Jilo's mind to it. Because when businesses scale, they will need labor to scale. They will need the skill to scale. But if businesses are not scaling, how then do they create employment? And you and I, all of them know that in our economy, 75% of the jobs are created by the informal sector and SMEs. Yeah. But how many of your government are focused on supporting SMEs? How many of them?
There are multiple ways of supporting SMEs,
including
ensuring that they are able to access capital.
Can I land?
Yes.
It's
very important. It's very important. It is very important. There are several ways to
It's right.
Including ensuring that they have access to capital.
Yes.
Which we have
done right.
in terms of our approach to the macroeconomy.
You are right.
Yes, it's very important that you are able to point that out.
Oh, you are right. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Your party have done well. The government have done well with monetary policy.
Exactly that, which you feel.
You see, it is one thing about announcing policy reduction and making it a reality. We are not here to talk about those things. I'm a technical
interest rate.
Yes,
we have increased.
He mentioned. I said it. Yes,
30%.
let me come. He mentioned it here that it's about 15%. Businesses are still borrowing from 22% upward.
Yes.
This is where your government will have to force banks. We have reduced monetary policy. I'm coming. Yes. Reference rate that they are supposed to benchmark their banking. Banks are not doing it. It's not your fault. It's not your government fault.
The government has done its job.
So allow us to tell you the reality.
Yes. The government has done its job.
Government is a regulator.
The government has done its job. Government has done its job.
Allow Sharif. Allow Sharif.
Let me end.
We need to go. Allow Sharif.
Let me end. So we need to focus on supporting SMEs to scale. And we need to move away from funding quantity, numbers. We want to fund 10,000 young people like my good people in MPP did. We mentioned figures, huge numbers.
Same with Ejumera.
No, Ejumera, at least for them, they are saying 2,000.
No, they are not saying 2,000 for Ejumera. In their budget, it's 100,000.
That's training, but funding.
It is here.
They didn't say they are funding all of them.
No one said they are funding.
They are training 10,000, but funding 2,000.
No one said they are funding all of them.
What is your proof that they are funding 2,000?
They are funding. Come on.
That is what you and I don't even have the proof.
No,
that's a policy document.
That we can work with.
That's a policy document.
No, so it's not something we can work with.
We should work with your word of mouth.
No, I'm coming.
In their manifesto, they were not emphatic.
Okay.
In their manifesto, they were not emphatic.
So we should work with places where 100,000, not the public
and finance 2,000. But does it even make sense to train 100,000 young people? And
no one is alive. We are training.
It makes more sense. No, it makes more sense. As a business guy, let me learn. Kojo, it makes more sense. Even if you ask me, I will say they should fund less than that. 500. It makes more sense. You see, that has been the bigger problem, lawyer. We train numbers. You have 1 million. You want to give it to 100,000 young people. How much would each one of them come? They can't even scale. And we are here arguing. So even the 2,000 to me, the NDC think they are doing something. It should even be lesser. So you are focused to scale youth businesses that can create jobs. When you do this, this is where you give 10,000 to a young person who cannot scale. No. They will spend it. And at the end of the day, there's no job created. So we have to be deliberate with scaling and supporting SMEs. Industrial cluster is something I talk about. Young people are innovative but have nowhere to go and sandbox their idea. Why won't we focus? Your government should focus on creating youth sandboxes where youth can go and scale their businesses. Free zones for young entrepreneurs. We are talking about value chain. I am happy your 24-hour economy is seeing the light of the day. Even though quite disappointed that it has to delay up to now.
It's not seen the light of day yet. It's not seen the light of day.
That's what they said, right?
No,
it's not
seen the light.
We haven't even seen
it. You're on the ground.
We haven't even seen.
How many young businesses are operating 24 hours?
You are right. We haven't seen. We haven't seen. We haven't seen. Yeah.
Let's be real.
No, that's the truth.
Zero.
That's why I say it's seeing the light because
okay, guys.
They say it's seeing the light. They have passed a bill. They've passed a bill. So our hope is that 24-hour will not just be a policy document on paper, but we are going to implement it and get the youth some jobs that will be created.
The 24-hour economy is a scam. Let's put it that way. It's a scam.
It is not if they can implement it well.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to take you to Safari Valley. Okay, I'm going to do that, but you know what? Let me still thank Lashibi Autos again for what they did for us on Wednesday when they helped us to transport that money to Cape Coast Teaching Hospital. You can reach Lashibi Autos on 0530-554128, 0530-554128, and we thank them for what they did. Okay, so there's a Joy Safari School project that is happening, and Ernest Techi, who is board chair of Safari Valley, is speaking now. This is a project between Joy and Safari Valley. Let's go there and listen to it. When we come back, I'll continue with the young men in the studio.
Now, when you are done with all this, you can either decide to actually chill out in the parks without moving, where you can snack, listen to music, and enjoy your time with us. These are the 3 parks that we have at the moment. Now, we say to every person that it's not like watching movies. This is for you to immerse yourself into nature, where you make movies out of your own self. Yeah.
Okay, I like that. So let's look at the price again, Chairman, before we continue. So it's 100 cedis for primary to secondary school, and then tertiary 150 cedis.
Yes, Wednesday.
Okay, so it's for school children or pupils or students?
It's for students, basically for students. I mean, this is to enable as many students as possible to be able to come through.
It's in a group.
They come in groups.
So I'm coming in, it's 100 cities, but you're coming in groups.
You come in groups, yes. In groups.
So you get the to 40 million students in the country. Proper, practical, immersive experience in nature.
That's exactly
to enable their worldview, to help them with biodiversity, and this is smart. So Park 1, Park Theme Park 4 coming anytime soon.
Actually at Aqua Safari.
Okay.
So at the moment have 5 parks. So Park 1 to 3 is here where you are, and 4 and 5 with 6 coming soon are in Aqua Safari.
Or listening to us, you can go on our social media. You'll see a live experience of what we are talking about. You see the Safari Eco Park and whatever we are talking about live on our social media.
So, Kojo, talking about live, we're also live on Joy News and Joy Prime TV. Now let's cross over to Asiedua, who's actually at Park 1. Okay, to show us everything that Chairman has been talking about. Okay, we'll get to Asiedua shortly. Okay, so we can go to Asiedua now at Park 1. So for those who are watching on TV, that's on Joy News and Joy Prime, they can have a feel of what Chairman has been talking.
But if you are listening on radio, you can go online.
Exactly.
Live stream as well.
Right morning, right here from Safari Valley. My name is Asiedua Akomia, and we are about to take a very exciting, beautiful tour of this amazing place. We are about to appreciate nature in its grandest, beautiful form. Now, something amazing is happening at Safari Valley, where kids are going to be given the opportunity, children are going to be given the opportunity to come on board and have a beautiful tour of this great place. Okay, so schools, organized schools, are going to be given this opportunity. Now, for basic schools to junior high schools, with just a cool 100 Ghana cedis, you can get the opportunity to come and tour here. If you're in tertiary, do not worry, you are part as well with a cool 150 Ghana cedi. It's a great opportunity for all organized schools to hop on board and come and accept and have this amazing, amazing moment with nature of all forms. Now, there are animals of all sorts here. There's no wild animal, by the way. Animals of all sorts are here, and the ambience, the breeze is just a beautiful, experience to have at the Safari Valley. Anyway, so I'm currently at Park 1. We're about to go on a tour. We're going to go to the aviary where we're going to feed birds. We are also going to go to the ant cave. The ant cave has its own eerie kind of vibe, and I can't wait for all of you to experience that. And so I'm going to go in there and meet Titus. Titus is going to be my tour guide for this morning. So please do not go away. Don't tune out. Hop on this ride with me as we take an entire beautiful tour of the Safari Valley. So do come along. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, so good morning.
Park.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Titus.
Yes, I'm the general manager of the Eco Park.
General manager, okay, beautiful.
Yeah.
So you're going to be my tour guide?
Exactly. I'll take you through the Eco Park.
Okay. All right. So, where do we start with?
Oh, we can start from here.
Okay. So let's go, guys.
The Eco Park is in 4 parts.
Okay.
We have the Eco Park building, Park 1, Park 2, and Park 3. Park 1, Park 2, Park 3 are our wildlife parks, and the Eco Park building is the receiving point of our guests. So the first point where we met was the reception. That's where guests select their packages, and then they're being processed. This is the theater. This is one of our highlights.
Entire space is the theater.
Yes, this entire space is our theater.
Okay.
It's one of the highlights of the Echo Park.
Okay.
So video footage about the Safari Road. Safari Road is a group of companies. It has 3 distinct locations: Ada, Davao, and then also Accra. Here we are located in Davao. Yes.
And what is this place?
This place is called the Echo Park Gallery. So yeah, this is to showcase the historical, cultural experience. So we have a curated collection of artifacts where Osafo, the gallery attend.
Hi, Osafo.
So he will give us a brief description about the gallery.
Okay, Osafo, let me quickly come to you. Give us a very brief description of this place.
Okay, so basically here is the Echo Park Gallery. So we showcase created collections of artifacts that talks about cultural practices, survival, and also craftsmanship. So as you can see here, we have some African ceremonial war weapons that talk about how our ancestors were able to come up with something that they survive on. So basically, as you can see, we also have some organic parts of animals that talk about the animals that we have in instinct and what they also animals that exist as well. So I would like to leave you here, give you back to my boss. He will continue with the tour with you. So enjoy the rest of your tour.
Thank you very much. All right, so coming back to Titus, the general manager of this beautiful place, we are continuing our tour. Thank you very much. Ooh. Okay, Titus, so where are we going now?
So this is the Echo Park Arch. This is one of our main photo points. This is basically the gateway into the Echo Park.
This is so beautiful.
It symbolizes the creativity and strength of the Echo Park. And every guest who passes through here has to take a picture.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
We are definitely going to take pictures, guys.
Yes.
And you ought to be here.
All right. So now we're entering into the park. That is Park 1.
That is Park 1.
Yes. This is where the fun begins.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we are still present at the Safari Valley, and we are going on a tour of the entire place. We are starting off with Park 1. We have seen the entrance, we have seen the theater. So we are going into, we have entered the Park 1 already. So where are we going from here?
So this is Iris. She's the park manager. She will briefly take us through the park.
Okay.
Yes.
Hello, Iris.
Hello, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Tell us a little bit about the park.
All right, so Park 1 is mainly birds.
Okay.
We have birds dominating, but we have some activities also. So I heard we have the crane diner where you can purchase some snacks. And then we have the sitting area where you can sit and enjoy your snack.
Okay.
We also have the aviary and also the ant cave activity. And there's feeding spots also right ahead of us.
Okay. All right, so we are going to go to the crane diner. I'm going to give myself some, you know what, I think I would love some sobolo. So, hello. Yes, I do. So this is the crane diner, guys. And this is on the park. This is on Park 1. Hi, good morning. How? Thank you very much. So I would love me some sobolo. Yes. So we are getting ready to also celebrate Ghana Month. And this is a perfect opportunity for us to appreciate what we have here in Ghana. And so it is only right that I get myself some sobolo. Sobolo is ours, so yes. Oh, thank you. So I have my sobolo now. Okay.
What we want to achieve with the Echo Park is to bring people closer to nature. And we do this by creating interactive wildlife experiences.
Right. And at this point, I want to sit here a little bit, just a little. Perfect photo spot. Okay, this is a perfect photo spot. So I'm going to sip on my sobolo. It tastes so good. Let's continue the tour. Where are we moving on from here?
So we're now heading to the aviary.
Okay.
The aviary is a facility where many colorful birds can be fed, petted, and then also pictures can be taken with them.
Okay.
Yes, so we're heading there now.
Okay. Okay, I can get close to the birds.
And get very close to them. You'll actually come to you.
They will come to me.
Exactly.
This will be my very first time, guys. Pray for me.
You're going to love it.
Okay. All right. So we are heading to the aviary. We're going to get close to the birds. And let's see how it all goes. So at what point are we going to feed the birds?
We're now entering the aviary, so in a minute's time, you're going to be able to feed them.
Okay. This is a great adventure that everybody needs to be a part of.
So Iris will now take us through.
Okay.
Iris.
All right. So we're going back to Iris.
Welcome to the aviary. So in the aviary, you get to feed birds in our hands. We have diverse species of birds cutting across the 6 continents of the world. So we can go in.
All right. So we are going into the aviary. We are already in the aviary. We are already here in the aviary. Right, and ooh, he was right. The birds will actually come to you. All right, so this is the Safari Valley and we are in Park 1, okay? Park 1, and let's see how I can, try to get the birds close to me, isn't it? Iris, please come. Right, so
I'll demonstrate how the feeding is done. Just put the feed in your hand, you stretch your palm, and then the birds will come down themselves to feed from you.
okay, so can I try?
Yes, please. So, right here.
Okay, and then I just stretch. Like. Oh, it tickles! Guys, I'm feeding from my mouth. Oh, it tickles. Ooh! Oh, this is so cute. It's not bad at all. Okay. So what can I do to make them fly away? There we go. Woo! That was a beautiful experience, guys. All right, so what are we moving on to?
So we're now heading back into the inner park. That's where you'll be able to feed some of our larger birds, like the emu.
I'm going to feed larger birds. Okay. So what are the birds that we are going to feed now?
We are going to feed the rheas and the emus.
The rheas?
Yes, please. They are all in the ostrich family.
Okay.
The emus are from Australia, while the rheas are from South America. So we'll get to see them and feed them.
Okay. Okay. Nice.
So,
Okay. What's your name, Robert?
Yes, please.
Okay. So Robert is going to demonstrate how the feeding of the big birds is going to be. She or he?
So this one is the he.
Oh,
Yes, and that's the emu from Australia. And these ones over here are called the rheas from South America. And this is how we do the feed. Now give you the container with the feed. With the bottom family. Get close to the fence. Like this, and now they will eat from here.
Oh. And they won't peck my hand?
They won't peck you.
They won't peck me? Okay. I want to try. Oh, this one looks scary. The emu looks scary, guys.
The face looks so scary, but then you're friendly.
Okay. Let me switch. Okay. Firmly. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, he's hungry. All right, guys. So I just fed the big birds. I've done well, haven't I? Now let's move on to another spectacular part of Park 1. Titus, where are we going next?
We're now heading to the ant cave.
Okay.
We're now heading to the ant cave.
The ant cave.
It's going to be an immersive experience. I don't want to talk too much. I just want you to walk through and experience.
Why the ant cave? Why that name? What is it?
So yes, the reason why we created this ant cave is because our founder, Mr. Samuel Faridate, when he first stepped onto this land, he saw a lot of antlers. And he was actually so fascinated of how these little creatures were able to create such constructs with like complex tunnel systems that connect seamlessly, that he decided that he wanted to replicate something like that.
Okay.
So what we do here is building sites that mimic nature, and this is one of those examples.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're about to enter the ant.
First of its kind in West Africa, based on our research. Right. But I don't want to talk too much. I just want you to experience it.
Okay.
And then walk through.
This is about to be the first of its. No, it is the first of its kind in West Africa. I'm about to experience the ant cave. Okay.
I'll be right behind.
Okay. So I see two pathways. Any of them?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll meet you on the other side.
Oh, okay. It feels very eerie. Like.
You have to watch your step.
Okay.
You're now heading to the bridge. It's a bit slippery.
Okay, so there's a bridge here.
You have to walk past it slowly.
Okay. Okay. Titus, please take your time. Okay. Right. Okay. Oh my goodness. So we're going through the ant cave. Such a beautiful experience. Okay, and we are out.
With the ant cave, we wanted to create an immersive experience. Because of that, we've designed it in a way where we have artificial weather effects, like the mist that you saw, also the artificial lightning, just for us to immerse ourselves.
yeah.
So in this cave, we are actually the ants. And
Okay, so
that's how we traverse it.
we are the ants.
We are the ants.
Okay, okay. All right.
Okay.
So we are done touring Park 1, isn't it?
Exactly.
Okay, okay.
Now, using our nestry walkway, that will lead us to the exit of the park.
Okay.
So kindly follow me.
All right. So we are.
You enjoy the experience. Oh,
It's
great.
beautiful. It's a great place that I believe that everybody should come and experience. It's really beautiful, and you get to really accept and understand nature.
Yes.
Yes. So, like I did say earlier, we are touring Park 1, and we are done touring Park 1. So we are going to go to the next parks, but before that, I want to hand over to Weinstein so that, he takes over whilst we get ready to take you on another tour at Park 2, isn't it, Titus?
Yes, but on this walkway, you can also see some of the birds that we have, the larger bird species.
Okay.
So you can also capture that if you wish to.
Okay. All right, so yeah, we are exiting Park 1. Winston, if you can hear me, over to you. Winston, if you can, over to you.
And I'm happy that you are enjoying, Park 1. For those of us who have been there, we can understand the excitement in your voice and everything. But we still have Chairman Ernest Jetri here, Chairman of the board of Safari World. And so I'm just, following Asiedua's, tour of Park 1. And I think that, Chairman, it would always be nice, since you have the diners and all, for people to take, the tour of a park per day, isn't it?
Exactly. My suggestion is each park is almost one. Park 1 could have been the park. Park 1 could have been the only park we had, and that would more or less have compromised for everything. So really, twice, either you stay with us 2 nights, or the kids come. They come the first time, and then we school them on one park.
Okay.
Their next visit, we school them on the second park. The third visit, we school them on the third park, so that the knowledge imparting element can also be well established. I mean, you've got the benches, the snacks there where they can snack. But most importantly, what we want to achieve from this is there's a lot of environmental issues that, I mean, from listening to your program, that are being thrown around every single day. The group deems it fit to have a long-term vision in help curbing environmental degradation. So, I mean, the kids would live here being environmentally conscious, not accepting filth, for instance, as a norm. As you can well see, we don't drop litter here. I said it the first time you came. They would learn not to chop down trees. They would learn not to kill animals wantonly, right? So for the initiative we have with multimedia, we are pleading with first the schools, old students, corporate institutions, government agencies to align. You align now or you'll be left behind.
So you are creating environmental stewards, right?
Yes.
You want the kids to be environmental stewards through and through.
Through and through.
By having fun and experiencing Safari Eco Park. Wow. Wow.
And I like the fact that you're calling on old student associations. That's something you can actually do. And you know, in an era where we're always talking about legacy projects, what better legacy project than to get these students to become environmental stewards? They become the protectors of our environment. And like we've always insisted, when you treat nature well, nature would also treat you well. In fact, better. Okay.
And also, Winston, what we need to be reminded of is for nations to really develop, investment in children guarantees the future of the country.
Sure.
If we do not put investment in children, then we would have situations where possibly we are all aware of the moment. Polluting water bodies, galamsey being the buzzword around. Now, these children will grow up being environmentally conscious. They will make sure our water bodies are clean. They will take decisions that are ethical, not decisions that are short-term. So, I mean, it has immense benefit to the state. For that reason, we are asking every single corporate body, government institutions, I mean, to be part of it. They need to align or they'll be left out because that's the future.
You know, you talk about the fact that they would learn. And for many people, when you tell them they should be here, what they think about most is, oh, they just come in, oh, it's just a bit of fun, they get excited, they entertain, and that's the end of it. But you're talking about learning. Tell us more about why you want to focus on these students coming here, and most importantly, learning.
Everything we have done has actually come out of customer feedback. Now, from when we actually started and the comments that we've had from the thousands of people who've come through the door is exactly what we have provided now. Making sure that the information about the animals are easily and readily available, where the kids can take pictures or read themselves, where trees are labeled. I mean, as I brought you the guava this morning, there can always be a fruit-picking experience. Today's children have never seen guavas before. On my way out this morning, I could pick these guavas that you gentlemen have enjoyed. There's salsa, avocados. I mean, we have up to oranges, mangoes, coconut.
I've seen a lot of almonds.
Abrofunkati as well, almonds.
Last week I was talking to a friend of mine. She's 27 years old. She has an almond tree in her house, and she didn't know what it was.
Look at that.
So when I went there, I didn't have to take go and I was like, wow, this thing we used to get beaten for it. Oh, what is it? I said, almond. So I took one, I cracked it. She ate it. She loved it. And now, there are lots of people who have not had these experiences. And there are lots of almonds here as well.
That is the uniqueness of Safari Valley. In that we have our farms, we have the recreation area, the amusement parks for the kids. So really and truly, I mean, when we have discounted it to 100 cities for a child to get in, it is our hope that children from up north to down south, east and west, would all have the opportunity to come and see it. It is the only contribution we believe we can also for the long term, do for the mother country, Ghana.
I'm actually happy you are mentioning children from up north to down south, because I'm looking at the logistics. There are certain children in certain schools who may never have the chance to do this unless they get support. So, for example, as part of CSR for a lot of the corporate institutions, they can say that, let's say Bank A can say that this year I want to sponsor 1,000 children to go to Safari Eco Park. Yeah. And then they put money to it. If you are sponsoring 1,000 children times 100, that's 100,000, right? That's for the entrance fee. If you put in logistics of, say, renting a bus at, say, 5,000 cedis for 30, 60 kids at a go, you do the math, and it's going to cost you about 300,000 cedis to support 1,000 children, change their lives and their worldview forever, and make them an environmental steward. So I think it's very important that if you're a corporate institution listening to us, yes, you can donate books, you can donate stuff, but donate experiences, because that's what lives with them forever.
Exactly.
Well said. Well said. As Kujo has succinctly put it, I mean, for every corporate institution, even government agencies, all we are saying is enough of not being able to solve problems.
Yeah.
We are saying we are not problem solvers of today. We are the problem solvers of tomorrow. So let's get these children and conscientize them. Let them respect the environment. They are the future leaders who will be taking decisions on behalf of the future Ghana. So if we are corrupted with Galamsey, all we are saying is, let's try and change the narrative.
Winston, you know, the last time we came here, this canopy walkway wasn't here. And I'm surprised they've been able to build this. And I just tried to measure it with my phone. And so far, from where we sit to what I can see, it's over 300 meters. How long is your canopy walkway?
We have if you put the total 3 canopies together, it's close to 600 meters.
This must be the longest in Ghana, isn't it?
It is the longest in Ghana.
I see.
Yes. It is the longest, and I'm being told it's the longest in West Africa.
Wow.
Okay.
I mean, and all this stemmed from feeding from the thousands of people who've come here, where some of them may be slightly frightened of the animals. So you just elevate them, they feel more safe, right, and still are able to interact with the animals. So everything that has come out is from what the people, the feedback that we've been getting, and that is what has built this beautiful parks that you see today.
News headline: Safari Eco Park builds longest canopy walkway in West Africa.
Yes, and coming soon, there's going to be the railway tracks that is going to shuttle the guests between the parks.
Okay.
So again, the amusement element of it. When we were chatting, I think last night, I said I recently watched Neverland, which was Michael Jackson's ranch. And honestly, humbly, when you look at these things, you see that we have either beaten the record or we are really up there. There's a lot that can be said of here, but not a lot of words can describe what we have. It is for that reason we are saying that, please, even the Bible said, look, yes, let the children come to me.
How long
they will inherit the kingdom.
How long will your railway track be?
It will be close to 500 meters minimum.
Let me give you some numbers. When Ghana attained independence, we had 900 kilometers of railways.
Wow.
As we speak now, we have less than 35 kilometers of active railways. So if you do your 500 kilometers, you'll be having close to, what's the percentage? You'll be having close to a good chunk of active railway for the country. So it was
meters.
500 meters.
Yes, so if you have, it's half a kilometer, right? Yes, so half a kilometer, and we have just about 35 kilometers. I'm trying to see your contribution to the national railway. Let me do the math. So 0.5 divided by 35 times 100. So you'll be having about 1.5% of the national railway, active railway, Charlie.
100 people and it will be 140.
You see, that's interesting.
My son always tells me he wants to ride in a train. The last time I wanted us to go to Spintex and then we get on the train and come to Accra. But if a child can come to Safari Valley, get on a train and see nature, breathe in good air, enjoy, Charlie, I think this would be a better alternative for him instead of going to Asopro to get on the public roadway. Yeah, this will be a better experience for them.
No, it will be, and that's why I'm happy we're having this conversation. So it's 100 cities from primary school to secondary school.
Yes, sir.
And tertiary students.
It's 150 cities.
Tertiary
students. Yes.
Okay, and we want them to come in groups so they can learn together.
Yes, and enjoy together.
Okay.
And then go back and tell their friends and family so that they also. Let's drive as thousands and thousands of people. All we can say is nature calms you down. Let's get them out of the city centers. Let's decongest. You come here, you decongest. Your brain becomes clearer. You know what I mean? Not all muddy and murky.
Yeah, because, I mean, being here and... Kojo was talking about even the air you breathe in. It's very fresh, you know.
Yeah.
For many of you, you're scared rolling down when you drive because you don't want the toxins in Accra or in the cities. Why don't you come here?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I mean, once every month at least, you should be here to have that, refreshing vibe.
Kofi, I've been to many places. Earlier this week, somebody sent us a message from Mauritius.
Yes.
A listener sent us a message from Mauritius. And I was talking about how I'd been to the Grand Bay, I'd been to the Valley of Cales, I've been to a lot of the places in Mauritius. And whenever I enter Safari Valley, I see something new that beats the competition, even the global competition. Okay, so people would leave Ghana, fly to Dubai, fly to all sorts of places for experiences when the experience sits right here. And importantly, we aspire to let our kids see the world when the world is in Safari Valley and they can just pay 100 Ghana cedis to see this. So if you're a school owner, you'd want to go to the Safari World website right now to take the number and give them a call and book for your school. Parents, we are ready to pay. If you are a corporate institution, we are entering the third quarter, so definitely you are going to have your third quarter board meetings. You may want to restructure your CSR to sponsor students from around the country to come and see Safari. Let's build eco-conscious citizens and climate stewards and environmental stewards so that we can have the Ghana we want.
And Kojo, I mean, not also to exclude government institution, maybe Ministry of Education, because I remember when we were in school back in the 80s, 70s, there was what was called excursions. That was organized by schools.
Yeah.
I mean, I've led excursions to Takrady where we went to the cement factory.
Oh, okay.
I've led excursions that took us to Kumasi. And all this will make these kids understand the country even better.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I mean, though we are tasking corporate institutions, also maybe we should also sound the government institutions as well that, look, for the long term of this country, every single government agency, maybe you have to back this.
Yeah.
You align or you'll be left behind.
And MPs as well.
MPs,
you need to work with your MCs and other institutions.
Church institutions, I mean, all bodies basically, chiefs in towns. Maybe.
I like the bit about churches. So if we bring the Sunday school here, at the same rate.
It's the same. There's Sunday school.
And if you want to show the children how heaven will look like, show them heaven on earth.
Yeah, bring them. This is heaven on earth. Yeah, I like that. So you see, so the pastors and the elders, the deacons, deaconesses, please bring the children here. Okay, let them have a feel. It's only 100 Ghana cedis per child.
Yeah.
If they are from primary to senior secondary school, and then if they are in tertiary institutions, 150 Ghana cedis. But so if the people want to reach you, for instance, if they want to, start these bookings, Chairman, how do they do that?
They can either visit our website or the published numbers that we have displayed.
Okay. Okay, that's great, because all of us would have to be part of it, the old students especially. It will be important to live a lasting experience with the school children. Yes. So I know these days the conversation is about building, infrastructure and all. But how about ensuring that for the rest of their lives, they always will remember your year group and say, this year group when I was in secondary school took me to Safari Eco Park, and that changed my worldview.
Yeah.
That would bring the next generation leaders who will be confident and also ethical in taking decisions. As we've said, I think it is you align yourself with the project because it is a good project, or you are going to be left behind.
Still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM, and it's the launch of the Safari Joy School Kids project, okay, where we're indicating to all of you this morning that it will be important to get school children to visit Safari Eco Park. Let them experience nature, but most importantly, become environmental.
Love 99.5 FM presents the 7th edition of the Lovatham Primary Schools Quiz. This is where brilliance meets challenge as talented pupils from schools across the region go head-to-head, testing their knowledge in mathematics, English, science, and current affairs. It's more than just questions and answers. It's a celebration of learning, courage, and excellence. Watch as young leaders step onto the stage, confident, focused, and ready to make their mark. The Lovatham Primary Schools Quiz will be live on TV, Joy Prime and Joy Learning, and on your favorite radio station, Love 99.5 FM. The Lovatham Primary Schools Quiz, an avenue for kids to learn and have fun.
Imagine waking up to fresh forest air, wildlife just a few steps away, and breakfast served in the heart of nature. This March, Joy FM is inviting you to escape the city properly. Friday the 20th and Saturday the 21st of March, we're taking you on the Joy FM Safari Experience 2026, a 2-day luxury adventure through Aqua Safari and Safari Valley. Picture this. We head to Aqua Safari, Lakeside Branch, Island Boat Rides, Segway Adventures, and just when you think it can't get better, we head to Safari Valley for pure relaxation and an evening bonfire and fun luxury cabins tucked away into nature. Then we rise early for a sunrise hike along the Kwiapim Ridge. Breathtaking views, golden light, and unforgettable moments. Guided wildlife encounters. This is not just a trip. It's nature, comfort, adventure. Curated the Joy FM way. Joy FM Safari Experience 2026, 20th and 21st of March. Limited spaces, premium experience. Single 5,000 CDs, double 8,000 CDs. Call or WhatsApp Slevin on 053-100-3813 to book your slot. Be part of this unforgettable escape, because sometimes the best way to reset is to get lost in nature in style.
It's my year. 20 years ago, a sound was released, a sound of hope, restoration, and praise. Over the years, that sound has grown, stronger, deeper, and louder. On Friday, the 6th of March, 2026, at exactly 3:55 p.m. prompt, we gather at the Victory Bible Church, Awushi. Welcome to Celestial Praise 12. 20 years in music ministry, and the sound is still rising. Ministering from Ghana, Uncle Ato, PSA Esther, Kofi Pepra, Kwekute. From South Africa, Zaza Mokethi. From Kenya, Evelyn Wanjiru. And from Zimbabwe, Tembalami. With your host, Celestine Donko. Sponsors, Kedland International School, L Time Properties, Brasika Pay, Tang Palace Hotel. It's Celestial Praise 12. And yes, it's absolutely free.
Welcome to Bowen Darwin Motors, forward-looking automotive trade and service providers with some of the best automobile deals. We connect global manufacturers with Ghana's growing market honestly and professionally. We have a whole range of vehicles in full fuel and electronic options available. Trust us to give you an amazing driving experience with our durable quality vehicles. In stock are the much talked about Rox One with confidence, technology and presence. The J-Tour Traveler with space, strength and modern design. The Nissan Rich 6 built to work day after day. And the Nissan Z9, power, durability and control. Choose Bowen Darwin Motors, choose peace of mind, performance and lasting trust. Visit our warehouse today in Tema Community 4 near the Kokompe Spare Parts area or call 0557 833 989 or 0532 033 958. Bowen Darwin Motors, your forward-looking automotive sales and service provider.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
All right, welcome back to the show. Now, we will still take you back to Safari Valley and also take you to Parliament for you to know what's happening ahead of the President's State of the Nation address. But let me have a chat with the Odadie 2002 group. And these are old pre-seconds for us to have a chat about, the Old Boys Association and what they are up to. I've been joined in the studio by someone's name who was intriguing. Carlos J, and the J is his surname. He is publicity lead and vice president 2022, 2002 Odadie Year Group. Hi, Carlos. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
And then we also have Bismarck or Sebain. Yeah. This is a Ghanaian name. Vice president for 2002 Odadie Year Group as well. Thank you for joining me, guys.
Thank you so much for having us.
So I'm told there's a legacy project that's coming up.
That's right.
So Carlos, tell me much about it.
Yes, so the 2002 Year Group is embarking on this state-of-the-art, ultra-modern farm complex that we are looking at. We are calling it the Agri-Resource Center.
Okay.
And every year group within the Odadie fraternity always embarks on a certain project to give something back to the schools, back to our alma mater.
Okay.
And next year in 2027, that will be exactly 25 years since we left school.
Okay.
So as part of organizing the speech and prize giving day, there's a project that we embark on. And that's why we have chosen to do this for our project.
Why Agric Resource Center?
Why Agric? Well, you know very well that there are very many other projects out there. People paint dining halls, people do A, B, and C, and D. But we were saying that, look, if we are talking legacy, then it's got to be a legacy. It's got to be something that we can leave for future generations to look at and say, this is a real project. So we said, look, let's go into something that would really make a lot of impact in a lot of sense. And when we look at the school, we realize that, look, agric is one area that looks a bit neglected. You know, there's so much hype about Brilliant Science and Maths Quiz and there are agric resource centers, there are science resource centers that are built in almost every school. But when it comes to the area of agric, there's little action, as it were. So that's the main reason that we said, no, let's just go into this area. And then we realized that it's an opportunity to give the students practical hands-on training. You know, traditional farms may not have so much, but what we are looking at is going to equip the students with STEM-based agric instruction or agric training, and that will be really, really good for the students. Yeah.
So Bismarck, I mean, what's your intention, or what do you want this Agric Resource Center to do for the school?
Okay, so to answer that, and first to add a little to what Carlos said earlier, you know, Presec is known as a science school, okay, but like he said, we have given emphasis to one side of the science and sort of not giving as much attention to the agric sector.
Yeah.
We want to bring some, like he said, practical, you know, experience to students. And it is not just limited to just the students. What the vision is that in the course of time, we are going to partner with certain other institutions like the CSIR, other institutions like even the University of Ghana Agric Department, among others, to be able to have a state-of-the-art practical training center that is going to be sustainable, that is going to be economically viable, and is also going to make our students entrepreneurizing right from their secondary school days. So the vision we have is that by the time a student has pursued agric, even in the secondary school and is out of school, you should be able to at least set up something that is going to be self-sustaining. Okay, so we are empowering students even from their younger years to look at agric as a viable means by which they can find themselves in employment, properly so to speak. They can go and advance into others, into the universities, among others, but even at the end of a secondary school education, you should be able to look at agric as not just the cutlass and hoe that we have known it to be, but bringing it into a modern sense, because today's agric sector is really fetching.
Yes.
But it is not fetching as much because we have not given it the needed modern technology.
Okay.
And so this agric sector is going to give all the facets, the poultry, the fish, the
field,
everything. That will empower people, or for that matter, students, to be able to, be self-employed, as well as, bring agric to another level.
I love the intent. So there's going to be a fundraising for this?
Yes, we've costed this whole project, and the intent is to be able to fund it. So we have a structure that's supposed to help us raise funding to be able to do this whole project. The school itself has donated a portion of the land, of course with the approval of certain bodies, including GS among others, has allocated the land for us, which is its own contribution to this particular project. We've costed it. It's around a little close to over 150,000, and so we have
USD. Actually.
USD, 150,000 USD
for the project.
For the project.
For the entire project.
Yes, for the entire project.
Okay.
And so we would have to definitely raise funds, but to start with, because it is a legacy project and it's our year group's intent of giving back to the school, we have to first look inward. Okay, so every Odad year 2002 has already been levied.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, so you are supposed to contribute to this. Okay.
Levied in dollars. How much are you paying?
So at least everybody will not do not less than 5,000, and that is the least that everybody is supposed to give.
Okay.
However, we are also looking at certain categories of our year group, because we believe that not all exiters have the same level of financial capacity. So certain people have taken certain pledges to give way more than others would. Okay. And then again, because this project is not only looking inward, we're also trying to bring on board as many institutions, corporate institutions, because we have Odadiers who are in very good position in many institutions. We're also looking at even the students who are in the school, whose parents can even support this particular project. Okay, because one of the things that we didn't touch on is that this agric project is supposed to also fund the school feeding needs.
That's right.
Of the existing students. Okay, so it's not just for the outside world.
Okay.
But when we have produced these products, it's supposed to supplement the feeding needs of the school, the nutritional needs of the school. So parents of children who are currently in the school and those who are desirous that someday their children will go to Presec. Okay, are all invited to contribute to this particular legacy
my
project.
son could probably be there in the next 20 years. You
see, it's good you sow that seed now because we are going to expand this thing year on year. That's the vision we have. There are milestones that we have set. That at each milestone we are going to do an expansion project. Okay. So come the time that your child will be there, NASA and all that will be coming to you.
Okay, so if someone is watching us, a parent, and wants to contribute to this project, what should he or she do?
Well, we have an EcoBank account number. Okay. Maybe I can actually...
Sure, why not? Yes.
Okay, so EcoBank account number 144-100-49-60906.
Take it again.
144-100-496-0906. And the account name is Odadia 2002 Year Group.
Okay. So everybody can contribute to it?
Yes, anybody at all. Anybody. Okay. And you duly be acknowledged. If it's corporate Ghana, anybody, any institution that wants to actually, help or invest into this project. And an investment into this project, like you said, is an investment into the, education of these young ones.
When do you want to get this done?
And by 2027, we intend to hand this over, which is just next year.
Okay.
So Bismarck said that we're looking, internally. So the whole second half of last year, we're actually embarking on this exercise. That was our very first phase of the project.
Okay.
We tried to get the funds before we even hit the ground.
Okay.
So we're doing that all of last year.
Okay. But my school is also 50 years, UCC, School of Agric, so we'll use the same strategy to do that.
See, so we always pace setting, and I'm happy that you are following our trail. But just to add to this contribution,
that would be brief.
Number,
that we can wrap up.
All those who may have missed this number but are interested can call the school administration or whoever, and they would give you leads to be able to contribute to this project. You can walk into the school and just say you want to donate to the project, and definitely once it is received, we'll acknowledge you accordingly.
Bismarck Fifi Osebeng is VIP for 2002 Odadia Year Group, as well as my friend Carlos J, publicity lead for this project, and also a vice president, 2002 Year Group. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for coming.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us.
Today happens to be the birthday of Dennis Miracles Abuaje. He's communications director of the Dr. Baumia. So Miracles, wherever you are, however you're celebrating it, please make sure you tell us where you will be having a party so that we can meet you. But you know what? May the good Lord bless you and keep blessing you and make you the leader you are and expand your territories as well. May he always direct your path. Miracles Abuaje. Dennis Miracles Abuaje, happy birthday to you. And it's from all of us here at Joy News. For now, though, let's cross over to Parliament, where my colleague Kwekwa Sante is engaging some MPs, Bernard Bediako and Akwesi Akwa, ahead of the State of the Nation address by President John Dramani Mahama.
That we are processing, of course, putting value on the gold, and President Mahama said by 2036 we should not export any raw gold out there or natural resource. You understand? And that is the way to go. If they disagree, they should tell us what they will do when they come. Would they sell the raw beans? And if it is being sold at the rate we are selling it down, how much would they give the farmer? These are questions we don't need to be labored by it. Tell us what you will do differently. Do you understand? Today, I'm expecting President Mahama to tell us that for 1 year and a little over, there has not been any allegation of corruption in his government. In fact, the issue of corruption is no longer in our policy. Do they talk about corruption? You see, today they are in black. You ask them why. They said cocoa farmer. They have not. This we never experienced it in their 8-year rule. Can they? Even in the first year, there were allegations of corruption, several of them. Let nobody deceive you that nobody has been jailed. The wheels of justice grind slowly. Surely we will get there. A number of them are in court. A number of investigations being done. President Mahama inherited 125 ministers. He came and said, we don't need 125 ministers. He did 60, now 58. Is it commendable or not? The exchange rate, fuel. At least we should look at the level of honesty in our governance system now. Where there is a problem, he is quick to admit that there is a problem and that he will fix it. That is what we need. There is a problem everywhere. At the end of the day, what we expect of the president is to fix it. And he is doing that. The cocoa sector will rise again. Trust me.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bernard of Akwitia.
Thank you.
Let me wrap up with you, Honorable. You've heard some of the things he said.
Yes.
How do you respond?
Before you think about the future, as in getting a plan to process our gold, the cocoa farmer must survive. The cocoa farmer was given a promise. The cocoa farmer worked on his farm, paid laborers according to the rate you gave him. And so, just as it happened in our time when we had to cushion the cocoa farmer, we expected government to cushion the cocoa farmer.
So where are they going to find that money from?
You found money for the banks when they were collapsing. When the banks were not doing well, you found money for them. And they even continuously mismanaged it until we came and did a cleanup. So why the cocoa farmer? Is it because you think they cannot mass up and be in Accra and organize demonstrations or what? So you see, let's look at the immediate need of the cocoa farmer. Why won't you cushion them? So that you can think about the process. And then, like I said, we have lost confidence in this government because of the kind of things they said when they were in opposition and what they are doing now. It is so easy to think that, look, all that they are saying is propaganda. So the cocoa farmer has lost hope. And now we are running a galamsey economy. Look at what the Ministry of Finance has just introduced, what the government has introduced. I mean, the whole country is now going to be dependent on galamsey. And now we will end up having to find $35 million to clean up just Brim River. Just only Brim River, $35 million. We allow galamsey to go on because we think that that is what is taking care of the economy. You collapse cocoa board and you set up gold board, and you think that gold board is employing 4 million, or the cocoa sector has over 4 million people, so you are comfortable with cocoa, with gold. Much more than 1 million cocoa farmers. We have to be there to empathize with the cocoa farmer.
Thank you very much, Honorable. And so the argument are going to go on any moment from now. We expect that the president will come in and address the country on this important occasion in the annals of Parliament, State of the Nation address. We'll get back to the chamber, we'll get back to the studio, we'll get some more reactions as and when we get them. But the president will be expected to talk on a couple of issues. The economy will be central. And any moment from now, the president and the vice president will be ushered in by the speaker, and the State of the Nation address will begin. I don't think they picked, so let me call.
The Ghana Trade Fair Company is proud to announce the most anticipated shopping event of the year, the Eid al-Fitr Grand Sales 2026, from Wednesday 18th March to Monday 23rd March 2026 at the prestigious West Hills Mall. Discover stunning fashion, exquisite jewelry, luxurious fragrances, innovative gadgets, and beautiful homeware, all at incredible sales prices to all visionary businesses and exhibitors. Showcase your product to thousands of eager shoppers during this peak festive season. Register now for your best spot. Interested exhibitors, contact the Ghana Trade Fair Company Limited 0597 423 304 or 0244 469 451 or 050 2500 632. Join us for the Grand Sales. Celebrate it in style. Eid al-Fitr Grand Sales 2026. West Hills Mall, March 18th to March 23rd. Be there.
Willow Lane, where love blooms.
The foundation of a beautiful home is love, and the surprises that syncopate the expected and boring routines. When your love enters your space, and there's room enough to twirl and swirl in the calming and soothing atmosphere big enough to share. Enjoying the vastness of your patience and the aroma from your classy kitchen. Ascending a well-lit staircase to enter a peaceful terrace with bird's eye view of the world. To pour into each other, toasting to endlessly blissful love until one dives into the other's essence. Willow Lane, where love blooms. Call us on 0240-111119 to book a tour.
Let me hear you make some Holy Ghost crazy noise right now. Let me hear it.
30 years of grace, power, and divine impact. This is not just another concert. It's House of Worship 26 Anniversary Edition at the Emmanuel Temple, Royal House Chapel, Legon, opposite University of Ghana, on Friday, the 6th of March, 2026, 4 p.m. sharp. And guess what? The stage will blaze with Esther Godwell, Japhet Adjete, and Kofi Owusu-Pepra. 30 years of God's faithfulness, 30 years of unbroken praise. And now, it all comes down to this night. Mark the date, spread the word. The heavens will open as we gather for House of Worship 26 Anniversary Edition.
Changing, so should you. If you're dreaming, don't be afraid. And in the valleys, keep your head up high. Dare to dream with Puma drinks. Yeah, believe it, you can achieve. Oh yeah, clap your hands for the whole new vibe. Make me set the bliss. Oh yeah, come alive. Let me hear you.
Puma Drinks, a whole new vibe. Another quality product from Casa Precon.
This advert is FDA approved.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Well, we're still looking ahead to that particular State of the Nation address. And if you went to Odadia and you graduated in 2002, you are being called upon to help in the Legacy Project. But let me take you to Safari Valley now, where Asiedua is taking us on a tour. And let's see what's happening there. So let's take you to Safari Valley now.
So we'll be able to sell their products here. And yes, that is also something that is going to be done over here.
Beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. So we are still at Park 2. We are yet to go on a tour at Park 3. and it's exciting over here. Again, for organized schools, you can come and have a wonderful experience. Basic school, junior high school. Okay, what do we have? I can see an animal here. What's that?
So that's a wallaby, and it's a marsupial. So generally marsupials have pouches where they develop their young. So instead of birthing ripe old babies where they would be carrying like other animals would, they would birth.
Just like the kangaroo?
Like the kangaroo, yes. They're like calm versions of the kangaroo.
Calm versions?
Yeah. So
but it's running away when we're getting close.
Yeah, that's because we are in its way. It's a disturbance to it. Right. So usually they are solitary animals, so they like to be in their own space, and they would again move if we get close. They carry their young ones in their pouch, and they bed them only after 33 days.
After 33 days?
Yes, size of like an embryo, and then it crawls out. Crawls back into the pouch. Yes. Now in the pouch, it stays there for like about a year. Within 6 to 8 months, it starts to come out, hop around. The mother teaches it what the animal is carrying. Now, because of that, yes, and because of that, the wallaby or the mother is able to pause pregnancy.
Oh, can we go up?
Yes, please, we can.
Oh, it's safe to go up.
So the mother is able to pause pregnancy until she releases the baby in the pouch out. Then takes the other one that she's bred back in.
Okay. Wow.
So currently we are on the walkway. This walkway is to take us to another feeding spot where we have some bigger antelopes, the eland especially. There's also the meerkat, the lion king, if you're familiar.
Thank you. I was about to say that. The lion king.
Yeah.
Timon.
Yes, please, Timon. So we are going to see Timon, and there's some elands that we can feed. Right. So here also kids and adults as well can climb, have fun, get a panoramic view of the place. See the animals from afar, take some pictures, let's enjoy this.
And that's me over here, guys, so.
The newest addition to the park. Okay. This walkway has just been opened today for you to experience and for you to show the world of what we do over here.
Okay. All right, so we are going to get to see the meerkats. You're going to see Timon from the Lion King.
So from this area, you're able to see the impalas. If you look straight back there, you see some animals, brown animals wagging their tail. Those are impalas, and they are antelopes, yes.
Okay.
They're natives to Eastern and Southern Africa, right? They're also social a bit, and they are mid-sized. So here, they're usually stationed back there. They don't come to humans as much as the alpacas and the miniature. We'll continue up, get to see the elands and then Timon.
Okay. You were saying something that the safari sits on how many acres of land?
So the developed part of our resort is 250 acres, but in total we own 600 acres of land.
600 acres?
Yes, but the developed part that you see, that you experience, is 250 acres, including our accommodation area as well.
So there's so much to do on the land?
Yes, there's still much more to expand on.
So what are we looking at on expanding?
So yes, we're looking at expanding our current facilities. We also have farmland nearby where we look at increasing the size of that farm to be able to provide us more fresh farm produce.
Okay. Beautiful. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are still present at the Safari Valley. We're currently at Park 2, and Kezia is helping us go on a tour. Oh, I'm literally panting for breath because it's a walk, a very exciting one.
As you walk along, you're able to see fun facts and then some information about the animals all through the walkway. So it's not like you're just moving. Mm-hmm. You get information and get educated. Yes, as you move. Right. We'll soon get there.
To the meerkats.
Yes, please. So there, like I said, we'll be seeing the eland. We'll be able to do the feeding. Now, elands are generally grazers. They would browse if they have the opportunity to, especially when the trees are short enough for them to reach. Right. So we will do two feeding. We'll give it a supplementary feed, which is an example of what we gave with the alpacas and the miniature horses. And then we'll also give them some forages that they like from this area. Right. The meerkats also, they are omnivores. So they consume not only insects and plants, but then they consume flesh. So here we supplement their diet with some chicken, raw eggs, carrots and potatoes, right? But generally you'd find them hunting a lot for some insects to consume. In the wild also, they do same. And so occasionally, for them to still maintain their natural instincts, we throw in some snakes and scorpions so they can hunt, and there's still few like they're in their natural space. Okay. Just like we've replicated here for them.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm with who is the manager for Park 2, and we are currently walking to see the meerkats, and not just that, we're going to see other animals as well. Oh, I think I've spotted Timon. Okay. I have seen Timon, I've seen the meerkats. Very beautiful. If you're a lover of Lion King, you know exactly what we are saying, what we're talking about. Okay, so off air, Titus, I'm still here with Titus. Titus is the general manager of this beautiful safari. Titus, off air, I did ask a question in relation to the mortality rate of these beautiful animals. What are we looking at here?
So yes, the mortality rate is very low over here. Okay. We have a wildlife department, a veterinary department, and also a nutrition department. They're all experts in the field, and they do intensive research before we actually bring these animals over here, especially the animals that are not native to Ghana. So they're all experts in the fields that make sure the animals are handled right once they arrive here.
Well, I hope you had an up-close shot of Timon over there. They're very beautiful.
So this is our sitting area. It is almost done.
So what are we looking at now? Eland?
This is called an eland. It's the second largest antelope that exists.
Second largest antelopes that exist.
They're very docile in their nature, so they're very friendly. They act like cattle.
They say cattle is, friendly, but I've never gotten close to one. I don't think I will, especially the ones with a horn. And these elands have horns, which is pretty scary, but I'll try and get close. Oh.
Beautiful sights from Safari Valley there. Now let's take it back to Parliament because Kweku Asante is with Samuel Abu-Janapo.
We are mourning with the cocoa farmers of our country.
So, but generally, what are your expectations? Because the president, we understand, is going to be very heavy on the economy. The NDC says the economy has now turned the corner and things are rather improving compared to where they picked from you when you left office. You look at all of that and you see that perhaps the minority want to latch on this cocoa issue to drown all of the other issues.
Well, the cocoa issue is part of the economy. Cocoa is the backbone of our national economy. And if you don't have a thriving, sustainable cocoa industry, you certainly will not have a national economy at all. And so the cocoa issue is a big issue, it's a major issue. It's not a political issue. It is indeed the case that the minority is discharging its responsibility and duty of holding the government accountable and insisting that the government takes a decision and reverses the decision the government is taking by paying the cocoa farmers the correct price. Look, the economic data, inflation is down, interest rate, exchange rate, and all those things are welcomed. All those things are to be welcomed. But of course, as a result of some of the very important measures that Akufo-Addo government put in place post COVID-19, we've seen some stabilization of the national economy. But the fact also remains, and let us be very clear about it, that the two major issues confronting our people, i.e. unemployment and cost of living, every all the indices indicate that we still have a lot of problems when it comes to unemployment and cost of living. The price of electricity today is out of the roof. Ghanaians are complaining about that. You've heard about market women complaining that people are not buying their wares. You know about farmers across the farming regions of our country where they farm, their products are not being bought. You know very much about the issue of unemployment, and the major pillar the government put forward before the electorate, which got them elected, to deal with the issue of unemployment, the 24-hour economy. It's almost a year and a half into this administration. We've seen nothing about it. So data is all welcome, all of the issues and figures that have been thrown about. But when you get to the streets and when you get out there, the truth remains that the Ghanaian youth in particular are still going through a lot of difficulty when it comes to unemployment. And we want to see the president speak to the issues, the twin issues of unemployment and cost of living.
Brilliant. Honorable Samuel Abujinapo, I'll be looking forward to speaking to you after the address to see if some of the things the president said met your expectation. I'm going to talk to Honorable Kojo Nkrumah briefly, but let me talk to Honorable Edu. The cocoa issue, I mean, you became a big star in the last few weeks. I'm told that's why you're wearing black. The government says you can't give what you don't have. The cocoa prices on the world market has fallen drastically, and that is why we have to give cocoa farmers what they actually do.
I think what every Ghanaian should do now is to do the weighted average of the cocoa prices. Cocoa Board is saying they've sold about 85%. The projected production for the season is 650,000 metric tons. So if you sold 85% at an average price above $8,000, that should give you about $4.4 billion. And that means the remaining quantity yet to be sold is way around 100,000 metric tons. So even if you are getting that at $4,000 per ton, as they are claiming now that the price are falling to $4,000, that should also give you about $400 million. When you do the weighted average, it comes to about $7,000. So you are still within the range where the government can give the $3,600 price that they had promised the farmer in October. What we are saying is that Ghanaian farmers and Ivory Coast farmers are given a guaranteed minimum price. So once you announce a guaranteed minimum price, it extends all the way to the end of the season. You cannot come halfway through to cut the price down. It becomes a rip-off. Right now, if Cocoa Board makes any gains at the end of the season, that gain will go to Cocoa Board at the expense of the farmer. So we believe this is a rip-off, and based on that, the government must reinstate the price to $3,625 for the farmer.
Thank you very much, Honorable Edu. I'm going to talk to Honorable Kojo Nkrumah and get an understanding of also the kind of issues that have come up. Honorable Kojo Nkrumah, I mean, you're sipping on some coffee. I thought we're in Lent.
No, I'm not fasting today.
You're not fasting today. Yeah. Okay, so why in black? Why is this cocoa issue such central to the minority?
I think for those who do not understand the role cocoa plays in the Ghanaian economy, they will downplay this issue. Cocoa is a major driver of employment and job creation in the economy. The statistics are that about 1 million people are directly involved as cocoa farmers. And these cocoa farmers have farm hands, they have dependents. If every cocoa farmer has about 3 farm hands and dependents, you are talking of about 4 million Ghanaians affected by bad trading decisions and monetary policy decisions that have been made by this administration. That is one. But it's not just the cocoa farmers. If you talk to other farmers, rice farmers, maize farmers, they would also tell you that they are having their own hardships because of, in particular, the monetary policy regime that we are currently running. So rice farmers, if your reporters have been out to the country, will tell you that they have borrowed money, they have produced rice, they've milled rice, but now imported rice is cheaper than locally produced rice. And so they are running into debt. And they are not sure that next year they will be able to farm. I've had the opportunity to visit some of the rice farms, some of the rice mills, and it's a heartbreaking story. The maize farmers are complaining of similar issues on their side. So if you look at agriculture alone, I dare say you are getting to about 5 or 6 million people who are affected by some of the bad policy decisions that this administration has made. Then you come to manufacturing. Today, if you speak to the average Ghanaian manufacturer who produces something in Ghana, he will tell you that cost of production is gone up. Cost of production has gone up minimum by about 24% because electricity alone is gone up so much.
What is happening to all the talks about inflation at just a little above 3%?
I have been telling
and the
you
CD
guys
at such a very strong.
I have been telling you guys over and over again that the methods the government is using are the reasons for which they're able to measure and tell you that result. But it doesn't mean that the lived experience of people reflects that. If you want to control inflation by sterilization, 62 billion Ghana cedis in 2025 sterilized. The refrain in town will be that there's no money in our pocket. And so when the item is produced and even the price is there, the trader at a point will say, let me reduce my price and get rid of it. If you are focusing on heavily intervening in the market so that the dollar will now be pegged at 10, the cost of imported products will come down. And you will measure it and say inflation is at 3.8% year on year. But the average Ghanaian, you, Kweku, your cameraman, your viewers at home, will tell you that it is becoming difficult for them to buy. The average middle class person is now complaining about a hike in electricity tariffs, even beyond the 24% that has been announced. And now the government has started another PR gimmick of announcing a committee. You know, this government does a lot of setting and PR gimmicks. So they've announced a committee. They know exactly what is going on.
But that's what is one day EC just come and give
They know. But it's part of their PR gimmickry. Yesterday, for example, they came to Parliament to rebrand the Gold for Reserves program. They say they now call it accelerated reserve accumulation. I mean, sometimes it even gets laughable, but it's all because they are just doing a lot of PR. So today, the average middle class person is now telling you that electricity is gone through the roof. So millions of Ghanaians are going through it. And so if we are in black, it's first, yes, about cocoa farmers. It's also about maize farmers. It's about rice farmers. It's about producers. It's about the middle class. And they are the ones that we are solidarizing. We notice that our friends on the other side are wearing white. It's obvious that they are having a very good time, and we encourage them to continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kojo. I've been looking forward to speaking to you afterwards. Let me speak to Honorable Akwesi Akwa and Honorable Bernard Beidu. Honorable Akwesi Akwa, please let's have a conversation around some of these issues that have come up. And you are in white. Please hear. You are in white. Your colleagues are in black. Kojo Pankuma says you are enjoying, and that's why you are in white, and they are solidarizing with the suffering of the Ghanaian people. How do you respond to that?
No, good morning to your viewers and your listeners. We are in white because we are celebrating Ghana. We are celebrating the good works of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. They are in black because they lost election and in a very, very miserable way. Beyond that, they said they are fighting or they are empathizing with the cocoa farmer. We empathize with them as well. But we are in white because there is future for the cocoa farmer. At the end of the day, if there is a problem, there should be a solution. And President Mahama has prescribed a solution. So I do not know what this black will do. Black signifies death. Death ends it all. So if you are in black, it means there is no hope. Do you understand? But there is hope.
Let me put that to him. Honorable Akwesi Akwa. He says the government has given you a blueprint of what they are doing to fix the issue. I saw you on UTV the other day wearing a shirt with Kuku for a mobile dodo. Yes. There are some who say that you are crying more than a brief, or you are making so much out of this than what should actually be.
No, the reality is there is a cocoa farmer that brought us here. There's a cocoa farmer that gave us the vote to represent them here. And so I do not see why he says there is hope. I mean, if you look at the campaign promises of this government and you look at their manifesto very critically, currently there is none that has come to being. So you want to believe that whatever they have said, the kind of blueprint they think they have put together, is not something that is sustainable. We can't believe them. It is. I mean, there is this Odikru in Woman No Good, where the presidential staffer in charge of Agric went to sort of engage them. He told them that, look, when President Mahama was campaigning, he came to Asenkrigwa and said that they were going to put up a plant for cocoa processing. 1 year, there is no blueprint, there is no plan to do that. So why would you want to believe the kind of blueprint that you are putting together for the whole of Ghana? Even the people of Asekregwa, that you went there during your campaign to promise them a cocoa processing plant, that you don't have any preparation for that. And so this is the time we have to show the cocoa farmer that we empathize with them. We're with them. I mean, we think that we have to be with them. We should give them hope. We should give them hope, and that hope critically will come after when we have come to power. Because for these people, for all that they came telling us, the kind of propaganda they used, the kind of manifesto, the promises they made, where's the Women's Bank, where's the 24-hour economy, the Agenda 133, and all the things they promise. Look at the health sector, every sector. Give me just one sector that has introduced a program in the over 1 year that they have been in power. You can talk about Mahama Care, which is just a cut away from NHIS. So critically, which sector, which of their sectors, what have they introduced? What new thing have they introduced in this country?
I mean, how do you respond to that? But what are your own expectations also of the president's address before you can?
Before that, let me just respond quickly to you. Look, the difference between NDC and MPP is this. They believe in sloganeering. We don't. Even the existing policies, how well did they do it? Look, they made so much noise about one district, one factory. Do you call that a success? They did with one village, one dam. Are they able to mention a few they were even able to do? They made so much noise about Pualugu. What happened? You see, that is the difference. As for us, we do not believe in just sloganeering. We need to put action to the policies. At the end of the day, who doesn't know that we've managed Ghana's economy far better than they did in the 8 years? We've done that for 1 year. I don't really begrudge them for the hope and belief they have in President Mahama. They expect that within 1 year, he resolves all the problems Ghana has. That's fine, because they really trust that he can do it. Things they couldn't do in 8 years, they expect President Mahama to have done it within 1 year. That's okay. But please bear with us. We will do that. All the problems, if there is any, I can assure you that that is why President Mahama is in again. At the end of the day, who doesn't know fuel is being sold far better than it was before? Is it not a fact that the exchange rate is a contributing factor to the fuel we buy in this country? Has it been managed better or not? So you can't just talk about the rate out there. And you see, that has an effect on our export as well. And that is why the cocoa sector, look, if today the city was selling at 20, surely the cocoa farmer will get more. So you see, as a country, we need to, if we are honest, we need to also choose our priorities. Because if the dollar appreciates so much against the city, there will be a lot of influence in the system, but it will affect other sectors. So we are balancing it. And that is why President Mahama is not saying that the dollar, he would let the dollar lose guard, but then, or the city lose guard. He is talking about adding some value to the cocoa. Do they agree or not? Put that question to them. Do they agree? If they come to power now, what will be the alternative? How would they resolve the problem for the cocoa farmer, especially as out there the prices keep coming down? What is the alternative? They've not mentioned a single one. All they say is that when they come to power, what will you do differently? President Mahama has told you that we need to put some value on the cocoa beans we sell. Right. At the end of the day, if we are able to do that, that would mean that just like we are doing for gold, but now there is even the jewelry that we are processing. Of course, putting value on the gold. And President Mahama said by 2036 we should not export any raw gold out there or natural resource. You understand? And that is the way to go. If they disagree, they should tell us what they will do when they come. Would they sell the raw beans? And if it is being sold at the rate we are selling it down, how much would they give the farmer? These are questions we don't need to be labored by it. Tell us what you will do differently. Do you understand? Today, I'm expecting President Mahama to tell us that for 1 year and a little over, there has not been any allegation of corruption in his government. In fact, the issue of corruption is no longer in our policy. Do they talk about corruption? You see, today they are in black. You ask them why. They said cocoa farmer. They have not. This, we never experienced it. In their 8-year rule, can they, even in the first year, there were allegations of corruption, several of them. Let nobody deceive you that nobody has been jailed. The wheels of justice grind slowly. Surely we will get there. A number of them are in court. A number of investigations being done. President Mahama inherited 125 ministers. He came and said, we don't need 125 ministers. He did 60, now 58. Is it commendable or not? The exchange rate, fuel. At least we should look at the level of honesty in our governance system now. Where there is a problem, he is quick to admit that there is a problem and that he will fix it. That is what we need. There is a problem everywhere. At the end of the day, what we expect of the president is to fix it. And he is doing that. The cocoa sector will rise again. Trust me.
Thank you very much, Honorable Benadego of Akwitia. Thank you. Let me wrap up with you, Honorable. You've heard some of the things he said.
Yes.
How do you respond?
Before you think about the future, as in getting a plan to process our gold, the cocoa farmer must survive. the cocoa farmer was given a promise. The cocoa farmer worked on his farm, paid laborers according to the rate you gave him. And so, just as it happened in our time when we had to cushion the cocoa farmer, we expected government to cushion the cocoa farmer.
So where are they going to find that money from?
You found money for the banks when they were collapsing. When the banks were not doing well, you found money for them. And they even continuously mismanaged it until we came and did a cleanup. So why the cocoa farmer? Is it because you think they cannot mass up and be in Accra and organize demonstrations or what? So you see, let's look at the immediate need of the cocoa farmer. Why won't you cushion them? So that you can think about the process. And then, like I said, we have lost confidence in this government because of the kind of things they said when they were in opposition and what they are doing now. It is so easy to think that, look, all that they are saying is propaganda. So the cocoa farmer has lost hope. And now we are running a galamsey economy. Look at what the Ministry of Finance has just introduced, what the government has introduced. I mean, the whole country is now going to be dependent on galamsey. And now we will end up having to find $35 million to clean up just Brim River. Just only Brim River, $35 million. We allow galamsey to go on because we think that that is what is taking care of the economy. You collapse cocoa board and you set up gold board, and you think that gold board is employing 4 million, or the cocoa sector has over 4 million people, so you are comfortable with cocoa, with gold. Much more than 1 million cocoa farmers. We have to be there to empathize with the cocoa farmer.
Thank you very much, Honorable. And so the argument are going to go on any moment from now. We expect that the president will come in and address the country on this important occasion in the annals of Parliament, State of the Nation address. We'll get back to the chamber, we'll get back to the studio, we'll get some more reactions as and when we get them. But the president will be expected to talk on a couple of issues. The economy will be central. And any moment from now, the president and the vice president will be ushered in by the speaker, and the State of the Nation address will begin.
Shield silicone paint repels water, dispels water vapor, is washable, self-cleaning, and durable. Now, you can appreciate how and why Shield silicone paint is super strong and thus able to do what other paints cannot do. Shield silicone paint from Azar Group since 1921.
Build strong relationships. Invest time and effort into developing meaningful connections with family, friends, and colleagues. These relationships can provide support, inspiration, and collaboration. Regularly schedule social activities with your loved ones.
Good Conduct, Great Life is brought to you by
Indomie. Tastes great.
Kivo 4-in-1 Gary Mix. It gets everything inside. Champion taste.
Willow Lane, where love blooms. The foundation of a beautiful home.
President Mahama to talk about preparation for the World Cup. And so that is President Mahama on your screens at the moment doing the inspection before he steps on the floor of Parliament. Do enjoy this as we also continue to give you a rundown what we are expecting him to talk about. Like I was mentioning earlier, we are in a World Cup season, so we expect President Mahama to also touch on what he has for us, our Black Stars, even though yesterday the minister made mention about the budgetary allocation for the team from the group stage to the knockout phase. So we want to see and hear from President Mahama other packages that he has for the Black Stars and even the Black Queens. You shouldn't forget that this year also our Black Queens will be playing in the WAFCON, and even tomorrow they are playing the Pink Ladies Cup. And so these are all aspects of the economy that President Mahama will be touching on when it comes to the state of the nation. Communications department, you speak about it. We are looking at the, Western housing, the promises that he made to Ghanaians when it comes to affordable housing. He will have to touch on that for us. Salaries of government workers across the country. Condition of service and all those stuff. President Mahama will make mention of it. We witnessed beautiful 2025, and so we want to see what he has for us in the year 2026. How the country is going to be run by him and all appointees and his government. What we expect that he being the driver, how he's going to drive us to the promised land. And so that is what we are expecting at the moment. From economy, inflation, corruption, education, sports, and security, on all aspects of our sectors, what he has for us for the remaining years, and for now to 2027, that he will deliver the third state of the nation address before 2028, and then he says goodbye to the Ghanaians. And so we are expecting more. We know that President Mahama's background, like he made mention when he entered, the Zambian Parliament, that he has been a member of Parliament before, so he knows how to control Parliament. And so we are going to see how he's going to do it again, how he's going to control Parliament today for us to get the best out of him. No distractions, no interruptions. He knows how to do it. And so this is what we are also going to look up to, how President Mahama will command that respect of Parliament so that he delivers what we want to hear as Ghanaians. But of course, Randy is also here. He's been with us from the beginning, and so he will want to have a bite about the arrival of President John Dramani Mahama.
Thank you, Godfrey. And the moment we've all been waiting for is finally here. The man has arrived. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has arrived. And of course, you would have it that way, the guard of honor. And indeed, just after that, he will walk straight into the chamber for this whole event to commence. But interesting comments coming from our viewers on Facebook precisely. Tanko Kala Hamza says, so we put out a question, what specific commitments do you want to hear in this year's State of the Nation address? Tanko Kala Hamza says, oral, jobs for the unemployed youth. Then Pascal also says, retool Ghana National Fire Service now. Edem Dignity says, commitment. Sona is about the progress report on commitment made in the year under review. We also have Jabumi Danladi, who says the oral, EC and the OSP. I'm very much concerned about that sector, and it's very important. Akamio Alfred says, I expect the president to engage us on issues concerning oral, the posting of teachers, especially on university graduates, and also steps ahead to tackle the areas of constitution which gives power to any government to involve in Galamsey, to run out of the country before and after any election has held, and finally update us on cocoa, gold, and any minerals that help to keep our financial situations running. James Sakum says, number 1, oral, number 2, Galamsey, 3, automatic posting of teachers and nurses, 4, LGBTQ+, 5, cocoa prices, 6, the running of electricity tariffs like Usain Bolt. 7, he says 24-hour economy. 8, Women's Development Bank. 9, unemployment, especially posting of teachers and nurses. 10, rising insecurity in Ghana. Zove Obed says more delivery on Tema Flower Road. Parkway says Galamsey, and nothing else. Jay Arnold says jailing corrupt politicians from the previous administration, and the person put it into brackets, the NPP government. Ivan Liptik says seriousness with oral, but not what we see now. Alex Kobla Amegache says oral, and oral. Fatia Zakari says youth development. Ayum Ruby says nurses being posted. Samuel says the cocoa pricing saga. Jaffa, oral is felt in bone marrows to deter corruption. David Melson Akapsin says oral must be institutionalized and accelerated. Kingsford Apreku says it's already been captured. Sadat says jobs. Toble Freeman says jailing of the thieves. Mohammed Abdul Rahman says I want to hear about the Zoom Lion contract. Dominic Dansu says oral. So basically, that's those are some of the messages that our viewers have been sending it. Bright Apezuke says the sauna is full of hope and nothing else. Abdul Latif says honorable leader speaks. Agbodaya Bernard says today Ghanaians are grateful to President John Dramani Mahama because of his vision, wisdom, democratic ideals, and outstanding achievements as president. His altruism, patriotism, and long-standing commitment to peace and development continues to inspire Ghanaians. Agbo again says, great Eric Edem Agbana. And he says, watching live from Ablekuma. For Victor Jidula says, one of the most ambitious projects right now is the partnership with the African Development Bank to transform Lake Volta into a multimodal transport hub. This is the central part of the 24-hour economy flagship program aimed at boosting trade, irrigation, and industrial expansion across the region. Thank you, John Dramani Mahama and Honorable James Gunu from Victor Duche Fiake from Ho Central. All right, so that's it with some of the messages that our viewers have been sending in as well. So all is set. Members of Parliament waiting for His Excellency to enter the chamber for this important assignment. But again, you look at what people are really talking about. It focus more on the fight against corruption. Oral is rife on the table. Godfrey.
Yes, Randy, it's very important. This is one of the things that brought the NDC back to power when it comes to the fight against corruption, aside the 24-hour economy that they mentioned that will create a lot of jobs to the youth or ensure that the youth are involved in the governance of this country when it comes to their contributions to the economy by creating jobs for them. And so ORA is very important, very critical. At the moment, a lot of people want to see what has been done, looking forward what will happen, because there were a lot of people that were incited that, of course, these are people that are looting the country, running our economy down. And so when we come into power, this is what we are going to retrieve from them. That's about $21 billion. That was when the Honorable Foreign Affairs Minister made mention that if all things being equal and they are able to retrieve all the loot from the past, administration or executives of the administration, past administration, Ghana is going to get, that is about $21 billion. As it stands now, how much has been retrieved? That is a big question that everybody will be asking. We know that the Attorney General is working. Yesterday there was an update from the OSP about the Ken Ofarate's incident or issue. And so Ghanaians want to hear more. Ghanaians want to see more. If not prosecution, just retrieve this money for us. If whether up to the $20+ billion or less, we want to know. We want to see what is actually being done to retrieve this money back into our coffers, because it will go a long way to support our economy. And so yes, it's important. I understand why people are calling on the ORA report. What is being done about it? It is very critical, but you shouldn't forget that it is 14 months now, as we speak, and nothing much has been done. Let me put it that way. Even though we say that it will take time when it comes to prosecution and going through all this process, but yes, 14 months is enough to put people before trials and all those stuff and retrieve as much as we can. And so yes, if they are asking about the ORA, it is important it's a legitimate call from the people of Ghana looking into this matter, because they gave us a lot of assurances about how they're going to deal with past corrupt officials. State capture, state lands, how they are retrieving all these things, state properties, how they're going to ensure that they recover all these things back to the country. And so, Randy, if they are calling on expectations on the aura, they are right. It's a genuine concern that they are raising. Personally, we are all looking forward to that, because we want to see a lot of the prosecutions that they made mention. When NDC was in opposition, we shouldn't forget, like I said, aura was very, very dominant in the campaign time for the NDC. The campaign messages that Operation Recover All Loot, we are bringing all looted state properties back to the states, and so we want to see more in that regard.
Well, so that is it. Godfred has also added his voice to it, because any failure in Aura will mean that the government has shot themselves in the foot, because this was a major campaign promise. Now, the slow pace of dealing with the cases is what is raising quite a number of eyebrows here and there, but hopefully we find something cogent from the cases in the coming up days as well. So most especially the president to touch on that as well this morning as far as the SONA is concerned. Yes, so but away from the issues about corruption, oral here and there, Galamsey is still staring at us in the face. The quest to clamp down on Galamsey, look at what government has put in place, the various intervention policies here and there. Does it look good? Are we on track?
Randy, so far, if you look at the experts and what they are saying about what they are seeing on the grounds, they are commending the president and the government for their fight at the moment, because the establishment of raiding in a lot of forest reserves to capture all these Galamsey, sacking them from the forests and the Nile forest and water bodies and all those stuff. They've been giving them good.
Thank you for staying with us. This is our special coverage of the 2026 State of the Nation address. Now, President John Dramani Mahama will, for the second time since returning to office, present his address to Parliament, outlining government's performance over the past year and setting the tone for the months ahead. Last year, in his first address since returning to office, the president outlined government's research agenda aimed at stabilizing the economy, tackling unemployment and strengthening governance. He pledged fiscal discipline, enhanced transparency, and bold reforms to stimulate growth and expand opportunities for citizens. Now, the address also highlighted youth empowerment, infrastructure, development, and improved social services as central pillars of national progress. Joining me in studio, of course, we're going to go through some of the data and some of the information that was available in 2025 State of the Nation's address. We'll break it all down as well, and anticipating how the coming months in this year would be in the State of the Nation's address that is presented by the president. And of course, Kofi is right here in studio to put some meaning to some of the data and the numbers that you have seen.
Well, I think the first thing we even need to look at is the president's attire for the day, right? And it looks like these days our presidents are beginning to create a certain unique identity for themselves when it comes to SONA presentation. I remember the former president, Akufo-Addo, used to wear sort of black suits and a grey tie throughout his 8 years of addressing the nation during the SONA. President John Dramani Mahama, on the other hand, we are seeing is continuing with the fugu, and that became very popular when he went to Zambia. But it's also important to put across that somewhere around 2025, around this same time when he was addressing the nation for the first time, in his second stanza, wore a similar fugu, and it wasn't without the, it was without the cap or the hat, and this time around he's wearing that, a similar one. That should tell you that, that continuity in terms of identity. But we also need to put across that if you look at the mood of the house currently, it looks like a crow. Why do I say that? It looks like there's the black side of the house and there's the white side of the house, where the minority side are actually in most of them in black, black suit and possibly white eaters and all of that. But if you look at it, you can see a black side of the house and a white side of the house, where I'm beginning to think that the majority side are celebrating progress, while the minority side possibly have a lot of issues to talk about, from cocoa farmer, what they call the haircuts, to the president's inability maybe to solve the illegal mining menaces and all of that. So that is the mode, the situation in the house, where the minority are in black, which is not something new, right? Because we always see that, happening whenever Sona is about to be delivered, where the majority side will always celebrate, while the minority side will look, to be in black and possibly have a lot to say when the president comes in. But it's important. And for one thing that I also want to draw attention to is the fact that I remember 2025, February, when the president gave his first State of the Nation address. The lady that was sitting beside him when he was delivering that address was a Chief Justice.
Yep.
Gertrude Tokonu. And today you look at the room and she's not there. She's been replaced by another person. Bafuboni will actually take her place, and he's already seated waiting for the president and the vice. You can see some cheers and jubilation in the house, where the finance minister was actually pictured, and you could see the majority side cheering. I could actually pick an inference that maybe So we'll go in house and listen to some of the sound, maybe counter sounds from the majority side and the minority side. Yeah, so, I also saw the First Lady, and she was sitting by the Chief of Staff. And I remember when, unfortunately, we lost the 8 gallant men, she was seen being consoled by the Chief of Staff most of the occasion. And today she's sitting by him again. And the President will be in the chamber very soon. The Chief Justice, Bafuboni, is already seated, waiting for the President, Speaker of Parliament, and the Vice President to join. But we painted a picture for you what it looks like in the House of currently, where it looks like a white and black, demarcated house, where the minority side cornered at one side with cladded in black, and the majority also one side in white. You see Collins Dowda in your shot smiling, and I've seen Broja Jemfi also in the house. There are talks around whether the president will speak about when he's going to appoint a new defense minister. I think that will be one thing he will address today. Give us an update on the helicopter crash, maybe way forward in how they promised to retool the Ghana Armed Forces. We know budgetary allocations was actually improved. A significant component of Ghana's budgetary allocation for 2026 went to the Armed Forces retooling, and it will be interesting to see what the president will say about that. But today's, and in your shot there is the former president, the gentle Jack, John Ajikun Kufuor, in your shot there, cladded in blue with his, white tucked in his pockets, and he's having a conversation there with some members who have also joined him. A number of dignitaries will come in today, and he's known to be one of the former president who is usually at very present at Sonas and national events. And you see in your shot also the man whose work will be spoken about a lot today, because Aura will be big, and you saw the Attorney General, Dr. Dominic Anyene, in your shot there, because oral will be big today. Progress made so far, the president will speak about it. But generally, we expect the president to go heavy on the economy, on the energy sector, education, where he told Parliament in his first honor that I, President John Dramani Mahama, will not abolish the free SHS. I stand here to tell you that I'm going to improve upon it. And we saw that in his budgetary allocations, where more than 3 billion cedis was allocated to the free SHS. And in your shot there is the energy minister, the newly minted doctor. He is speaking less now, solving issues. I mean, if you know, the energy sector is one that certainly has the probability of plunging the country into debt. And I remember when the president took over, it was one of the ministries. If you look at it, he and his brother, you can see his brother on the other hand, smiling and laughing. His brother is in black, while he himself, the energy minister, John Jinapor, is in white. With the president in the lobby, they're heading to the chamber with some dignitaries. He will be in the chamber very soon with the Speaker of Parliament. I can see the president in a similar smock he wore, delivering the 2025 State of the Nation address. We will expect him to also speak heavy on the health sector. Environment will be very key, and MFR health sector, because we all know what is happening to doctors who are possibly refusing posting to some rural areas.
Yeah.
GMA has spoken about it, and they say that, well, doctors are committed, but if you are posting people to rural areas, you need to make sure that you give them what they need to be able to actually go and serve. Environment will be key, because this will house illegal mining or galamsey. Security will be also key, because we recently, or in the last 2 weeks, have been speaking about the 8 who lost their, so 8 traders who lost their lives, trying to get some tomatoes from Burkina Faso. Security issues, we understand. There is that jihadist attack, not just on the borders of Ghana, between Ghana and Burkina Faso, but also in Ivory Coast. A similar instance is happening, where the US has even updated their travel alerts, increasing the level, telling US citizens to be wary when traveling to Ivory Coast. A similar situation also happening there. So the president, we expect to speak on security issues. In your shots are the leaders of the 2 caucus and the speaker himself, the vice president also following suit with aide-de-camp, a female. I'm very glad. And the president will expect to be in your shots very soon. A defense, president coming in with, the similar fugu he wore in his first State of the Nation address. And he will take his seat. The national anthem will be sung very soon. The speaker will do some house matters before the president begins to mount the podium to actually speak to the nation. Security, I said, will be key. Road infrastructure will also be key. I understand the national anthem is being sung. So if you could listen to that.
Honorable members, this is the Chamber of Parliament. Honorable members, the House is extremely privileged to have the President of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces in this August September. His Excellency the President is here in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution of the Republic to deliver a message on the state of the nation to this honorable House. On behalf of leadership and honorable members, it is my privilege and singular honor to welcome His Excellency the President of the Republic to this August House. Honorable members, before I invite His Excellency the President to deliver a message on the state of the nation, permit me to recognize the presence in this chamber the following distinguished personalities. Honorable members, we are blessed with the presence of not only His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, but also his spouse, the First Lady, Her Excellency Lordina Mahama. We also have the presence of the Vice President, the First Lady in Ghana to be a Vice President. Her Excellency Professor Jane Nana Opoku Ajiman. We have His Lordship, the Chief Justice, Justice Paul Kwadwo Bafubone. Honorable members, he did not come alone. He came with his spouse, who, as you all know, is the Director General of the Prison Service. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I'm talking about Mrs. Patience Bafubone. Surely we have the presence of your lordships, justices of the Superior Court with us here. We also have the chairman of the Council of State and the former Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Edward Do Ajaho. we have the presence of the former president, His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor. Honorable members, honorable members, I have a formal communication from His Excellency, the former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He expresses his gratitude to the invitation for him to be here. Unfortunately, for good reason, he is not able to attend this occasion.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
Honorable members, he, however, extends his best wishes to you and to His Excellency the President on this occasion. Honorable members, honorable members, we also have I know that a lot of you are young, so you may not recollect some of these people. Honorable members, we also have a number of the members of the Council of State who are here today. We have also the presence of the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Debra. Honorable members, we have with us the former Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Mike Aaron Okoye. We have the National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asedu Nketia, and we have the acting national chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Mr. Dankwa Smith Bute. Honorable members, we have the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Fifi Fievi Kwete. And we have the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Mr. Justin Frimpong Kodia. For sure, we have, as usual, our brothers and sisters in the diplomatic corps. Many of them are here with us, and they are distinguishedly seated at the public gallery. We also have the heads of the various security services. We have our revered traditional leaders, religious leaders, and the former clerks to Parliament. Honorable members, on your behalf, I warmly welcome all of them to the House. Now, I have the greatest pleasure in inviting His Excellency the President to deliver his message. Your Excellency, you may do so now. Honorable members, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable members of this august House, Your Excellency, the Vice President, Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, the good people of Ghana, friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen, and let me proceed on the protocol so well established by the Speaker and say, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is both a profound honor and a constitutional duty to appear before this august House to deliver a message on the state of the nation as required by Article 67 of our Constitution. I do this with the perspective and through decades of public service, including my time in this very chamber as a Member of Parliament representing Bole Bamboy, and my previous term of office as President of the Republic from 2012 to 2017. My journey in public service, like that of our nation, has not followed a straight path. It has been marked by periods of steady progress and then by setbacks and by determined recovery. Mr. Speaker, that pattern of resilience mirrors the national experience of our nation. And today I stand before you to speak to another such defining moment, a moment in which our nation is on the rebound of national renewal and of restored hope. This moment is being shaped by hard choices, institutional resolve, and a renewed commitment to stability and national purpose. Mr. Speaker, in just a few days, on 6th March 2026, our dear nation Ghana will celebrate 69 years of independence on the theme Building Prosperity, Restoring Hope. This theme is not merely ceremonial, it is the blueprint that guides our administration's vision and actions. It reflects where we have been, it acknowledges the difficulties we have endured, and confidently declares the direction in which we are headed. At the heart of this vision are two complementary and mutually reinforcing agendas. One, the Resetting Ghana agenda, and two, the Accra Reset. The Resetting Ghana agenda is our national commitment to restore economic stability, rebuild public trust in our democracy, strengthen our institutions, and deliver tangible improvements in the lives of ordinary Ghanaians. It is about turning the page on years of mismanagement and confronting our challenges with honesty, and charting a new course anchored in fiscal discipline, transparency, and sustainable development. The Accra Reset, on the other hand, is our continental commitment. It recognizes that Ghana's prosperity cannot be separated from Africa's progress. It calls for a fundamental shift in how African nations relate to one another and to the world, from dependence to self-reliance, from fragmentation to integration, and from reactive postures to strategic leadership. Mr. Speaker, these two agendas are deeply interlinked because we cannot build lasting prosperity at home without contributing to stability and growth across our continent. Equally, we cannot lead effectively on the continental stage if our own house is not in order. Together, these frameworks demonstrate our determination to restore hope, not merely as a promise, but as a lived reality of Ghanaians and Africans alike. As we build on the foundation laid in 2025, the first year of my return to the presidency, we do so with clarity of purpose, unity of action, and confidence in our ability to deliver a future worthy of our people's sacrifice and their aspirations. Mr. Speaker, this moment of national renewal unfolds against the backdrop of a world in profound flux. The global order we once knew is being rapidly reshaped, and the so-called rule-based international system endures only as long as it protects the advantages of those who designed it. Once emerging nations like ours begin to operate within those same rules to rebalance power, the very architects of that order prove willing to relax their commitments. Ghana, like many nations, has learned this hard truth. We cannot respond to this new reality with fragmentation, hesitation, or continued dependence. History has long taught us that resilience and prosperity will not be handed to us. They must be built deliberately through cooperation, self-belief, and strategic alignment. This era ahead demands that Africa must move from a posture of dependence to one of collective self-reliance. Mr. Speaker, it is in this spirit that Ghana has sought to play a convening and catalytic role on the continent. In the middle of last year, our capital Accra hosted African heads of state, policymakers, and development partners for a landmark health sovereignty summit. Together, we charted a new roadmap for healthcare financing and collaboration among African nations. And that message was clear. Africa must take ownership of its health security, pool its resources, deepen collaboration, and design financing solutions that reflect our realities rather than external prescriptions. Strong economies require healthy populations, and health sovereignty is inseparable from economic sovereignty. The same logic applies to trade, industry, and economic growth. Africa's future lies in dismantling our artificial borders, removing bottlenecks that stifle commerce, and fully activating a common market that allows our goods, services, and capital and ideas to move freely across the continent. No single African country, no matter how well endowed, can thrive alone in this new global environment. Rather, when we work together, our combined markets, our youthful populations, our natural resources, and our creativity will constitute one of the greatest economic opportunities of this century. Africa must summon the courage to shape its own destiny, building genuine sovereignty across Africa. The Global South requires a deliberate and disciplined plan, one that begins with unlocking the immense human and creative potential of our young people, strengthening regional value chains to add value to what we produce, mobilizing domestic capital to finance our own development, and speaking with a single, coordinated, and confident voice in global affairs. Mr. Speaker, this is how Africa can move from promise to power, from participation to leadership, and from dependence to self-reliance. The path forward is clear. Africa must rise with confidence, unity, and purpose. And Ghana stands ready not only to rebuild at home, but also to work hand in hand with our African brothers and sisters to shape a future that is defined by shared strength, dignity, and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, we have resolved here in Ghana to operate with our eyes open, to protect our sovereignty, and to design policies that place our people first. We'll continue to engage with the world, but on terms that reflect our interests. We will uphold global norms, but we will not outsource our judgment. And we will build resilience at home so that shifts in external power do not translate into hardship for our citizens. Mr. Speaker, when I last came before this House, I spoke candidly about the depth of the challenges we had inherited across all facets of our nation. Mr. Speaker, nowhere was this national malaise more evident than in the economic sector. We inherited an economy in severe crisis, burdened by unsustainable debt, high inflation, a rapidly depreciating currency, and an escalating cost of living crisis that had left our citizens reeling from unimaginable hardship caused by years of general imprudence and reckless management of the economy. Mr. Speaker, I was clear from the outset that recovery would not come easily. But I was also clear that I will stop at nothing to turn this situation around and bring relief to Ghanaians. I promised then that just as I have confronted and overcome crisis in the past, I'll reset our economy and return us to a path of growth, progress, and development. Mr. Speaker, I told this August House then, when I appeared before you last year, that we would have to take tough, prudent, and necessary decisions to restore stability and credibility. Today, Mr. Speaker, I can say to you with confidence, Ghana is back. Ghana is working again. And Ghana is open for business. The fundamentals are improving, and the path to sustained acceleration is very clear to everyone. From the outset, we resolved to choose discipline over waste, reform over excuses, and stability over speculation. As a responsible government, our first order of business was to halt the economic hemorrhaging and restore order to our public finances. We tightened expenditure and commitment controls. We improved payables reporting and conducted a comprehensive audit of 2024 commitments to restore credibility and discipline. Mr. Speaker, these measures have begun to deliver some of the most remarkable economic outcomes in decades. Mr. Speaker, as we approach the celebration of our 69th independence anniversary, we do so not only with pride in our past, but also with renewed hope for our future. We are building prosperity through sound policy, responsible governance, and inclusive growth. We are restoring hope by delivering on our promises and proving that good leadership makes a measurable difference in our people's lives. The Resetting Ghana agenda is working. The Accra Reset is gaining momentum. And together they are laying the foundation for a stronger, more resilient, and more prosperous Ghana. Mr. Speaker, our nation is on the runway. It is in takeoff mode. And you are all advised to fasten your seat belts. Mr. Speaker, the journey continues and the direction is set and the hope is real. Our theme today of building prosperity, restoring hope is not merely aspirational. It reflects the tangible transformation we have delivered for the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, our economy has grown significantly. In 2025, Ghana's GDP is expected to reach $113 billion, an increase from $83 billion at the end of 2024. This has placed Ghana among the top 10 largest economies in Africa. Mr. Speaker, average GDP growth for the first 3 quarters of 2025 is reported at 6.1%. But growth means nothing without discipline. Our primary surplus reached 2.6% of GDP, far exceeding our target of 1.5%. Mr. Speaker, we closed our fiscal deficit at 3.1%, well below the projected 3.8%. Mr. Speaker, this is not prudent governance. It is promise-keeping, and it has benefited households and businesses because we have borrowed less and spent more responsibly. Interest rates have fallen, confidence has returned, private businesses are breathing again. Mr. Speaker, the 19th of December 2022 will go down as one of the darkest days in Ghana's economic history. On that day, Ghana declared its inability to honor its debt obligations. We declared a debt default and placed a moratorium on both domestic and foreign debt repayments. Following this, we entered a protracted and complex debt restructuring process. Ghana's debt became a shackle on our economic progress, dragging our nation down into hardship and despair. Looking at Ghana with the we established, Mr. Speaker, the result. Public debt fell by 82.1 billion Ghana cedis and took our debt to GDP from 61.8% to 45.3%. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the sharpest reductions of debt in Ghana's history. Mr. Speaker, just this year, after the New Year celebration on January 2nd, when people were still recovering from hangovers, we settled a US 709 million euro bond ahead of of schedule, we settled a US dollar 709 million euro bond ahead of schedule, completing the US 1.4 billion in debt service that was meant for 2025. Mr. Speaker, and the world noticed, Fitch, Moody's, and Standard & Poor's all upgraded Ghana's credit ratings, the first triple upgrade in many years. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's credibility is restored. Ghana is rising. The heaviest burden we inherited was a very high inflation rate, which was silently eroding every household's purchasing power. It peaked at 54.1% at the end of 2022, and it declined to 23.5% by the end of 2024. Mr. Speaker, we treated this with urgency. Through fiscal consolidation, currency stabilization, and disciplined monetary policy, inflation fell from 23.5% at the end of 2024 to 3.8%. Mr. Speaker, inflation fell from 23.5% at the end of 2024 to 3.8% over 13 consecutive months by January 2026. Mr. Speaker, and very interesting, food inflation, which had been the main driver of the upward pressure on inflation, fell by 26.6 percentage points. Inflation for locally produced goods fell by 22.6 percentage points. Mr. Speaker, these are not just statistics. These translate into the reality of a parent being able to put food on the table for their children. It translates into the reality of businesses thriving and creating opportunities for Ghana's young people. Mr. Speaker, petrol prices dropped from 15.2 Ghana cedis to 10.7 cedis per liter. And only recently, it dipped below the 10 cedi mark to 9.97. Diesel fell from 15.4 to 11.3. And this brought relief to our nation's 3.7 million car owners and the tens of millions of Ghanaians who depend on transport daily. Mr. Speaker, to the interesting part, exchange rate volatility has long been at the heart of hardship in Ghanaian households. We made currency stability a priority, and Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we did not arrest the dollar. We strengthened the cedi to put up a good fight against the other currencies. Mr. Speaker, we did not arrest the dollar. We strengthened the cedi to put up a good fight against the other currencies. And I'm pleased to report to this House that the cedi appreciated by 40.7% against the US dollar and by 30.9% against the British pound and by 24% against the euro. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economic turnaround is broad-based and comprehensive. All sectors of the Ghanaian economy have witnessed remarkable improvement in our first year in office. And most importantly, Ghana's economy has surpassed the 100 billion mark for the first time. And as I said, it is projected to place Ghana among the top 10 largest economies in Africa. Mr. Speaker, Our reserves currently stand at $13.8 billion from $8.9 billion at the end of 2024. This covers 5.7 months of import. A key driver of this development has been the establishment of the Ghana Gold Board. By formalizing gold exports, we have reduced smuggling, we have increased recorded exports in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector from 63.6 tons to 103 tons. And we've channeled that foreign exchange into our economy. Mr. Speaker, when the cedi stabilizes, imported inflation falls, businesses can plan better, and household incomes improve. Mr. Speaker, as global uncertainty grows, it is necessary for us to reduce our country's exposure to external shocks, break the cycle of economic downturns, and safeguard our macroeconomic stability. Just last Wednesday, 25th February 2026, the Minister for Finance presented the Ghana Accelerated National Reserve Accumulation Policy to this House. Mr. Speaker, this policy seeks to strengthen our country's external resilience by increasing our international reserves to 15 months of import cover by the end of 2028, supporting long-term structural transformation while safeguarding macroeconomic stability. Mr. Speaker, it is forecast that gold prices will remain high over the next 3 years. And so this presents us with a unique opportunity to build an economic war chest to withstand any global economic shocks, to secure our macroeconomic stability and improve the standards of living of our citizens and build a lasting prosperity for future generations. This is what the GANRAP policy seeks to achieve. Mr. Speaker, we abolished nuisance taxes that were levied on Ghanaians between 2017 and 2024. These included the e-levy, the betting tax, the emission tax, the COVID levy, and so forth. Mr. Speaker, we have reformed VAT comprehensively. One, by abolishing the 1% COVID-19 levy, decoupling Get Fund and NHIL from interest rates have fallen from above 30% to currently between 18 and 20%, freeing up credits for businesses and households. And according to the Ghana Statistical Services, over 1 million Ghanaians have found employment between Q1 and Q3 of 2025. Mr. Speaker, and 950,000 Ghanaians dimensional poverty over the same period. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that multi-dimensional poverty over the same period. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that our external position has strengthened significantly. By December 2025, our current account reached 1.5 billion or 1.8% of GDP in 2024. These achievements have been driven by robust gold, cocoa, and non-traditional exports, and increased remittance inflows. This improvement demonstrates that our economy is gaining strength and resilience again on the global stage. We've moved decisively from planning to action on our flagship 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program. This was officially launched in 2025, and this transformative initiative is designed, 1, to unlock round-the-clock economic activity, 2, deepen our value chains across key sectors, 3, boost productivity and support export growth, and 4, create quality jobs in agriculture, manufacturing, logistics, and services. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank this August House. On 6 February 2026, this House passed the 24-Hour Economy Authority Bill. This has established the regulatory framework and the legal mandate that was necessary for full implementation. Last week, at the cabinet meeting held, I had the honor of signing this historic legislation into law. All is now set for takeoff. This is the boldest economic transformation initiative in Ghana's recent history. Mr. Speaker, in this year's budget, 110 million has been allocated to begin the setting up and implementation of the 24-Hour Economy Authority. These resources will enable businesses to operate beyond traditional business hours. They will attract investment through strategic partnerships with the Development Bank of Ghana and the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, and they will strengthen the foundations for sustained growth and job creation, especially for our young people. This is about building prosperity and restoring our people's hope through concrete action. Mr. Speaker, a nation that does not learn from past mistakes cannot get out of the cycle of problems that impose hardships on its citizens. We've just begun to emerge from the most devastating economic crisis in our nation's recent history. This crisis was triggered by general financial indiscipline, huge deficits, and massive debts that were occasioned by persistent and unbudgeted expenditure to meet the ends of convenient politicking. In the last week, we have had to take the painful but necessary decision to revise the producer price of cocoa to achieve competitive pricing and resolve the acute liquidity challenges in the sector. Mr. Speaker, failure to do this as others did and left a debt of 32 billion for this government to pay. Failure to do this would have meant borrowing billions in borrowed funds. Mr. Speaker, this unplanned expenditure would have taken us right back to the very devastating economic problem we have only recently begun to escape. So, Mr. Speaker, while fully understanding the concerns and protests of our farmers, I can firmly assure them that the reforms announced by government will see a total transformation of the cocoa sector. And it will guarantee them a fair and transparent price that enables them to meet the cost of producing the commodity and making decent margins. Mr. Speaker, the difference between economic hardship and avoiding the same is the exercise of sound economic judgment. And I'm determined to take decisions that ensure our collective well-being and avoid the suffering of all our citizens. These are difficult decisions to take, but Mr. Speaker, I had to take them. Mr. Speaker, we are bringing legislation to this House to tighten our procurement processes by banning sole source contracts, except in exceptional circumstances. We'll also bring legislation to this House to make it mandatory to seek Parliament's prior approval before any government asset or property is leased out or sold. This includes lands and state enterprises. Mr. Speaker, last Tuesday I caused the Minister of Finance to lay before this House the Value for Money Office Bill. This is a landmark measure, a fulfillment of yet another campaign promise to the good people of Ghana. And this is designed to decisively end waste, inflated contracts, abandoned projects, and chronic cost overruns that have for far too long drained the public purse. All these measures are intended to improve public trust and accountability. Mr. Speaker, in January 2025, we inherited an energy sector on the brink of collapse that had been precipitated by a severe financial crisis. The sector was burdened with a staggering debt of 80 billion Ghana cedis. strengthening the operational viability of key power producers. The 500 million World Bank Partial Risk Guarantee, a critical risk mitigation instrument that was established in 2015 during my first term to safeguard the nearly $8 billion of private sector investment that was put into the offshore Cape Trade Points field, had been fully drawn down and exhausted due to prolonged non-payment for gas consumed. Mr. Speaker, at the distribution level, the Electricity Company of Ghana was plagued by high commercial and technical losses, collecting only 62% of the energy it purchased from generators and declaring less than 50% of its collection into the cash waterfall mechanism. Mr. Speaker, the result was severe liquidity shortfalls and power challenges throughout 2024. In the petroleum sector, years of policy inconsistency, regulatory inefficiencies, a lack of transparency, prolonged licensing processes, and unresolved legal disputes over field unitization had eroded investor confidence. Consequently, crude oil production declined by approximately 32% between 2019 and 2024. It fell from 71.4 million barrels per day to 48.2 million barrels. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that as of December 31st, 2025, government has fully repaid and restored the entire 500 million World Bank guarantee, including interest. This has reinstated the facility in full and reaffirmed Ghana's standing as a credible and reliable partner on the global stage. Mr. Speaker, I can also announce that we are paying for every gas we are consuming today. In addition, between January and December 2025, through carefully coordinated policy actions, the government settled all outstanding gas invoices that were owed to ENI and Vitol, amounting to approximately $500 million. And so Ghana is now fully up to date with its gas consumption obligations to the Sankofa partners. And I'm pleased to announce that the 2026 budget has made adequate provision to ensure timely payments for all liquid natural gas that we consume going forward. Mr. Speaker, to ensure equity and effective roadmap to guarantee full payment for all gas that is consumed, this approach supports reliable nationwide electricity generation and accelerates industrial growth. Engagement with upstream partners has resulted in increased gas production, guided by a clear national vision to rapidly scale up domestic gas supply and reduce reliance on expensive liquid fuels. Mr. Speaker, beyond clearing inherited arrears, a robust framework has also been established to strengthen and monitor implementation of the cash waterfall mechanism. Another major milestone was the operationalization of the ECG's single holding account, which is overseen jointly by the Ministry of Energy and Green Transitions and the PURC. This intervention has significantly reduced revenue leakages, and it has enhanced ECG's capacity to meet its payment obligations. To address the high cost of power, the government has successfully renegotiated existing power purchase agreements. Engagements with the 9 independent power producers have resulted in a 250 million immediate savings and 1.1 billion of legacy debt restructured for payments between the period 2026 and 2028. These revised agreements will be submitted to Cabinet, and I'm pleased to inform you, Mr. Speaker, will be brought here to Parliament for ratification. Mr. Speaker, under the Rural Electrification Program, 200 out of the 400 targeted communities have been connected to the national grid, with a further 100 at various stages of completion. The national electricity access for Ghana today stands at 89.05. We are committed to ensuring that every Ghanaian has access to reliable, affordable electricity. It is worrying that the Electricity Company of Ghana continues to experience high power losses, with reports indicating that around 25% of generated power is lost. To address this phenomenon and anchor the gains we have made, adopting private sector participation, particularly in billing and collection, is the most effective way to significantly reduce these losses. Cabinet has approved the multiple lease method for concessions in the distribution utilities, and work is ongoing to implement this critical reform. Mr. Speaker, the Bui Power Authority has completed an additional 50 megawatts of solar power. In the distributed solar sector, 30 megawatts was achieved through rooftop installations, bringing our total installed capacity to 250 megawatts of solar, and this represents 5% of renewable energy in our entire generation mix. A few months ago, I broke ground for a 200 megawatt solar power project at the Dawa Industrial Zone, with the first 100 megawatts scheduled for completion in December 2026. The Ministry of Energy and Green Transitions is constructing 35 mini-grids to serve 47 islands and lakeside communities in the Oti, Savannah, and Bono East regions. The Ministry will also supply 12,000 new smart net meters from the end of the first quarter of this year, 2026. And under the off-grid solar home system for public institutions, delivery of materials for the first phase of 350 systems has commenced. It means that public institutions are going to be fitted with solar to reduce their power consumption. Mr. Speaker, as part of the last mile electrification effort to achieve 99.98% universal access by 2030, the Ministry has mainstreamed mini-grids into the National Electrification Scheme. Consequently, a feasibility study for the Afram Plains North District was completed for 100 communities to receive solar power, bringing the total number of islands and lakeside communities in the Afram Plains North and South to 150 that are ready for mini-grid solar electrification. I'm pleased to announce that the African Development Bank has committed to providing $100 million to fund the construction of renewable energy-based mini-grids for these communities. Mr. Speaker, we've signed the Memorandum of Understanding with the Jubilee and Tenfield partners to commit another $2 billion to additional investment in the Jubilee field. This will include drilling up to 20 new wells, the first wells being drilled in more than 9 years. Mr. Speaker, there's a second memorandum of intent with the OCTP partners, that's ENI and Vitol, to commit $1.5 billion of additional investment in the OCTP field in the Cape 3 Points Block 4 contract area, among others. This agreement will significantly increase Ghana's oil and gas production, thereby enhancing energy security, domestic demand, and infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, we're on course to revitalize the Ghana Cylinder Manufacturing Company through a strategic partnership with the National Petroleum Authority, Ghana Gas, and the Ghana Commercial Bank. This will boost production, ensure a steady supply of safe LPG cylinders, and strengthen local manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to announce to you that Tema Oil Refinery is back. The new management of the refinery has successfully completed extensive turnaround maintenance. And I'm pleased to inform you that this August House that for the first time since 2018, the refinery has commenced processing of crude oil into petroleum products again. So, Mr. Speaker, let me assure our countrymen and women that the energy sector reforms continue unabated. I remain fully committed to turning around the sector, strengthening its foundations, and ensuring reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy security for our nation. Mr. Speaker, agriculture remains central to our national renewal. Since January 2025, this administration has embarked on a decisive reset of Ghana's agricultural sector under our Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda, with the Feed Ghana program serving as the flagship vehicle for implementation. Our objective is clear: to restore food sovereignty, stabilize food prices, reduce import dependence, increase decent jobs, especially for youth, and reposition agri as a strategic growth sector under our 24-hour economy policy. Mr. Speaker, as of January 2025, food inflation stood at 28.3%, following an unprecedented peak of 61% in January 2023. This situation placed severe pressure on households and undermined national stability. Today, food inflation has declined significantly to 4.9%, and this has provided relief to Ghanaian families and businesses. Mr. Speaker, this year we have committed 300 million Ghana cedis to the National Food Buffer Stock Company to mop up excess produce, to stabilize prices, and build a strategic national food buffer against emergencies, marking the first time Ghana has deliberately built a food reserve for national resilience. Over 413 institutions, from basic schools through to tertiary institutions, have been registered and are actively participating in the Feed Ghana program. Institutional farming is currently being undertaken by the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Prison Service, the National Service Authority, basic and second cycle schools, public universities, and faith-based organizations, including churches and mosques. A key pillar of the Feed Ghana program is the Home Gardening Initiative. Across the country, families are being encouraged to grow vegetables at home and in their communities to reduce food expenditure, improve household nutrition, and enhance food availability. The Feed Ghana program is also firmly anchored on irrigation for wealth creation. Government is deliberately shifting our agriculture from rain-fed dependence to irrigation-based farming to support year-round production and also strengthen our climate resilience. And so over the past months, processes have begun for the following interventions: the construction of 2 new mega dams, the rehabilitation of 8 existing irrigation dams, and the construction of 250 solar-powered boreholes for farming communities and schools across the Northern Belt and Brong-Ahafo regions. In addition, major irrigation schemes, including the Via, Weta, Tanoso, Bong, Ashaman, and Aveime, are undergoing rehabilitation. While new inland valleys covering over 1,300 hectares are being developed to expand rice production. Under the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program, we've launched a 20 million agro-input distribution project to strengthen food and nutrition security across the northern Savannah ecological zone. This project is being implemented in 12 districts across 6 regions, with a target of 50,000 farming households, including 30,000 women and youth. It will support the production of key staples such as maize, rice, soya bean, cowpea, granules, while promoting year-round vegetable cultivation through solar-powered micro-irrigation schemes for farmers groups and selected schools. The project is also supporting backyard and commercial poultry production, as well as the distribution of fertilizer and certified seeds to participating districts. This will help strengthen the poultry value chain. We're working to fulfill the promise of establishing farmer service centers across the country to modernize agriculture. Procurement processes are underway for a total of 660 tractors, 400 combined harvesters, and other agricultural equipment and implements. The first 11 farmer service centers will begin construction this year and will provide affordable access to land preparation, harvesting, storage, input supply, extension services, and equipment leasing, especially for smallholder farmers. Mr. Speaker, in the next 2 weeks, I'm going to cut short for the first farmer service center in the Afram Plains. Mr. Speaker, Agricultural extension remains the backbone of productivity, and to address the current gap between farmers and extension officers, 540 motorbikes have been procured to improve extension coverage. 150 of those bikes have already been distributed, and we're employing 400 Feed Ghana district coordinators nationwide, while 10,000 young Ghanaians are being enrolled under a 4-year National Service Agripreneurial Program with annual absorption into permanent employment. So far, 3,000 youth have been posted by the National Service Authority under the Agripreneur Program. This intervention is strengthening frontline service delivery and creating employment opportunities for young people. We're also placing farmer cooperatives at the center of our agricultural transformation plan. As of October 2025, 70,000 community commodity-focused farmers cooperatives had been established nationwide. And they are serving as platforms to access inputs, mechanization services, climate advisories, aggregation, and fair market negotiation. Government is actively linking farmers to agro-industrial investments to stabilize prices, create jobs, and accelerate Ghana's journey towards food security. A major highlight of this effort is the 154 million Ghana-Italy irrigated commercial farming project to establish a 10,000 hectare irrigation model farm to produce rice, maize, soya, and tomatoes. All produce from this project will be sold locally. This intervention is strategic and designed to fast-track progress towards food security, ensure a reliable supply of raw materials for agro-processing, and reduce Ghana's dependence on food imports. Mr. Speaker, other key initiatives under the Value Addition and Agro-Industrial Drive include rice processing facilities in the Upper East and Upper West regions, poultry feed production facilities in Ashanti, cashew and onion processing facilities in Bono East. In addition, a 40-ton per day soya processing plant is being established in northern Ghana to support soya bean farmers and reduce their feed costs. The share industry is also being revived through secured export contracts and measures to protect raw material supplies. Mr. Speaker, to reduce Ghana's 300 to 400 million annual poultry import bill, Ghana has launched a comprehensive poultry farm-to-table project. These comprise 50 anchor or commercial farmers producing 4 million birds, 500 SMEs producing 3 million birds, and a small-scale Nkokon Kitinkiti backyard poultry program that is targeting 3 million birds nationwide, with emphasis on women and young children. Mr. Speaker, the Nkukon Kitinkiti program is underway as I speak, and the target is to reach 60,000 households. Even before I launched the Nkukon Kitinkiti program, 720 beds had been distributed during the pilot phase to 13,000 farmers in 12 districts. I recently opened a poultry processing factory in Bichim to support expected production growth in the poultry sector. Mr. Speaker, education is important, and it remains pivotal to our national transformation agenda. In this regard, the year 2025 was both eventful and momentous for Ghana's education sector. I'm pleased to report that all the flagship initiatives and commitments that were contained in our Reset Agenda Manifesto have been faithfully honored during the year under review. The No Fee Stress initiative was successfully launched in Koforidua, and as I speak has benefited over 152,000 young people, first-year students in public tertiary universities. The number of beneficiaries this year is projected to reach 220,000 first-year students. In collaboration with the Student Loan Trust Fund, I have good news for law students. Law students in Ghana will also be now able to access the student loan scheme to pursue their legal education. Mr. Speaker, the free tertiary education policy for persons with disability has also been launched and is now fully benefiting all eligible persons with disabilities enrolled in our tertiary institutions nationwide. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 academic year saw a stable, uninterrupted supply of quality food to all our schools under the free senior high school program. Mr. Speaker, to further deepen coordination, accountability, and effectiveness in the education sector, this Honorable House passed several important pieces of legislation. These include 1. The Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Bill 2025, the Ghana Scholarships Authority Bill 2025, the Change of University Names Bill 2025, the University for Development Studies Bill 2025, and the Ghana Education Trust Fund Bill 2025. To enhance private sector participation in the tertiary education sector, new legislation will be introduced in this House to ease regulatory bottlenecks and remove the requirement to charter, making it optional. Mr. Speaker, basic education remains the critical entry point into our education system. It is at this level that children acquire foundational literacy, numeracy, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills, upon which all future learning depends. Government understands the importance of the basic sector and is therefore undertaking a major policy shift to rebalance our education investments in favor of basic education. As part of this shift, the standards-based curriculum for kindergarten to primary 6 is currently under review to incorporate robotics, coding, and the responsible integration of generative artificial intelligence. Additionally, as part of the ongoing curriculum review, artificial intelligence education will be introduced at an age appropriate and developmentally sensitive, with a strong emphasis on ethical use, digital responsibility, critical thinking, and human values. Mr. Speaker, in response to the persisting challenge of schools under trees, this government has programmed a bold and decisive intervention for the 2026 financial year. This includes the construction of 200 kindergarten blocks, 200 new primary school blocks, 200 new junior high schools nationwide. And I'm further pleased to inform this House adequate allocation has been done in the 2026 budget. I'm further pleased to inform this House that the government has fully cleared all outstanding capitation grant arrears owed to the public basic schools, as well as clearing all outstanding arrears of BEC exam registration subsidies due to the West African Exams Council. For previous years, the legacy debts to West African Examinations Council have all been cleared. Mr. Speaker, education for learners with special needs is not only a moral right, but also a sound, pragmatic investment. And it promotes equity and strengthens social cohesion. In recognition of this, the amended Get Fund Act has established a dedicated, sustainable funding framework to implement free education for learners with special needs, beginning in the 2026 academic year. Government has also increased the daily feeding grant for students in public special schools from 8 cedis per day to 15 cedis per day. This significant increment reflects our resolve to address the unique nutritional and health needs of learners with disability. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we'll construct a modern state-of-the-art special needs school in Ho in the Volta region, and will rehabilitate and upgrade the existing special needs schools in Okropong, Ekwapim, in fulfillment of our pledge also to provide free sanitary pads to schoolgirls as part of efforts to improve menstrual hygiene and reduce absenteeism among female learners. A total of 12.2 million packets of sanitary pads were distributed to girls in public schools across the country in 2025. Mr. Speaker, we allocated in this year's budget 292.4 million Ghana cedis to sustain the free sanitary pad initiative. This commitment aims to remove gender-specific barriers to education and ensure that no girl's education is interrupted due to challenges related to her menstrual hygiene. Mr. Speaker, as part of efforts to decongest senior high schools and increase access and ensure parity in educational opportunities, government is going to convert and upgrade 30 Category C secondary schools to Category B, and convert and upgrade 10 Category B schools to Category A. In addition, facilities in Category A schools are going to be upgraded and expanded to be able to take in more children. Technical and vocational education and training remain a critical pillar of our strategy to address youth unemployment and accelerate skills development. Government will construct 6 brand new regional TVET centers of excellence across the country to equip our young people with practical, industry-relevant skills aligned with the demands of the evolving job market. We're also undertaking a review of the national curriculum to align with the OECD Future of Education and Skills Framework. This will make TVET education more adaptive and resilient. Mr. Speaker, to expand access to higher education and support balanced regional growth and meet the rising demand for quality tertiary education, we've entered international partnerships to establish 2 new public universities, one in Kentapor in the Bono East region, another in Jasikan in the Oti region. I'm happy to announce also that a grant has been sourced from China to establish a new public university in Damango in the Savannah region. Mr. Speaker, technical universities play a critical role in closing the skills gap and reducing youth unemployment by delivering high-quality, industry-aligned and practice-oriented training within a broader policy framework that stimulates labor demand. In this regard, government is going to establish 3 new technical universities to strengthen skills development, enhance innovation, and support national industrialization efforts. Mr. Speaker, the Teachers Housing Initiative is a joint effort involving district assemblies, Common Fund, Get Fund, NATS, and JESOPs. And the aim is to build 50,000 housing units for teachers. This initiative is called the Teacher Dabre, Baby a Teacher Beda. This partnership demonstrates our collective dedication to enhancing teachers' living conditions and boosting the retention of teachers, especially in rural and remote areas, and ensuring that teachers can live, work, and retire with dignity and security. Mr. Speaker, by prioritizing equitable access and expanding infrastructure, we're investing in human capital and laying the foundation for a Ghana where every child can learn, grow, and succeed. Mr. Speaker, our health system. By January 2025, our health system was under severe strain. Aging and deteriorating equipment, stalled hospital projects amounting to 15 billion Ghana cedis in liabilities, and growing workforce pressures had weakened service delivery. Over the past year, donor support to our health sector declined sharply from 19% of our total health budget to just 2.2% today, creating an annual financing gap of more than 2.4 billion Ghana cedis. The withdrawal of support from programs previously financed by partners such as the USAID exposed the vulnerability in essential supplies and services, particularly in remote and underserved communities. Faced with these realities, my government chose to act decisively. In 2026, direct government funding for health will account for about 72% of our total health spending. This is up from 56.8% in 2023. Core health allocations have risen to GHS 23.3 billion, and with national health insurance resources included, total health financing now stands at 34.7 billion Ghana cedis. This reflects our clear commitment to domestic financing and health sovereignty. At the same time, we have faced the growing burden of non-communicable diseases. Today, non-communicable diseases account for over 40% of all deaths in Ghana and remain a major cause of household poverty. To address this, the government established the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, otherwise called Mahama Cares. Mr. Speaker, this is the first nationwide financing mechanism dedicated to chronic and non-communicable diseases. Mr. Speaker, the National Health Insurance Levy has been uncapped. Claims payments are now timely, with facilities no longer waiting more than 6 months as happened in the past for payment to be made. We're also finalizing measures to increase provider tariffs by over 100% to reflect the realistic cost of health treatment. As a result of the increased trust, NHIS enrollment has risen from 57% at the start of 2025 to 66% today. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's health workforce density has risen from 16.6% per 10,000 people in 2025 to nearly 42 per 10,000 today, while public sector health employment has doubled to approximately 200,000 workers. And yet, significant challenges remain. At the beginning of 2025, when we took over, 103,000 trained health workers were still awaiting placement, employment, or enrollment onto the payroll. Over the past year, 13,500 nurses and midwives, along with hundreds of doctors and pharmacists, have been absorbed into the public payroll. Nursing trainee allowances have been regularized and restored. Application fees have been reduced, and the no-fee stress initiative introduced to ease access to training has been extended. Service conditions are being implemented to boost morale and retention. Looking ahead, government will expand recruitment and take necessary action to add more health workers onto the payroll. We will also correct the maldistribution of health workers through targeted incentives for health workers who agree to serve in underserved areas. Let me use this opportunity to appeal to our gallant health workers to accept postings to our underserved areas, seeing as it is a national call to duty, while we work to ensure that they have an enabling environment to do their work. Mr. Speaker, we will also scale up specialist and advanced nursing training to match the country's changing disease profile. New post-basic nursing programs in cardiology, nephrology, endocrinology, and oncology will be introduced. While the two existing ones, emergency and critical care nurses, will be scaled up. At least 30 nursing training institutions will transition to competency-based degree curriculums, supported by new scholarship opportunities for PhD-level training for nurses and allied health professionals. Mr. Speaker, on health infrastructure, my government remains firm in its commitment not to abandon unfinished projects. We'll continue to retool facilities, strengthen emergency and disease surveillance systems, and ensure that health infrastructure is properly aligned with staffing, equipment, and financing. In 2026 budget, provision has been made to commence regional hospitals in Oti, Savannah, and the Western North regions. This will expand access to quality care. Aligned with the reset agenda, we're making strategic investments in local pharmaceutical and vaccine production. The government has allocated 50 million in seed funding to the National Vaccine Institute. And in 2025, a local manufacturer secured market authorization to produce snake venom antiserum right here in Ghana. We're also finalizing steps to implement an advanced market commitment to prioritize locally manufactured vaccines and pharmaceuticals in public procurement. Production of the tetanus diphtheria vaccine is expected to commence this year through a partnership with an Indonesian pharmaceutical firm. Disease control remains our priority in our country's immunization financing. We will strengthen immunization financing. In 2025, the vaccine budget for children and pregnant women was increased by 46%, exceeding the 171 million Ghana cedis. And this enabled Ghana to fully and promptly finance all its vaccines and reduce the risk of preventable outbreaks. In 2025, we also introduced the HPV vaccine to protect young women and girls against cervical cancer. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's HIV prevalence rate is estimated at 1.6%. And as I speak with you, there are about 350,000 of our countrymen and women living with HIV and AIDS. Mr. Speaker, although prevalence is low, some population segments and regions have significantly higher incidence than the national average. The Ghana AIDS Commission has been tasked with ensuring the availability of testing and antiretrovirals. This year, government will fully roll out a free primary health care program, removing all cost barriers at the primary level where it is most needed, while strengthening prevention, screening, and health promotion, especially for non-communicable diseases. The Ghana Medical Trust Fund will be scaled up, and access to advanced cardiac care, including cardiac catheterization services at Tamale, Kolebu, and Komfo-Anokye Hospital, will be expanded to reduce overseas referrals and position Ghana as a center for specialized care in the sub-region, in line with our medical tourism objectives. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health is expected to issue guidelines to eliminate the unacceptable no-bed syndrome. Patients facing medical emergencies must be received and given help, if even under makeshift conditions. You don't need to have a comfortable bed to save a patient. No patient must be turned away from any health facility they report to. Mr. Speaker, but in the meantime, government will expand capacity by implementing the Rich Hospital Phase 2 project to increase the number of beds at the Greater Accra Regional Hospital. We will also continue and complete the Police Hospital project, and also continue and complete the La General Hospital. Mr. Speaker, in the Ashanti region, we will complete the Sewa Regional Hospital, we will complete the Aferi Military Hospital, and we will complete the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital Maternity and Children's Block. Mr. Speaker, we remain on course to build a stronger, more resilient, and more self-reliant health system for all Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, roads are a very important sector. We inherited a burden of significant financial obligations and structural pressures in the road sector that had accumulated over the years. As of December 2024, outstanding payments on road projects financed through the consolidated fund stood at 21 billion Ghana cedis. These were certified works executed by contractors across the country for which payment had not been made. In addition, indebtedness to contractors that was lodged with the Ghana Road Fund Secretariat and awaiting payment amounted to 5.43 billion Ghana cedis. This figure excludes accruing interest charges, which continue to compound the state's financial exposure. Mr. Speaker, beyond these areas, we inherited also contractual commitments, that is, signed contracts, totaling more than 104 billion Ghana cedis. These commitments represent signed contracts for road projects at various stages of execution, many of them without corresponding secured funding to guarantee timely completion. By the end of 2025, the Ministry of Finance and Roads had cleared arrears amounting to almost 10 billion Ghana cedis owed to road contractors. And we are steadily continuing to reduce the road sector debts. Mr. Speaker, the famous Big Push infrastructure program. This is my vision for a national infrastructure drive to restore critical national infrastructure. Naturally, the bulk of the money is dedicated to the road sector. We want to open economic corridors, create jobs, and reduce the cost of doing business. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, work has started on 50 major road projects that cover a distance of 1,144 kilometers. The total estimated cost of these projects is 50 billion Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, government is also completing 23 projects that were awarded by the previous administration but were not paid for. These projects amount to another 573 kilometers and are estimated to cost 15 billion cedis. So if you add that to the 1,500, it means about 2,000 kilometers of roads are currently undergoing rehabilitation as I speak. This is the biggest major investment in our road sector in the history of Ghana. Across all 16 regions, 73 projects are advancing with significant visible progress expected by the end of the year. Some of these include Tepamaban-Goso, the Kumasi Bypass Road, Swami Interchange and Local Roads, Sunyani Outer Ring Road, Sampa Jinijini Road, Techima Nkonsia Wenchi Road, dualization of Winneba Cape Coast Road, Kwau Tafo Adosu Road, Dodowa Afyenya Dawenya, Bintiri Nakwanduri, Tamale Outer Ring Road, Wenchi Sola, Sola Wa, Bole Chache, Bole Town Roads, Navrongo Tumu, Tumu Han Lora, Atimpoku Ho, Ho Denu, dualization of Accra Aflao, dualization of Cape Coast Akrade, Dadieso Akontombra, to name just a few. Mr. Speaker, other feeder roads are Akosombo Jakiti Kudupe, Kudikope, Yeniam Junction Sedom, Apegosum Pakadan, Todome to Palime Gemini Road. Indeed, there are many others too numerous to mention. And as I said at the launch of the Big Push program, the whole of Ghana is going to become a construction site. And Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians can already testify that serious road works are underway across the country. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway will be a 198.7 kilometer, 6-lane high-speed motorway. This expressway is designed to connect Ghana's two largest cities, Accra and Kumasi, and to reduce the traveling time between Accra and Kumasi to approximately 2.5 hours. Mr. Speaker, this new alignment will have 8 interchanges and will be Ghana's first true expressway. And so government has established the Accra-Kumasi Expressway Limited, which is a subsidiary of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, as the concessionaire that will be mandated to design, to finance, construct, operate, and maintain the expressway, with the Ministry of Roads and Highways as the contracting authority. The project delivery is structured as a long-term concession of up to 50 years. Mr. Speaker, this expressway will be Ghana's first purpose-built expressway with limited access points, so goats and sheep cannot cross at any point. Mr. Speaker, it's designed for higher speed limits and modern safety infrastructure to reduce travel time and improve road safety. Preparatory activities including feasibility studies The detailed designs and cost assessments are currently underway. This major road construction work aims to improve mobility, safety, and trade while connecting communities to markets and essential services. Mr. Speaker, the Eastern Corridor. We aim to complete all unfinished segments of the Eastern Corridor Road by the end of 2027. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue and complete the 27.7 Accra-Tema Motorway and Extension Project. And this includes reconstructing the Accra-Tema Motorway into a 4-lane expressway with 3-lane service roads in both directions and interchanges at Ashaman. Where you have the Ashaman underbridge, it will now be an interchange. There will be another interchange at Community 18. Progress is at 32%. Mr. Speaker, other important projects include the Kumasi Inner Ring Road, the Volivo Bridge over the Southern Volta River, the Dambai Bridge over the River Oti, and the Adoso Bridge over the River Afram at Eche Amanfrom. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Roads has received cabinet approval to reintroduce road tolls on our roads and our bridges. Mr. Speaker, this time using advanced technology to improve efficiency, transparency, and avoid leakages in revenue generation. Preparatory work is underway to ensure the reintroduction of tolling operations this year. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that an effective and efficient transport system is integral to any economic development plan. So to improve public transport services in the country, government is supporting Intercity SCC Coaches Limited, Metro Mass Transit Limited, and the private road transport operators to renew their fleets. Currently, a total of 300 buses have been procured to improve road transport. The initial batch of 100 buses is scheduled to arrive in the country by the end of the first quarter of this year. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of my pledge to re-establish a national airline, a 10-member task force established to oversee this initiative has submitted a business model and operational framework to guide the selection of a strategic partner for the new national airline. And this new national airline will take off soon, inshallah. Mr. Speaker, passenger traffic handled by the Ghana Airports Company increased to 3.625 million passengers in 2025. This was an increase from 3.4 million in 2024. In response to the rising passenger traffic and congestion at the Accra International Airport's new Terminal 3, we are remodeling Terminal 2 into a dual-purpose facility to serve both domestic and international flights. So when the remodeling of Terminal 2 is finished, all the domestic flights and some of the international flights will be moved to Terminal 2 so that we ease the congestion on Terminal 3. This will improve operational efficiency and enhance the overall passenger experience. Mr. Speaker, Accra's Terminal 3 remains amongst the best in Africa. A new concourse will link Terminal 2 and Terminal 3 so that passengers arriving in Terminal 2 and having to move to Terminal 3 won't have to come out and walk. They'll go through the concourse. Mr. Speaker, Terminal 3 is going to be supported by a new 7-story floor car park. It will also have an airport hotel and retail amenities to service their passengers. Mr. Speaker, runway expansion and overlay is currently being undertaken to strengthen the Accra International Airport's runway. Mr. Speaker, we will also begin work on new regional airports in Sunyani, in Bolgatanga, and Wa. In Sunyani, the current location of the airport is not appropriate to extend the runway, and so we have to move and build a new airport at a different location. Bolgatanga, the site has been acquired and work will commence. While also we have to move the airport from where it is because it almost intersects the road and the airport slopes upwards, making it inappropriate for air travel. Mr. Speaker, we are also renaming, we are also reverting the airport in Accra, the international airport in Accra, to its original name, the Accra International Airport. Even though NLC Decree 129 was passed, no effort or nothing was done to effect the clause in the decree that said that the airport should be renamed after Kotoka. So in all international records in ICAO and IATA, that airport in Accra, the international airport, remains named Accra International Airport. Mr. Speaker, we are working to fully operationalize the Tema-Mpakadang rail line to maximize passenger and freight traffic between Tema and the north using the Volta Lake waterway. The Western and Eastern Railway lines will continue to be modernized in partnership with the private sector. These projects are aimed to support the efficient transport of container and bulk cargo to and from our ports, as well as to facilitate the efficient haulage of minerals from mines in Usuta, Awaso, and Yinehing to the Takrady port, while also providing passenger transport along the respective rail corridors. Mr. Speaker, as part of the 24-hour economy initiative, a new 24-hour operation has started at Tema Port, allowing access to port services around the clock. This development enables importers to clear their goods at any time, significantly easing congestion at the terminals like the transit terminals, the reefer terminal, and the Golden Jubilee terminal. The initiative brings together customs, banking, and other relevant agencies to enhance efficiency, low transaction costs, and boost Ghana's competitiveness as a major trade hub. Cabinet has reviewed the designs and feasibility study for the Keita Port and directed the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority to present an action plan and a roadmap for the realization of the project at the earliest possible time. Mr. Speaker, the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, as part of its expansion efforts, has established a new operational office at Adenta Bus Terminal in Accra. If you need any service in the night from DVLA, go to Adenta. There's an office open there day and night. Mr. Speaker, this modern facility operates around the clock, providing continuous service to improve accessibility and convenience for our motorists in Adenta municipality and the whole general Accra area. Mr. Speaker, communications is important, and under the Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project, implemented through the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications, GIFEC, we extend voice and data connectivity to unserved and underserved communities. We've targeted the construction of 2,016 cell sites all over underserved and unserved communities. 1,561 of these 2,016 cell sites have been constructed, and of this number, 1,144 have been activated. Work is ongoing to activate the remaining 417 sites. Preparations are also well underway to commence construction of the remaining 455 sites. Mr. Speaker, under the School Connectivity Initiative, over 62,000 digital resources have been uploaded to the Ghana Knowledge and Skills Bank, enabling seamless access across multiple devices, from PCs to laptops to tablets and smartphones, for more than 600,000 users, including teachers, students, and researchers. Mr. Speaker, as part of the government's research agenda to ensure Ghanaian youth acquire essential digital skills for the modern global economy, I launched the 1 Million Coders program in March 2025. This initiative aimed to train 1 million Ghanaians in key digital areas, including data analytics, data protection, cybersecurity, the metaverse, and artificial intelligence over 4 years. Phase 1 of the program, that is the pilot phase, saw hundreds of trainees complete their training programs in person across 4 training centers that were established in Accra, Kumasi, Sunyani, and Bolgatanga. Mr. Speaker, Phase 2, which will include virtual sessions, is set to commence this year, with expanded training centers and an increased number of beneficiaries. We project that 400,000 young Ghanaians will be trained this year, and this will build up to the numbers approaching 1 million. Mr. Speaker, the fight against corruption has remained a defining priority of my government and represents a central pillar of our commitment to good governance and accountability and the prudent management of public resources. Mr. Speaker, we've made progress through strengthening collaboration among law enforcement agencies, financial intelligence institutions, and prosecutors. These efforts have led to initiation of criminal proceedings and asset forfeiture proceedings against some individuals and entities implicated in financial crimes against the state. But yes, I agree with the sentiments of Ghanaians that we must press harder on this accelerator. As of December 2025, IOCO has recovered more than 600 million Ghana cedis. The office has investigated 462 cases, with 15 currently under prosecution. It has dismantled transnational carjacking syndicates and has recovered 29 luxury vehicles that were stolen. Mr. Speaker, the government remains resolute that corruption will not be tolerated, regardless of status or political affiliation. The Attorney General's office will continue to use both criminal prosecution and non-conviction-based assets recovery mechanisms to ensure that stolen public resources are returned for national development. Mr. Speaker, I understand that a large majority of Ghanaians are impatient to see those who abuse their public trust in office held to account. Mr. Speaker, there were periods when, under military regimes and unconstitutional governments, extrajudicial means could be used to exact retribution against persons perceived as corrupt or who had abused the mandate given to them by the people. Mr. Speaker, this may have appeared as swift justice, but many regrettable excesses were recorded. In 1992, we overwhelmingly adopted the 1992 Constitution to accept governance by the rule of law. On 7 January, when I swore the oath of office before the people of Ghana, I swore to uphold the 1992 Constitution. I may be as impatient as everyone else to see justice done, but painstaking investigations must be conducted. Dockets must be prepared, charges must be filed, and the accused must have their day in court, including appealing, even on the smallest point of law, to higher courts. This process is necessary to protect us all against abuse. He said, and I quote, "The wheels of justice grind slowly, but they grind exceedingly fine." Mr. Speaker, let me reassert my determination to uphold the accountability of public office holders to the people of Ghana. We have laid the Public Officers Code of Conduct Bill before Parliament. This bill codifies the conduct of public officers and makes breaches thereof punishable. I wish at this juncture to thank His Lordship, the Chief Justice, for establishing additional specialized high courts to address breaches identified in the Auditor General's report. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution review process was conducted in a transparent and consultative manner, drawing on input from constitutional experts, civil society organizations, traditional authorities, religious leaders, political parties, and the general public. The review committee has submitted its comprehensive report containing detailed proposals to amend the Constitution to address identified weaknesses and make it more welfare enhancing. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General's Office is working closely with relevant stakeholders to translate the recommendations into implementable legal and constitutional proposals, which will be presented to this August House in accordance with constitutional procedures. Mr. Speaker, illegal mining continues to pose a grave threat to our environment, water bodies, public health, and national security. Mr. Speaker, prosecution of persons engaged in illegal mining has been intensified, with a renewed focus on dismantling organized criminal networks behind galamsey operations, rather than targeting only the little fish, low-level offenders. Mr. Speaker, in all these galamsey operations, there are big fish who never get caught. Mr. Speaker, in total, over 114 case dockets involving hundreds of accused persons are pending in various courts across the country, particularly in towns and villages that are prone to illegal mining. Specialized prosecutorial teams have been deployed to fast-track illegal mining cases, ensure the effective presentation of evidence, and pursue the confiscation and forfeiture of equipment and proceeds used in or derived from illegal mining. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to gender and social protection, my government will continue to ensure gender equality and equity, promote the welfare and protection of children's rights, and empower the vulnerable, the aged, and persons with disability for sustainable national development. Work is well advanced on the Women's Development Bank, for which a total of 401 million Ghana cedis has been allocated in the 2026 budget. The coming months will see a full rollout of this monumental policy to empower Ghanaian women and women-owned businesses economically and financially. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Gender and Social Protection has successfully honored all legacy leave payment cycles for 2025 and before, reaching 1.5 million people. It has also ensured the full implementation of the Ghana School Feeding Program in over 12,000 public schools across all 261 districts of this country. Mr. Speaker, the number of beneficiary pupils under the school feeding program has increased from 3,801,491 for the 2023-2024 academic year to 4,231,059 for the 2024-25 academic year. This program is providing gainful employment to 34,000 caterers and cooks nationwide. Mr. Speaker, in the security sector, Ghana faces evolving security threats. Our troops, services, and agencies have, however, remained firmly committed to strengthening national peace and security, which underpin our democracy, development, and social cohesion. This commitment encompasses internal security operations, international peace support missions, strategic investment in restructuring and retooling and improvement in troops' welfare, recruitment, and capacity development. Mr. Speaker, two recent incidents are evidence of the increasing dangers we face as a nation. The killing of 8 of our compatriots who had gone to a neighboring country to purchase tomatoes, and just yesterday an attack on Ghanaian fishermen in our waters by pirates reinforced the need for us to retool and adequately equip our security services. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the Ghana Armed Forces for conducting a successful medical evacuation of our injured compatriots from Burkina Faso. I also commend the Ghana Navy and the Ghana Air Force, the National Security Council Secretariat, the Chief of Staff's Operations Team, the MP for Ewutu Senya, the Chief Fisherman, and people of Senya Breku for the combined effort that successfully rescued all the stranded 71 fishermen who had been attacked by pirates. I've asked the National Security Coordinator to assist the affected fishermen and replace the stolen outboard motors and fishing gear. Mr. Speaker, the armed forces continues to play a key role in containing illegal small-scale mining through the deployment of river guards and support for the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat and assistance to special courts for swift prosecution of offenders. Mr. Speaker, during the year, the Ghana Armed Forces had 2,119 troops with requisite equipment deployed in various peacekeeping missions, reinforcing Ghana's reputation as a dependable and professional contributor to international peacekeeping operations. While Ghana continues to maintain an enviable reputation in international peacekeeping, we must note that many of these peacekeeping theaters where we have operated are winding down due to reduced budgets for UN peace support operations. And so as our troops return home, we must create opportunities for them to train, to remain active and stay engaged. Mr. Speaker, beyond peacekeeping operations, Ghana continues to demonstrate its strong commitment to international solidarity, humanitarian assistance, and South-South cooperation. In December 2025, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in conjunction with the Ministry of Defense, deployed 54 personnel from our 14 Engineers Brigade to Jamaica to support that country with national reconstruction efforts following the devastation that was caused by Hurricane Melissa, which claimed over 40 lives. In recognition of the scale of the recovery efforts and the good work our soldiers were doing in reconstructing the houses in Jamaica, government approved a request from the government of Jamaica asking us to extend the mandates of our soldiers there for another 90 days, which we approved. Mr. Speaker, to further improve operational readiness, the government will continue to invest in vital defense infrastructure and retooling. The construction of a forward operating base at Libo, situated along the Western Maritime Corridor, is ongoing. This facility aims to boost maritime surveillance and better protect offshore oil and gas installations. The Northern Border Security Project, initiated to counter terrorism and transnational crime, is advancing decisively. This project constitutes the first line of defense against any infiltration and extremist threat coming from the Sahel, and it would significantly strengthen the surveillance of our northern border. Plans are well advanced to establish 2 new military barracks in Ejumako in the central region and in Dambai in the Oti region to address emerging security concerns and strengthen the presence of the state in these areas. To further support retooling efforts, agreements have been signed to procure and deliver 4 brand new Eurocopter helicopters and 1 jet for the Ghana Air Force, aimed at replacing the aging fleet and modernizing our air capabilities. The Ghana Armed Forces is carrying out a thorough overhaul of previously grounded aircraft, which involves replacing essential components and bringing them back into service. This aims to quickly restore their operational readiness and maximize our fleet availability. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that I have further commissioned 50 new vehicles for the Ghana Armed Forces to enhance mobility and boost troop morale. It forms part of a broader program to retool the military and improve logistics across the services. Plans are underway to acquire 2 brand new offshore patrol vessels, armored personnel carriers, protective gear, ammunition, vehicles, and strategic drones and advanced communication systems to enhance the operational capability of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. We will also continue to prioritize human capital development within the armed forces. A progressive recruitment drive to increase the strength of the Ghana Armed Forces by 12,000 personnel over 4 years to support expansion and operational demands is ongoing. In line with the government's reset agenda, the recruitment process has been decentralized to regional capitals with selected recruits reporting directly from their regions to training schools, marking a significant shift from the previous Accra-centered system. Mr. Speaker, on a very solemn note, I wish to express my condolences to the families of 6 of our young daughters who died during the stampede at the Elwak Stadium. May their memory be blessed and may they rest in perfect peace. Mr. Speaker, following the revised gratuity regime that was introduced in 2020 under the stewardship of Honorable Nitu, extending service by 5 years, under Constitutional Instrument 129. Arrears have accumulated. Nitu is my friend, don't worry. Arrears have accumulated, Mr. Speaker, because no budgetary provision was made over the 4 years that followed. Afenyo, when we all leave politics, I and Nitu are going to the same place in the north. You go to Winneba. Don't worry, we are brothers. Mr. Speaker, this has resulted in over 1 billion Ghana cedis owed to approximately 3,000 personnel across all the different ranks. As part of our commitment to fairness and the resolution of long-standing legacy issues, the government will soon commence payments of gratuity arrears under CI 129. Honorable Nitu, we're solving the problem, so you won't worry about it again. Mr. Speaker, following engagements that we initiated by the current military high command with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Defense, a structured implementation plan has been agreed upon. This will bring closure to the issue that has been outstanding since 2020, and it will ensure that affected personnel receive their rightful entitlements. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Police Service has also received 40 armored vehicles and 100 pickup trucks to enhance their and Narcotics Control Commission will also be retooled to enhance their efficiency. Mr. Speaker, let me take this moment to commend the IGP and his men for the recent major successes they are chalking in bringing dangerous criminals to justice. The trust of the Ghanaian people in their police service is rising again, and I urge you to keep up the standard. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's foreign policy remains a central instrument for advancing our national development, for safeguarding our sovereignty, and projecting our values on the global stage. At a time when the global environment is characterized by profound geopolitical shifts, economic uncertainty, climate-related challenges, and evolving security concerns within our sub-region, government has taken deliberate steps to ensure that Ghana's engagement with the world is purposeful, strategic, and responsive to the needs of our people. In this regard, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has stepped up efforts to align Ghana's external Ghana continues to pursue a policy of good neighborliness, solidarity, and constructive cooperation with all countries in the sub-region. We remain firmly committed to the vision of a peaceful, stable, prosperous, and integrated West Africa, grounded in mutual respect, dialogue, and collective responsibility. We must sustain engagement and deepen relations with our sister AES member states, particularly following their withdrawal from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. Ghana believes that continued dialogue and cooperation are indispensable to regional stability, and that disengagement only deepens our collective vulnerabilities. At the continental level, Ghana continues to play an active, principled, and forward-looking role in advancing the African Union's strategic priorities. Today, Ghana currently holds the following prestigious positions. We are AU champions on reparations. We are AU champions for African financial institutions. And Ghana is also the AU champion for gender equality and women's empowerment. Mr. Speaker, I'm humbled by my election as the first vice chairperson of the African Union at the 39th ordinary session. At the 39th ordinary session of the AU Assemblies of Heads of State and Government held recently in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Mr. Speaker, it is also gratifying to note that my colleague leaders in West Africa have declared me, John Dramani Mahama, and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana office They have declared me unopposed by the grace of God, sole candidate for the position of chairperson of the African Union when the rotating chairmanship returns to West Africa in 2027. Of the United Nations General Assembly, I raised Ghana's voice to call for a comprehensive reset of the United Nations to better reflect the current realities and particularly the role of Africa in global governance and fairness in international financial systems. In line with our multilateral commitments, Ghana announced plans to table a United Nations resolution that recognizes the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity, and promoting an agenda of acknowledgement, reparative justice, and cultural restitution. Mr. Speaker, I'll formally present this resolution, which has been endorsed and adopted by the African Union unanimously, to the UN in March of this year for consideration by the UN General Assembly. Mr. Speaker, passports have never been easier to acquire than under this regime. Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Ministry of Foreign Affairs has established 7 new passport application centers in Upper East, Oti, Ahafo regions, Bono East, Northeast, my own region, Savannah, and the Western North region. Mr. Speaker, with this expansion, all 16 regional capitals now host passport application centers, marking a major milestone in the decentralization of passport services. Mr. Speaker, to address systemic delays, the Ministry implemented a 24-hour passport production operation at the head office. This enabled the clearance of an inherited backlog of over 40,000 passport applications. As a result of these reforms, Ghana's passport administration now operates with 0 backlog, guaranteeing passport delivery within 15 working days. If you like, try it. Apply for a new passport. Within 15 days, you will receive your passport. Mr. Speaker, to facilitate travel and boost tourism and ease business mobility, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs implemented a 5-day visa processing service across all Ghana's missions abroad. What this means is that anyone who applies for a visa will get the visa within 5 days. Concurrently, significant progress has been made in the design and procurement phase of a national e-visa platform with a targeted rollout plan for 2026. This means if you apply for visa, you apply online and the visa is approved online. You don't need to go to the Ghana embassy to apply. Ghana has also secured new visa waiver agreements with 11 countries to facilitate people-to-people exchange. It means for those 11 countries, Ghanaians don't need passports to go there. You just jump on the plane and appear there, and they'll allow you in. Mr. Speaker, to highlight Ghana's ongoing commitments to international solidarity, we made humanitarian donations to Jamaica, Cuba, Sudan, and Palestine to support disaster relief and conflict-related crises. These donations amounted to millions of cedis and included food, medicine, clothing, cocoa products, blankets, and mattresses, and plastic buckets. Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to report that remittances from our relatives abroad, the Ghanaian diaspora, reached a historic high of $7.8 billion in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is the largest annual inflow ever recorded in Ghana's history. This reflects not only confidence in the Ghanaian economy, but the enduring patriotism of our citizens living and working abroad. Mr. Speaker, these remittances they bring back home support households, they finance education, they build homes, they provide seed money for businesses, and best of all, they stabilize our foreign exchange position. In many respects, our diaspora has become one of the country's most reliable development partners. Without contracts, conditionalities, or fanfare, they are easily one of our most reliable development partners. We must intentionally ensure that citizenship, rather than place of residence, determines one's right to serve the Ghanaian Republic. Ghanaians worldwide who pledge allegiance to this country of theirs and make substantial contributions to its development should not be barred from active participation in public affairs, including the opportunity to hold public office, provided there are appropriate measures to ensure loyalty and accountability. Mr. Speaker, I'm personally in support of the bipartisan bill currently before this House, seeking to address this matter. And it is my hope that it will be passed expeditiously so that our compatriots abroad can participate in our public affairs. Mr. Speaker, youth development and empowerment are at the core of everything we're trying to achieve. We're implementing many policies to develop our youth capacity and to create as many jobs as possible to address the major unemployment problem. All our youth activities and job creation programs are ongoing. In 2025, 10,887 young people were trained in entrepreneurship programs and job creation under the Ejumawura program. In 2026, an additional 10,000 young people will receive similar support under the program. The National Apprenticeship Program onboarded 14,000 young apprentices during the pilot regions, and when completed, the trainees will be certified by the Commission for TVET to facilitate their access to employment. With the opportunity to acquire the skills needed for sustainable development. And as I said, when they pass out, they are giving a certificate by TVET to show that they have passed out and have the skill in whatever they learned. In 2025, 86,000 young people were engaged through the Youth Employment Agency, various employment modules under this agency. This year, I've directed the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment as a matter of urgency to review all the youth employment modules under the YEA to reduce duplication and ensure value for money. This is important so that we can channel the resources to the advantage of the teeming youth who are waiting for opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the National Service Authority has signed an MOU with the Ministry of Defense to commence military training for 10,000 national service personnel in the 2025-2026 service year. And so our national service personnel will receive call-ups to report at various military centers for training. Mr. Speaker, this was a program initiated by our late Minister for Defense of blessed memory, Dr. Edward Omani Boama, who was desirous of seeing it to full execution. I therefore charge the National Service Authority and the Ghana Armed Forces to bring life into the exercise for the benefit of the personnel and the training of our young people. Mr. Speaker, my government has launched a wide range of initiatives aimed at transforming Ghana's trade and agribusiness and industrial sectors to boost our competitiveness in export markets, encourage value addition, and generate employment for Ghana's large youth population. My recent visits with the hard-working Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry to inaugurate new factories and initiate expansion works on factories has convinced me that Ghana is on the right track for industrial transformation. The ministry has begun implementing policies in the areas of textile and garment manufacturing, pharmaceuticals and vaccine manufacturing, automotive and components manufacturing, and contract farming and agro-processing. As a first step, we are collaborating with private sector to establish 3 new garment factories in Eastern Region, Central Region, and Bono East Region. This will create an estimated 27,000 jobs. Mr. Speaker, this government will fulfill its commitment to revive key state-owned enterprises. The ministry is in the process of sourcing strategic investors to operationalize the Volta Star Textiles Factory, the Commander Sugar Factory, the Pualugu Tomato Factory, the Zoarungu Meat Factory, and the Akosombo Textiles Limited. Ghana's non-traditional exports recorded a 27.04% growth in 2025, with total earnings of $4.87 billion, up from $3.83 billion in 2024. This reflects a very early impact of the Accelerated Export Development Program, launched only last year, and demonstrates the continued resilience and expanding contribution of the non-traditional export sector to Ghana's export economy. Mr. Speaker, mining remains a cornerstone of Ghana's economic development, making substantial contributions to employment creation, export earnings, and government revenue. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, the mining and quarrying subsector accounted for 17.4% of the overall 33.8% of industry's share of gross domestic product in 2025. It emerged as the leading contributor within the industrial sector. The sector generated export earnings of approximately $15.25 billion, accounting for 65.37% of Ghana's total export receipts, out of a total of $23.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, the abolition of value-added tax on mineral exploration activities is expected to significantly reduce upfront costs for investors, improve project economics, and stimulate increased greenfield and brownfield explorations across the country. The fight against galamsey remains complex and demands a multi-dimensional response that integrates strong enforcement, the application of technology, sound regulation, and active community participation. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, in collaboration with the Ministry of Transport and Ghana Revenue Authority and the Ministry of Finance, has registered 1,808 pieces of earth-moving equipment at the ports, of which 1,033 have been fitted with tractors and are being tracked. The protection of our water bodies and forest reserves is ongoing with the deployment of 1,634 blue water guards across Western North, Savannah, Upper West, Bono, Eastern, Ashanti, Central, Volta, and Northern regions. This nationwide deployment aims to strengthen surveillance, improve rapid response, and enhance on-the-ground enforcement against illegal mining activities that threaten critical water bodies, forest ecosystems, and livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, NIMOS will maintain regular coordinated operations across all 21 identified hotspots to prevent re-entry of illegal miners into these reserves. While temporary deployments yielded positive results, they proved insufficient for sustained enforcement. Mr. Speaker, in the works housing and water subsector, these are vital pillars of Ghana's national development, shaping sustainable livelihoods through reliable water supply and affordable housing that enhance citizens' well-being. Sea defense works are ongoing. We've successfully completed works at Commander, Ningo Pram, and Elmina. Together, these three projects have protected approximately 15 kilometers of our coastline and safeguarded lives and livelihoods and property. In March 2025, I visited Solakope, Agaveji, and Amutinu in the Ketu South municipality, where tidal waves had displaced thousands of residents. We made a firm commitment to address the devastation. Mr. Speaker, true to that promise, the contractor for the Phase 2 of the Blekusu Coastal Protection Works was awarded the contract, and in August last year, I officially cut short to commence the project. I'm pleased to inform this House that the project is currently 25% complete, and calm has already been restored along the coastline. Notwithstanding these actions, flooding remains a major infrastructural challenge in the country and a top priority for this government. A task force on flooding is in place and coordinating the national mitigation efforts against flooding. Ghana continues to grapple with housing deficits currently estimated at over 1.8 million units. Some significant strides have been made in the housing sector. In line with government's earlier commitments to complete all ongoing housing initiatives, we have successfully concluded the joint venture arrangements which we inherited for the completion of the Saglemi housing project. The Attorney General is reviewing all related documentation to finalize and commence the project. When these projects are finished, it will increase the number of housing stock available. The TDC in Ghana is also steadily advancing work on 800 housing units under the Akpung Affordable Housing Project at Tema Community 26. To position TDC Ghana as a key player in Ghana's housing industry, I performed a sword cutting ceremony last year for what they call the Oxygen City Housing Project in Whole of All Places. That project seeks to address Ghana's housing deficit by developing 1,000 affordable home housing units. We've also continued with our resettlement housing efforts for the victims of the Akosombo Dam spillage, with 251 of the planned 1,010 housing units in critical housing zones already under construction. Collectively, these initiatives demonstrate government's continued resolve to expand access to affordable housing, strengthen urban planning, and provide relief to affected communities. Mr. Speaker, renewable water resources are estimated at about 54 billion cubic meters, with over 70% derived from the Volta River, which is shared among 6 riparian nations. We're implementing key interventions to expand and improve water services nationwide. So the following urban water supply projects are at various stages of completion. The Keta Waterworks, the Winchi Water Supply Project, Sekendita Krade Water Supply Project. And I'm happy to announce that Anyako has good, clean drinking water today, and the Community Water and Sanitation Agency will commission the project next week. It will also serve the island community of Seva. We will begin preparatory work on the Damango and Sunyani water supply expansion projects and seek to finalize all financing arrangements for other water supply projects in Tamale, Yendi, Techiman, and Takwa. Mr. Speaker, the Danish government has allocated grant support to improve water supply services in low-income and high-density areas in Wa and Bolgatanga, aiming to address water challenges and provide relief to vulnerable populations. Mr. Speaker, the following rural water supply projects are ongoing: Asankregwa, Seshuyuoso, Duadaso, Kwemandamfa, Goso, Dwabing, Aveime, and Edumbamso. To strictly follow the resetting agenda and secure sufficient funding, the Ministry of Finance has allocated 6.3 billion Ghana cedis to the District Assembly's Common Fund. This amount covers 4 quarters of the 2025 fiscal year, and it has been allocated to all 261 metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to execute their activities outlined in the medium-term development plans and annual action plans. Mr. Speaker, out of the amount released, a total of 4.3 billion has been dispersed to all MMDAs. The 4th quarter installment is being processed and will be disbursed soon. Mr. Speaker, all members of this House will agree with me. All members of this House will agree with me that the flow of resources to the district assemblies is unprecedented. All your assemblies are receiving more money than they've ever received in several years. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of government's commitment to strengthening local governance and decentralization, the ministry has, for the first time in the history of local governance, disbursed a total of 100 million Ghana cedis in monthly allowances to all assembly members. Unprecedented, assembly members have received their allowances. The Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs has also finalized designs for the new 24-hour economy modern markets to be constructed in all metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, procurement processes are far advanced to commence the construction of these markets, And very soon, in all your districts, honorable members, you will have a 24-hour market operational. Mr. Speaker, our tourism and creative arts sector has a lot to offer. Creatives using the new media are giving our nation greater prominence than we could have achieved through any first-class traditional media outlet. Our economy will not be built only by traditional sectors, but also by human creativity sectors that will absorb those people who will be displaced from the shop floor by the new AI technologies that are being rolled out. Ghana has become a favorite tourist destination because of our history, culture, our arts, our music, our fashion, and our food. Government has allocated 20 million Ghana cedis to the film sector alone. This is going to the film sector to support Kumawood and Gallywood and all the woods. Mr. Speaker, another 20 million cedis has been given for the other creative sectors. I believe that this injection of money will bolster our creative sectors. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure the creative industry and the Ministry of Tourism that I'll be your personal ambassador for the promotion of tourism and the creative sector. Mr. Speaker, in line with our new national efforts to bring events and conferences to Ghana, we are going to undertake the refurbishment of the Accra International Conference Center to restore it to its iconic past as the country's national and international events and conference venue. Mr. Speaker, the original contractors of the center, Enego Project Ghana Limited, have conducted a structural integrity assessment at the request of the Office of Chief of Staff and made recommendations for the facilities renovation and refurbishment. They will commence this work in the next few weeks. But, Mr. Speaker, the AICC is not enough for a country seeking to develop its creative sector and become West Africa's destination for meetings, conferences, musical concerts, and entertainment. So, working with the private sector, work will also commence this year on a befitting convention and creative event center to position Ghana as West Africa's leading hub for meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions and creative events. Ghana will also begin this year the renovation of the State Banquet Hall, which has been closed for a couple of years. Mr. Speaker, this year we will strengthen Ghana's standing in the major global and continental sporting events. We will make our 5th FIFA World Cup appearance. And for us, this is an opportunity to boost national branding and the economy beyond just sports. Mr. Speaker, supporters and other people interested in going to support their team would have to submit a visa request to the American Embassy. We are being told that we must ensure that supporters who go return on their visas. It has taken a lot of work to restore Ghana's 5-year non-immigrant visas and take us off the ban list. It is my hope that this event will not send thousands of Ghanaians to America and get us back on the ban list. Mr. Speaker, the Black Queens will compete at the 2026 African Cup of Nations, Women's African Cup of Nations, building on their bronze medal finish in Morocco. At the youth level, Ghana will participate in the 2026 Youth Olympic Games in Dakar with a multidisciplinary team aimed at strengthening long-term elite pathways. We'll also compete at the Commonwealth Games 2026 in Glasgow, reinforcing Ghana's presence across the Commonwealth sporting landscape. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Ghana Journalists Association, I've been deeply concerned about the abuses suffered by journalists at the hands of some of our errant security personnel. I've asked the leadership of the security agencies to take firm action and to reorient their men and women on the need to be accommodating to journalists who are only doing their job of keeping citizens informed. I've also been concerned about the state of our state-owned media, most of which have suffered from historical underfunding and grappling with deteriorating infrastructure and facilities. I recently toured these media houses to learn about their challenges at first hand, and we're currently putting together a revitalization plan to leverage their valuable assets and re-inject life into their operations. The reintroduction of the Media Development Fund is also being reconsidered to support the Ghanaian media. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, during my recent trip to Zambia, we saw what a united Ghana can achieve on the global stage. A simple mislabeling of our culture could have reduced us to a punchline. Instead, we moved with speed and confidence. We corrected the record. We turned what was supposed to be ridicule into reach. We turned confusion into connection. We turned what could have been a negative social media trend into a handshake of friendship with our Zambian brothers and sisters. Mr. Speaker, for most people, that episode was just a fleeting social media frenzy. Yet it served a greater purpose. It showed a nation that understands its brand equity. It showed citizens aligned around a common identity. It showed a country that knows who we are and refuses to be defined by others. But let us be honest, unity in moments of cultural pride has proved easier than unity in moments of political disagreement. If we can mobilize that same collective resolve for our development agenda, we will see real progress. And that mobilization is possible because we are the descendants of a people who united against political subjugation. We resisted economic exploitation and we fought colonial oppression. Mr. Speaker, our pursuit of national development today demands that same unity of purpose. We must reject misrepresentation and distortion that detract from our collective progress. We must guard our development as firmly as we guard our cultural identity. We must act as one people with one purpose. Mr. Speaker, in public life, there is a simple maxim we're all very familiar with, and it says that the buck stops with the president. Mr. Speaker, I not only agree with this. Every day I hold office of president, I live by that statement that the buck stops with me. The ultimate responsibility for the direction of this nation rests with the office that I hold, and I'll never shirk that duty. But nation building is not merely a question of who provides the strategic direction and who bears the final responsibility. It is a long chain of efforts that carries intent into reality, from policy conception to laws enacted, to resources mobilized, to services delivered, to value created on farms, in workshops, in classrooms, in markets, and in enterprises across our land. Mr. Speaker, it is here that the strength of a people reveals itself. It is in the countless acts of competence, integrity, and industry by citizens of every calling whose work turns national purpose into lived reality. Mr. Speaker, while the bulk may stop with me, the work of nation building goes beyond that. Through the labor, enterprise, and civic spirit of millions of Ghanaians whose daily efforts give policy life. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to carry the weight of final accountability. And I ask in equal measure that our citizens bring their full measure of energy, skills, and patriotism to the common task of advancing our country. That is how nations are built. That is how economies grow. No policy can substitute for civic duty. No program can replace the quiet discipline with which millions of Ghanaians sustain their families, serve their communities, and carry this republic forward each day. Mr. Speaker, we are sometimes tempted to judge our nation only by our failures and our difficulties. But the country is not defined solely by its difficulties. It is defined by the choices its people make in response to those difficulties. Repeatedly through our history, Ghanaians have chosen steadiness over despair, cooperation over division, and purpose over cynicism. That is the deeper strength on which our future rests. We faced testy moments before, and we have overcome them. We've gone periods of economic strain, transitions that have demanded much from our citizens and our public servants alike. And Mr. Speaker, there's an African proverb that says, however long the night is, the dawn will break. Mr. Speaker, the dawn is breaking for Ghana. The moment we are in requires not only endurance but also action. It reminds us that renewal belongs to those who prepare for the morning while others still speak of and look back at the darkness. For Ghana today, that dawn is not a promise we must recite. It is a reality we must build into our institutions, into our economy, and in the ethics of responsibility we pass on to the next generation. So let us live each day mindful that the Republic is larger than any one political party, any office, any individual. This Republic belongs equally to the farmer, the trader, the teacher, the nurse, the artisan, the entrepreneur, the parliamentarian, and the young citizen, and the elderly retired personnel. Mr. Speaker, each of these people has a stake in our nation, and each one has a duty. Each has a claim on the future we're shaping together. Mr. Speaker, nations endure not because they are spared trial, but because their people refuse to surrender to trial. Ghana has been tested before. We did not surrender. We will not surrender now. And so with gratitude for how far we have come and with the resolve for the work ahead, I say, Mr. Speaker, the state of our nation is resilient, the state of our nation is renewing, and our nation is firmly in the hands of its people. Our nation is on the brink of takeoff, and so ladies and gentlemen, passengers, fasten your seatbelts. I thank you for your attention.
members. Members, please. Honorable members, you know we are in this together, and you understand as accomplished parliamentarians that when the speaker is on his feet, every other person please, you don't only resume your seat, but you also keep silent. Honorable members, before I convey the gratitude of the House to His Excellency the President for the message, permit me to acknowledge some more senior patriots who are with us here today. We have the leader of the People's National Convention in the person of Bernard Mona. We also have the leader of the All People's Congress, APC, in the person of Hassan Abdullahi Ayaraga. And we have my senior brother, the former flag bearer of the Convention People's Party, Ivor Robina Greenstreet, also with us here. Please, you are all warmly welcome. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 72, Rule 4, I convey to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, the gratitude of the House for the address. Honorable members, again, in accordance with the practice of this House, a formal communication will be forwarded to His Excellency the President after the House has thoroughly debated this message. So His Excellency will hear from us. I know you are ready. Honorable members, we, by our rules, are to sit for 5 hours per sitting. When it's not up to 5 hours, the motion for adjournment has to be moved. And here we are We have spent a lot of time, but not yet 5 hours. And so I'll have to call on the leaders starting with the minority leader. And honorable members, in consultation with the leaders, I'm giving each of them 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Please, we'll hear you for only 5 minutes. Then after that, I'll put the question for adjournment. Yes, minority leader.
Speaker, with respect, let me thank you for the opportunity and thank Mr. President for living up to this constitutional obligation. But Mr. Speaker, what the President failed to tell the people of Ghana is that 1 year in government, he's still acting with slogans, no action. Mr. Speaker, electricity tariffs have skyrocketed and Ghanaians cannot afford electricity. We have thousands of Ghanaian youths who are, Mr. Speaker, can they be quiet and listen? Because if they misconduct themselves, we'll do the same thing to their leader. Keep quiet. They can't take away my time. If you don't keep quiet and listen to me, your leader cannot speak. If you don't know, I'm telling you. Mr. Speaker, thousands of Ghanaian youths were dismissed through a letter by the Chief of Staff. It's part of the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, there is a scandal looming. Security services recruitment, TribeNet, we know who brought that company to the ministry. Kama has a way. And we, the minority, will pursue the person and make sure there's full disclosure. Mr. Speaker, the cocoa farmers, they have reduced producer price and Erikopoku cannot be found. They don't care about cocoa farmers and they are here telling us inflation, macroeconomics is already. Macroeconomics is already. Mr. Speaker, Galamsey continues. Ghanaians continue to suffer under this Galamsey hardship. And we expect concrete action to be taken on Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, our elders say, give credit where credit is due. Mr. President is telling us today that some gains have been made. Those gains through this gold for reserve. Mr. Speaker, the gold for reserve policy, what they have failed to tell Ghanaians is that the Bawumia that they attack, Mr. Speaker, the Bawumia that they attack, the Bawumia that you attack is the brainchild of this policy. Mr. Speaker, I would want to urge the government, give to Bawumia what belongs to Bawumia. country who is chopping money. Mr. Speaker, we are happy you are showing. Very soon we'll bring a picture. Then you will see the one in charge of TribeNet duping innocent Ghanaians, duping their unemployed youths. There are many youth who are looking for jobs, and this TribeNet, with the connivance of an appointee of government, she will be exposed. So you continue with Kenoforiata. Soon and very soon, it will be your turn. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying that this side of the House, we are ready today to debate on this SONA. And by Monday, the true SONA will be revealed by the minority. By Monday, we, the minority, will present to the people of Ghana the true state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, that said, let me thank you for the opportunity, and I wish Mr. President well. Thank you very much. Honorable members, please. Honorable members. Honorable members, let's now listen to the majority leader. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of my colleagues in this House, we want to thank His Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, for his excellent leadership.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members. Honorable members, please. Honorable members, please. We are not at a rally ground. Please. You must know that this House has the power to terminate, yes, by law, the membership of a member of parliament. Please. This is just a reminder to all of you Again, this is a reminder to all of you. Majority Leader, you may continue.
I want to thank His Excellency, the President John Dramani Mahama, for his leadership. Ghanaians are very grateful to you. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that the Ghana you inherited and the Ghana you speak of today is like day and night. The Ghana you inherited is as dark as the dark dresses that they are wearing on the other side. And the Ghana you speak of today is clearly as bright as the white dresses that we are wearing on this side. Mr. Speaker, clearly everything that you have said here is true. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Afenyo Makin will attest to that. He will attest to the fact that the big push is pushing through Winneba steadily. And he's getting premix. Mr. Speaker, it seems today is about cocoa prices. I can understand. Mr. Speaker, let me read Reuters today. Reuters has confirmed Ivory Coast will pay cocoa farmers 800 to 1,000 CFA francs per kilogram for the mid-crop starting March 1st. The main crop price was 2,800 CFA francs per kilogram. When converted to Ghana cedis, this is about 980 to 1,225 Ghana cedis per 64 kilogram bag. Mr. Speaker, Ivory Coast will pay cocoa farmers 800 to 1,000 CFA francs per kilogram from the mid-crop starting March 1st. The main crop price was 2,800 CFA francs per kilogram. When converted to Ghana cedis, this is about 980 to 1,225 per 64 kilogram bag. In Ghana, farmers are paid 2,587 per 64 kilogram bag, which is more than twice the price in Ivory Coast. This is confirmed this morning by Reuters. Mr. Speaker, I see written on the muffler of my friends in black that MPP Yaye Mobo Dodo. MPP Yaye Mobo Dodo. Mobo Dodo MPP. Yaye Mobo Dodo MPP. Mr. Speaker, this is the month of Ramadan, and Your Excellency, all Muslims in Ghana will pray for Allah's blessings on you. For your sterling leadership that has been recognized by the entire West Africa. That is why they unanimously elected you unopposed to lead in Africa. Ghanaians are proud of you. This Ramadan, many of our people could afford sugar and rice because the prices have come down. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Majority Leader,
let me conclude.
Your 5 minutes.
Let me conclude by seconding the motion. The motion moved
Honorable,
my friend.
Honorable Majority Leader, you will now move the motion for adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House adjourns until Tuesday in the forenoon. I so move.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, much as we are willing to work, the majority is unwilling to work. So, Mr. Speaker, I will reluctantly second the motion to grant the pleasure of the majority leader who wants to go and rest. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. And the question is, as many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as are against, say no. Honorable members, clearly the ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned till Tuesday, 3rd March 2026 at 2 p.m. The House is adjourned.
All right, so all too soon, we've come to the end of the 2026.
Staying with us, this is our live coverage of the presentation of State of the Nation addressed by the President. And so according to the Constitution, the President has performed his duty. Article 67 mandates him, and that he has done duly in Parliament. And as you can see on your screen, he's taking leave of the chamber, followed by the Vice President as well, exchanging some pleasantries. There have been a few things that he has said, not a few actually, quite a lot of things that he has said today in Parliament. If you have been hearing his ministers, you're not taking their words for it, at least. The president has today told you and I the state of the nation. Put some data, put some numbers. Let's get some understanding of some of the highlights that he's been saying. If you missed the entire presentation whilst he takes a leave, we'll also get some reactions in Parliament. My colleague Kuku Asante is on standby to get some reactions as well. But here are some of the highlights of what the president has been saying in his address. And Caleb is on standby. We'll try and just project it on the screen for you. But the president quite pleasantly exchanges some pleasantries on the screen there, as you see. With the fugu, if you recall, Kofi was telling you that this fugu is just nearly like what he wore for the 2025 Sona presentation. But today, quite colorful. I'm not sure last year he wore it with a cup, but today I think that he's wearing it with a cup. And if you also noticed, the kente that we used last year for the background of his presentation has as well been changed. And I like to think this is the kente that the Asante Hene presented to Parliament when he visited Parliament. But back in studio here, Caleb is on standby. Let's bring you some highlights. Let's crunch the numbers for you, or the data, or the information. Let's simplify it for you here. Caleb, so this year again, he's made some problems. Before you even go, right, he caught my attention when he likened the economy to his public service. He says that he has had some high and lows in his public service to this country, and that's how he thinks the country as well has been faring. But let's hear him exactly what he's been talking about in terms of reset and promises.
Yes, so MFA, like you said, the economy has gone through a lot over the past few years. Remember in the 2021, 2022 time where inflation rate, the exchange rates all went out of control for some time. So that's what the president was talking about. And then we can all admit that for the past year, there's been some relative stability within the macroeconomic activities. And you can see from the exchange rate graph, we started 2025 around 14 cedi 70 pesos to a dollar. We're now doing 10 cedi 60 pesos. Even though it weakened a bit, it went to 11 cedis earlier this year. But then, again, relatively stable. And he attributes this to the Ghana Gold Board, which is quite accurate because now the Ghana Gold Board controls majority of the gold exports. And now we've now ring-fenced the inflow of dollars into the economy, which is one of the main reasons why the cedi is performing well. And then again, once the cedi is performing well, inflation will perform well because most of consumption in the country is import-driven. So if your currency is doing very well, your inflation rates will do well, and then poverty and all of that might be subdued a bit. But then once you're talking about the currency, we have to admit that it's because of gold prices. And we can't talk about gold without galamsey. And then we know the president touched on galamsey a bit. I don't know if people were satisfied with the president's approach when it came to the galamsey issues, but he touched on it a bit, and then he listed the...
He admits that it's quite complex.
He did admit that.
Yeah.
And, some of the rhetoric was, it's easier to solve galamsey, but then it's a quite complicated battle, and then hopefully in the next year we see some more coordinated approach. We also see that he mentioned some of the blue water guards, most activities, and then but interestingly there was no mention of the DC that Joy News caught on tape.
Yeah, the tax for galamsey. Yes.
I was hoping to hear that. Maybe
I was also hoping to hear the numbers or the amount the EPA says that it will need to heal our water bodies. It didn't find expression in these years.
For just one river, according to the EPA, we need $35 million. That's just one river. And there are about 10 of them across the country that needs to be cleaned. That goes back to the question whether just solving galamsey will be easier than spending so much money just cleaning the rivers, which might be polluted again. So with the galamsey conversation came in there a bit. And then we also spoke about, again, the economy was the major thing, which is on the back of the currency, because once your currency is doing very well, the economies will do very well. And he also spoke about the dual citizenship, and that was very interesting for me.
Yeah.
Because the dual citizenship bill, it's not a government bill, but then it's interesting that Mahama brought it up during the State of the Nation address, and he said he's committed to signing the bill, and Parliament should, in fact, fast-track the passing of that bill so that he can sign it quickly. It's been in the airways recently.
Yeah.
Social media has been talking about it. I don't know what people take home from this, but then it's interesting because the dual citizenship, and he spoke about remittances and how for 2025, that was the highest we received from remittances in Ghana's history, which is very true.
It will be really important to see what that bill will say, because while he advances the argument of the fact that remittances will come into this country, I don't know if it's direct, but maybe I see it indirectly. But many have also questioned allegiances. That, of course, the dual citizenship, he thinks that allows people to as well serve their country. Yeah. The fact that you've lived in another country shouldn't, prevent you from serving your country. But allegiance for certain positions.
Yes.
For certain positions, right?
In the Constitution, when it was amended in 96 or so, and they included the clause for banning dual citizenship from taking up certain office holders, the explicit ones were the security positions, like the IGP, the CDS, and some security chiefs. And those ones, usually before you can get to the IGP position or the CDS position, you need to rise within the ranks.
Yes.
So if you're still in a different country, how would you rise within the ranks to become an IGP or CDS? So, which is very interesting. So I want to see how...
I just want to see that bill. It'll cure all of these challenges that we anticipate.
But then most of the other ones, like the ministers of, members of parliament and ministers, that's very direct. But currently, if you want to be an MP, you should just renounce your foreign citizenship.
Yes.
I don't know why that's a challenge for some people, because like you said, allegiance, if you are 100% you owe your allegiance to the country, it shouldn't be hard for you to renounce your other citizenship.
Look at it this way: if your economy was quite strong and delivering of all of the goodies and the benefits and the perks of being a citizen of another country, then you'd be happy to want to just drop that.
Exactly. Because some people drop the Ghanaian citizenship very easily if you have to take up positions in the country.
Yeah.
So,
behind you, it says that by formalizing gold exports through the Gold Board, we have reduced smuggling and increased recorded exports in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector from 63 tons to 103 tons.
Yes. And
what's English, please? The president is speaking gold. Yes. Please speak English to us, yes.
So this is mainly about the Ghana Gold Board, because according to the Gold Board, they've plugged out all the loopholes or channels that small-scale miners use to smuggle gold out of the country. So currently, all the gold that's mined within Ghana, according to Gold Board, they have their hands all over it. So again, this takes us back to the Galamsey question, that what happens to the Galamsey gold? If, again, there's no smuggling of gold out of the country, where does the Galamsey gold go to? So these are very important questions that need answers to. Again, the majority of the stability we are seeing in the economy is because it's on the back of gold. How gold prices are raising up from about $2,000, we're now doing about $5,000 per ounce. Again, this is mainly why Ghana is benefiting from the current stability we are seeing in the economy. And again, he went on to say the heaviest burden was the high inflation rates. I think I spoke about this earlier, where majority of the consumption in the country is import-driven.
Yeah.
So if your currency is not doing very well, you might import the same things, but you have to pay more for it. Just basic, demand and supply. Again, the other leg to it was food inflation, and he spoke about this.
But you talk about imports. Let me just take you back.
Okay.
So it benefits import. What about exports?
So having a strong
impact
currency,
of it.
Having a strong currency would affect your exports, because because I think we have to look at it from two sides of things. Ghana's main exports are commodities.
Yeah.
About almost 80% is gold, cocoa, and oil. So these three things will not be affected by exports because they are fixed price in the international markets. But then the other exports, where we have baskets, we have garments, foodstuff, and all of that, they'll become more expensive in other countries. So in the US and Canada and other Western countries, when they're importing goods from Ghana, these things will be very expensive for them, and they might decide to go elsewhere. Go to Nigeria, go to Togo, similar, where they can get similar goods, and that might affect the Ghanaian industry. So I'm sure the business community were listening keenly to see what measures the government is taking to protect them in times like this, because having a very strong currency is actually detrimental to your exports. You saw that in cocoa as well, when the exchange rate used for cocoa farm gauge prices came down from about 14 cedis to 10 cedis. So that effectively means farmers are going to get less. So
it's interesting, Caleb, because really, as a country, you want to reduce imports and increase exports, because that's where you'll make some good revenue. But the irony is, well, as you're benefiting from here, you have to struggle down south as well.
There's always a trade-off.
Yes.
If you want people to be happy with their imports, the exports are going to suffer.
Okay.
But again, we have to hear from industry to see what concrete steps are being taken, the 24-hour economy and all of that, because that's how we're going to move the country forward in terms of industrial revolution and all of that.
Okay. What next is the president's been saying? Okay.
So debt to GDP. So our debt has also reduced. About $100 billion of our debt has reduced. 100 billion cedis, sorry. This again, mainly because of the currency. Because once you do the exchange rate factor, you take out, I think that's about 90% of the debt that has been reduced so far because of the exchange rates. The debt was about 700.
All right, Caleb, stay with me. Let me take our viewers back to Parliament, where George Yofi is speaking to the Deputy Finance Minister. Well, we shall take you back to Parliament, fix that problem, and get to hear what the Deputy Finance Minister has to say. My colleague George is in Parliament and engaging him. Let me take you back there if we've rectified it.
So when they raise those concerns, they are genuine concerns, but the assurance is that we are determined to sustain it. We have put in place mechanisms that even when the IMF exits, we must have a fiscal council that will be approved by this August House. They will be the local IMF. They will be the local policemen. Exactly. Of course, we have legislated this. We have legislated 1.5% primary surplus as something mandatory for a finance minister to ensure that we achieve. Otherwise, he risks being censured. So apart from being disciplined on our own, we are legislating to make sure that nobody can come and overturn all the gains that we are making.
Revenue wasn't doing well in address that problem because they are saying that, and even spend as well going into this year.
It is in recognition of that we embarked on an aggressive VAT reforms, because we realized that VAT had collapsed. So with the reforms that we did, removing the cascading effect and all that, we hope that it is going to enhance compliance. We have also at the port deployed an AI system that is yielding results today alone. No, yesterday. Yes, yesterday's record that we saw. ICOM's declarations indicated about $12 million. The publican that was deployed indicated revenue that should have come of $15 million. A day alone, just yesterday, the difference was $3 million. Once this is sustained, you are going to see improvement in revenue. It cannot be achieved overnight, but it is a gradual process. And look, we are improving revenue, we are constraining expenditure, and we are bringing that discipline that will help the economy.
Constraining on expenditure, but finally on expenditure bit, are you spending as you're supposed to spend?
You see growth. Growth has surpassed 2024 for growth numbers up to the third quarter. The indication is that fourth quarter will even be better. So if we were not spending, where would the growth come from? We are spending, and we are spending at the right places. What we are doing is that we are cutting a lot of waste. It is never true that we are not spending. We are releasing promptly to get fund, to health insurance, to DACF, in multiple folds more than what was happening in previous years. We are making releases to the road sector, agric, everywhere. So we are spending. What is not happening is the wasteful expenditure that was with us.
Thank you, Honorable. And that is our coverage of the State of the Nation address coming to you live from Parliament. Very soon we'll be trying to get some of the ministers who are here in terms of what they make of the address that has been made by the President. Interesting thoughts there by the Deputy Minister of Finance. He was arguing that indeed there is containing expenditure. Revenue is not good, but they believe that what are the measures that they put in place is going to get us the result that they are looking forward to as well. Kweku, you've been inside. What are the members been saying in terms of their expectations and expressions on this State of the Nation address?
Well, as usual, it has been a political football game. The NPP says this has not been inspiring as far as they are concerned. The president failed to deal with the matters having to do with the cocoa. Although we did hear from the president speaking in those terms. And so we'll try and see if we can get the finance minister himself, Dr. Kansela, to force him briefly to get some understanding of what he's making on all of this. Very, very important speech that has now been read by the president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. The 2026 State of the Nation address capturing 2025 as the year in review. Political footballing game, the NPP really saying that the president has just been skirting around the main issue, but that, as far as they are concerned, they are very important matters that have to be done.
I don't know whether there was any agreement. I remember I followed the Donald Trump State of the Nation address or State of the Union address, and you heard some of the back stories about some gentleman's agreement. Putting your ears on the ground, did you find out that there was some gentleman's agreement in terms of how the minority should behave? Even at a point in time, you saw that indirectly the speaker was trying to scold even the members of the majority in terms of how they should respond to the president when he's giving his address, and even the off-the-cuff comments and all those things.
I think generally, what happens is there is a general sense of agreement as to how things must go, whether or not how the heckling is all pre-planned. Exactly, and sometimes you just cannot predict what happens on the floor. The minority generally made their case right from the start. They made it known that they were there because of certain issue having to do with cocoa farmers, raised their cocoa pots, and then decided to just sit through the president's address and listen to him. Every now and then they interjected, said a few things, but generally they just allowed the president to discuss. I see that the lands minister is being brought to you to discuss a couple of the issues that have happened. The lands minister who has been following the president's address. So
Honorable, thank you so much for your time and welcome to our coverage of
what the difference.
What do you make of the president's assessment of the State of the Nation address?
The State of the Nation is in the right hands. What a difference 1 year makes. I think the president started with two things: resetting Ghana and the Accra reset. The country that led the African continent to political independence has already, within 1 year, asserted itself as the economic leader, leading the charge in the principles that gives people economic freedom. And what was the message today? The president says that the reason why all these economic numbers has dramatically changed, it was not by accident. It happened because you live within your means, you are disciplined, and you are strategic in your planning, and you focus on the things that matter. And you don't invest in consumption, you invest in infrastructure, and you live critically within the sectors that matter. And the president really proved it today. The reason why the cedi is stable today, the reason why inflation has dropped from the 3 digits to single digit, 3.4%, the reason why the investors have now come back to Ghana is because they have witnessed a country that has now restored its credibility. Economically,
the minority says that the ground was laid. Well, if you talk about inflation, inflation was coming down. If you talk about the cedi, there were measures being put in place to let things calm down. So the minority is saying that's what the minority is saying.
Don't take our word.
The foundation was laid for you to.
Don't take our word for it. They had 8 years to turn this economy, and the people of Ghana, especially pensioners who went through crisis, those who died, and those who are living today, have seen this dramatic change, stability, 13 billion cedis in reserves. That gives confidence to your economy. And what are we doing more? We are now moving to a period where we will not even think about the stability
because
of the
gold prices have been good and the revenue from gold has been good.
So what
and that has contributed to
what
this
do you
reserve.
do in times like this? What you do is you become strategic and think about future hard times. When you saw me come to Parliament and put a royalty sliding scale, I was thinking long term. When you saw the president focusing on investing in infrastructure, the big push. When you saw the president saying that we should move and add value. For example, why are we moving so quickly to make sure, even in the gold sector, we are now going to make sure we refine our gold? We are thinking long term. This economy is now in the right hand, but this is what is important. Ghana has now asserted itself that we have found the panacea of economic stability, and the whole of Africa are now watching President Mahama's leadership.
I want to talk about the state of the nation. Let's talk about the state of the mining sector, the state of Galamsey. Yes. The argument is that enough is still not being done to decisively deal with that challenge. What do you say about that?
This is what I can say. 1 year, we have made a big difference. Are we where we want to be? We are not there yet. Are we proud of the progress we've made? Have we seen gradual and steady progress in our water bodies? Have you seen gradual and steady progress in restoring our river bodies and our forest reserve? Are we moving to a place where there will be responsible and sustainable mining? Yes, I bet we are on the right direction. And I believe that as we roll out responsible mining, as we work with the Gold Board to transform this sector, traceability will be number one in terms of where we get gold. We are now moving to make sure that even the small-scale mining sector, almost all illegal mining places are going to be reorganized to make sure that we know the sources of gold. That is the progress we are making. Ultimately, we are making sure we get to this place where we will mine responsibly and sustainably and make sure we protect our water bodies and our forest reserve.
Finally, there is push for a review of our mining agreement by several CSOs, royalties. What do you make of this push? Also having at the back of your mind that it has to be done strategically so you don't end up pushing out these investors and mining firms.
So when you saw the government completely take out exploration taxes, well, the message there was that we value our investors in the mining space and that we need to give them the space to come and explore for gold. But in periods where gold prices goes high, they also understand that it has to be win-win. We are working with them to make sure, for example, the Minister of Finance is working to try to take out the growth and sustainability to balance out. And yes, 2% is going to be taken out. That is listening to the investors. So we are with them. The good news is that this is the government who is open-minded and prepared to engage them because we value them and we believe that we can work together to really make a win-win mining sector.
Honorable, thank you so much for your time. And this is our coverage of the State of the Nation address coming to you from the foyer here in Parliament, where we're engaging several members of Parliament, speakers, ministers of state on their reaction to the President's address here in Parliament. I have with me here the former Minister of Defense with me. Honorable, thank you so much for your time, actually. What do you make of the President's assessment of the security sector? And he threw some subtle jabs at you. Is it the true state of the sector? You've been pushing for a Minister of Defense to be appointed because it is not helping. Let's look at your response to the President in terms of the state of the security sector.
So he was very light on the issue of the security sector. He was a little bit light on it. There are a lot of challenges when it comes to the security sector. And if he doesn't address these challenges, he will face problems. He has addressed one of them. That is the issue of the retiring soldiers and their severance package. That's what he was talking about when he was trying to address me. But they mix up issues. So when we came, I realized that the salary level of soldiers was very, very low, extremely very low. So I decided to work on it, and that improved their salary scale. That was one. The second thing was that soldiers were retiring after service for 25 years, the other ranks, and we increased it to 30 years. So to put together, it meant that when you are retiring, you are going to get a lot more money. And the government wanted to actually pay them using the old rate, and the soldiers refused. So I drew their attention to it and said, look, this is a security challenge. And so the president was letting me know that, well, he has now resolved that problem. But I want to state generally that the security situation is not as good as we think, especially when it comes to the armed forces. The government must continue with what are left. Accommodation and fencing of the terrorist attacks from the north. Because we are constructing the Foydo prison bases. And ever since we left, no work has been done because they're not paying the contractors money. And I think that it is a mistake. They must continue to complete one, the Foydo prison bases that have reached about 80% complete. The one in Zilimbu that is supposed to guard our exclusive economic zone and generally ensure that soldiers get what they need to be able to get to do their work, especially accommodation. I was expecting the president to confirm that the government intends to construct 10,000 houses for soldiers, by which he didn't say, because I saw him cut short for it. If he's not confirming, it means there is a problem, and that's the biggest problem for soldiers now. Apart from welfare, the other issue is accommodation, because if you are recruiting 4,000 soldiers as they want to recruit, and you don't have accommodation, you are going to have a problem. The police are facing similar problems. And so the general picture of the security services is not good at all. All I want the government to do is to give them resources, and if they give them resources, I believe that they will do something.
Oh, no, but you mentioned resources. Do you also feel vindicated in terms of the recent development on the sea when it comes to vessels for the Navy and even the issues about aircraft? During your time, you tried to get these things done. There were some concerns about the cost and the approach, but recent events have really exposed that the military needs these aircraft, need these vessels to work, and things are getting out.
So let me start from the Navy. The Navy is a fighting force on water, and for Ghana, 90% of their work is on the sea. So they don't go to the sea just to rescue people. They don't go to the sea just to go and play around. They are supposed to fight enemy forces. So you have to give them what it means to fight. And when we came, we realized that they were very light on the ability to use boats to fight, because you need boats that have the ability, we call them combat boats. So the two that we wanted to acquire were the offshore patrol vessels, which is called OPV, and 2 of them. We crystallized the contract around 2022, and unfortunately we declared ourselves, we had to go to the IMF. It took us almost 1.5 years to convince the IMF to open up the gap. And that's how come that in 2024, late 2024, the IMF opened the gap and said, now you can borrow to purchase these 2 offshore patrol vessels, which in this year would have delivered them to the Navy. But then the current finance minister came to Parliament as minority leader and shut it down and said they will not agree today, they will not agree tomorrow. We couldn't do it. It is a big burden for the Navy. If you ask the Navy, the first thing they will ask you is that they need combat boats. And that's what the president came to say again, that they will try to acquire those offshore patrol vessels. As for vessels for movement, we acquired as many as 20. Some were gifts, some were those that we acquired. That's what the Navy is currently using. So we call them fast patrol boats. But it's not enough. Ghana should not have that little number. We should acquire more. For the Air Force, we are totally down. For security reasons, I will not be able to tell you the details, but I think that I support them to get combat helis and also to get a strategic lift. That I will support.
Well, before I let you go, do you still stand by your argument that we need a substantive Minister of Defense now than somebody acting, or the finance minister doubling as a defense minister?
I don't want to say that the government is not taking the issue of defense seriously. I don't believe that the president would have left the Minister of Finance to stay for this long, or the Attorney General to stay for this long. And for the president to have done that, I wonder why the president did that. Defense is one of the key ministries that no country can do without. And I don't understand why we lost our brother, yes, may his soul rest in peace, but not to have a defense minister for almost 9 months, I think it's not, almost 7-8 months is not a good thing.
So where lies the difference? There's a deputy minister of defense, there's a Atuforsen acting. Why the worry coming from?
So by our conventions and laws and acts, the deputy minister cannot act. No, it is a substantive minister who will act. I think it's simply too busy to do the work that we are supposed to be done. I'll give an example. When the Burkina Bay incident happened, we should have had the Minister for Defense move to Burkina immediately to ensure that he sits with his counterpart, look at the issue, look at what we have to do. It had to take the foreign minister to do that on his behalf. Look, when the sea matter happened, we should have had the defense minister coming to brief the nation in the form of a press conference. How many people were kidnapped? What happened? What are you going to do to ensure that it does not happen again? How many boats are you going to give to ensure that what education are you going to give? Is the duty of the defense minister. Clearly, we are not having that. It is because we don't have a substantive minister. I thought he's busily preparing his budget. He's struggling here to make sure the economy looks well. Why are you going to burden him with the idea of holding defense as well? I think that is wrong. All I'm saying is that let's prioritize our defense. The only country we have is Ghana. And the first duty of a state is to make its citizens safe, to keep you alive. And if you do not prioritize security, then unfortunately, you will not get anything right.
Well, I appreciate your time so much. That is Dominic Mitewo, the former Minister of Defense, sharing his thought on the President's State of the Nation address in terms of when it comes to security, military and defense issues. He's been making an argument that indeed we need a Minister of Defense now. Also share this thought about issues about accommodation and actually resourcing the military to do their work. This is our coverage of the State of the Nation address coming to you live from Parliament. Before you're here, where we are engaging several of the ministers of state and even members of Parliament in terms of their expectation or what the president said and what did they make of it. This is our coverage, bringing to you live updates on the issues. If you heard the former Minister of Defense, he shared his thought about the bit about the security services. They need to be well resourced to do their work because the current situation is not good in terms of the equipment as well. This is our coverage of the State of the Nation address coming to you live from Parliament. And we'll say over to you guys in the studio. We'll come back to you again. His assessment of the current state of the economy.
Well, I think that the assessment is accurate. There can be little to no dispute about the sacrosanct of the facts that he put out. You follow the economy closely. I mean, it's your daily, what do you call it? It's the source of your daily bread, actually. And you do know that the Ghanaian economy was in pretty bad shape as of the end of 2024. Our debt was in terrible shape. The currency had depreciated. Inflation was very high, the cost of living was quite unbearable, and other indicators were in complete disarray. But since we came into office, through deliberate efforts to ensure that fiscal discipline, fiscal consolidation, and the general adherence to time-tested principles of economic management, we turned the situation around. And today, everybody can attest that the key indicators are in the right shape. Inflation is low, 3.8%, which is the lowest in about 27 years, if I'm not mistaken. Our debt has reduced by 82 billion Ghana cedis. The size of the economy has expanded, and today we are ranked among the first 10 or the top 10 economies in Africa, with our economy exceeding about $100 billion in size. The exchange rate today is what, 10.6 cedis to a dollar. That's the interbank rate today. When we came to office, it was hovering around 15 cedis. Fuel prices have come down. The prices of thousands of items on the market have come down, and we all bear witness to this. And so there can be little dispute about what the president put out. It is an accurate.
Minority is saying that the foundation was laid. We were on that recovery path. That is what the minority was saying, and the credit is not being given to them as if everything was bad, and some magic wand was done. What do you say?
But everything was bad. Why? Is an inflation rate of 23% good?
It was sliding down.
No, but it was 23%. It wasn't single digit, it was 23%. In any event, who took it to 54%? They did monumental damage to the Ghanaian economy, and then reluctantly went to the IMF in an ambulance when they were limping. And somehow the IMF ensured that they adhere to some basic fundamental principles governing economic recovery. In any event, you know that they missed some of the key targets, benchmarks that the IMF said. You know that they missed their target on the primary balance. They missed their target on the deficit and other such indicators. So the economy we inherited was not good. Why? What was the dollar rate? It was around 15 cedis to a dollar. That was not good. It was not 10 cedis as we have it today. Inflation was 23%, as I've pointed out. Our debt was over 700 billion Ghana cedis, as I have said. There was no indicator, really, that you could say was in good shape. But we have come in and adhered to the principles of fiscal discipline, which they lacked. That is the fundamental problem that they faced. We have improved upon the situation, and it has led to a situation where those improvements have translated into the lives of the people of Ghana. You drive a car. when you go to the pump today, you know that you buy fuel at a cheaper cost than you used to do under the MPP. It is not a disputable fact. And that is only because we've been able to stabilize the exchange rate, which is a key factor in determining fuel price, and this has translated into gains across the broad spectrum of the economy.
What is, when it comes to the president, his commitment to fiscal discipline going forward? Because some will say that there might be instances where the finance minister will say, Mr. President, we can't do this. The buck stops to the president about that personal commitment to fiscal discipline and sustaining this gain. You work closely with the president. What is the president's posturing and commitment to this?
The president is very committed to ensuring fiscal discipline. Indeed, when he visited Singapore sometime last year, in a meeting with the president of Singapore, he made it clear that the perennial problem of election year fiscal overruns will be a thing of the past, and that he is not going to break the Ghanaian.
That's a promise.
Absolutely,
the government has to win power.
No, but you see, you do not need to break the national pace in order to win power. What you need to do is maintain fiscal discipline, because there will be tomorrow. Our national life does not end with elections or begin with elections. You understand me? So he has committed to ensuring that we stay the course. In fact, much has been said about the commitment controls that are being implemented by the finance minister. Many people do not know that the president is the inspiration behind that, and that he goes through these requests for expenditure with a fine comb to ensure that expenditure that is not essential, that is not critical to the management of the economy, is disallowed. And that is the reason why we have been able to maintain that. So, whereas the finance minister is doing a sterling job, the real inspiration behind it is the president. And it is because he is hands-on and he is keeping a close eye on the national purse to ensure that it is not abused in the manner that it was done under the MPP.
No, but there's been also another concern about, I know it's a prerogative of the president, about appointing a substantive minister of defense. Will that happen soon? Because some are saying that the sector is quite a very delicate sector. We need somebody who has a full attention. Honorable Atuforsen has a lot on his plate. Are we going to see some appointment very soon?
Well, I think the president himself has made it clear that as and when he deems it appropriate, he will do so. He said that even before the Christmas break. But the point is that there's nothing that should be done in the Ministry of Defense that is not being done currently. Only 2 days ago, or was it yesterday, there was an issue of some Ghanaian fishermen who had got into some trouble with some pirates. The military responded swiftly and brought the situation under control. And as I speak, all the 71 or so of them have been brought to safety. Some of our compatriots were unfortunately caught in the process of some terrorist activity in Burkina Faso. Within the twinkle of an eye, Ghanaian troops and officials had moved in to evacuate them to safety. So there's nothing that should happen in the defense ministry that is not happening currently. And Dr. Kasela Atuforsen has kept his eye on the ball with the able assistance of his deputy, Honorable Boja Jemfi, and they are managing the situation. But as and when the president finds it necessary to name somebody to that portfolio, he will do so without.
No, but finally, what do you have for Ghana? There are some who have also said that the macro numbers are looking good, and there's no dispute about that. But trickling down to micro and impacting on the pocket maybe has taken a while. What do you tell those who make that argument?
You are aware of the transmission mechanism. There's what economists call the politician's error, where we assume that the moment there's a drop in inflation, there should be a direct corresponding drop in prices. You do know that there's some time lag. Indeed, it is believed that anything between 3 to 6 months is the time it takes for this to translate. But even then, the inflation figures show that prices have indeed come down. Because if you take the price basket of 307 items, the reason why it will move from 23% to 3.8% is that a majority of the items in that basket have reduced in price. And indeed, this is evident. When you go to the market today, and we have been doing our service, the Ghana Sasca service does it, we also do it as a government. The evidence is that the prices of thousands of commodities have gone down. Indeed, you are in Parliament. Parliament is a house of records. Before the Trade Committee, as I speak to you, it's a report in which they themselves attest to evidence supplied by GUTA of the reduction in the prices of thousands of items in the Ghanaian market. So, and we all face it. You go to the market, I go to the market. And I've said, when you go to the I do. I'm a Ghanaian just like you. When I need groceries, what do? I need to go and get them myself, don't I? But the point is that, at the very least, you drive. There are 3.7 million car owners in Ghana. And then there are tens of millions of people who rely on public transport. All these people have benefited from a reduction in price. You also do know that transportation plays a critical role in the economic value chain. it is the intermediary between traders, that is wholesalers and retailers. And once the price of fuel goes down, it impacts on the price. Of course, there are a few recalcitrant operators in the economy who want to engage in rent-seeking behavior. Yes, they want to engage in rent-seeking behavior. They simply want more profit than is due them. They are there, but the vast, overwhelming majority of traders have complied with this downward trend in price, and it is reflective. Of course, you can always ask for more. I certainly would like that prices are much lower than they are even now. And we will continue to work as a government to ensure that the factors that contribute to price build-up go down further, and then it translates into prices on the market.
Honorable, I appreciate your time soon. We'll be coming for more, looking at how things progress. This is our coverage of the State of the Nation address, coming to you live from the chamber, the foyer of the chamber in Parliament here. It looks like we have to draw the curtains down. Well, hold on, fair. We have one of the honourable ministers, honourable members here. Honourable, thank you so much for your time. What do you make of the president's assessment in terms of the state of the economy?
But what shall it profit President Mahama when you claim that the exchange rate has reduced, inflation has reduced, and yet cocoa farmers are suffering? What shall it profit Ghana when you are touting inflation rates declining and exchange rate declining, but cost of living is rising? The price of commodities are very expensive. The salaries of workers are the same, and they cannot afford the same things that they could do with their salaries a year or two ago. So the president must look at, economic management system that will reflect in the pockets of the people and will not only look good on paper. We want beyond the paper the living cost of the people to be improved, rising costs to reduce. That is true achievement. But as we speak, that is not the case. We are also living in a state of insecurity. Our fisher folks no longer feel safe to go fishing because of the mismanagement of the defense sector. Pirates attack here and there. We saw pirate attack in Volta, now pirate attack in Central Region, Senyambreku. We are also complaining, those of us born to cocoa farmers, those of us from constituency, all of us are cocoa farmers in Asen South. You promised 6,500 cedis per bag. They voted for you. You have turned around to deceive them, and now you have reduced the price of cocoa. That's never been seen before. You have rendered the cocoa farmer poorer. The cocoa farmer who could plug 10 bags of cocoa to purchase a certain bags of cement and a certain packet of roofing seed to build can no longer do so, because now 10 bags of cocoa cannot afford the same bags of cement, cannot afford the same packets of roofing seeds. The cocoa farmer is poorer under President Mahama. And so we are urging him to take very, very, very critical look at all the promises that he gave under President Mahama. His own Volta region, where he gets most of his vote from, parents are demonstrating against free SHS, unbearable, unapproved fees. So there's discontentment among almost every class of society. That is the true state of the nation. And the president and his ministers must sit up. But we are urging him to appoint a defense minister immediately. And he must come to this house with the agreement for the acquisition of OPVs so that our waters can be safe again.
Honorable, thank you so much. This is our coverage of the State of the Nation address, coming to you live from Parliament as well, as we try and bring these proceedings to an end. All right, let's see. Yeah.
Right. So George Afe there doing a lot of work. Let me talk to these two gentlemen, and then Felix Pachefosu. Felix Pachefosu first. I mean, you.
All right, I'll come. Oh, they're talking to me.
You talk, okay, well, a couple of the issues that have come up, and the judge, you've heard all the counter views that have gone on and on and on. How have you seen overall the kind of commentary?
I think it's interesting. You will see the majority sticking to their guns and their position or posture that things have improved, things have done well. You see the minority also saying that, well, things are hard. So it appears that that is what you're going to expect here in terms of the posture of the majority and the standing of the minority group. And that's what you're seeing here.
Brilliant, George Afe there. And this is just about how we just about wrapping up, where the president speaking for a little close to 3 hours on his feet, delivering his message on the state of the nation. The president ultimately has painted quite a rosy picture. He says that things are quite going on well. and that where there are challenges, he's working on it, he's going to fix it, and as far as they are concerned, things have been quite good when it comes to the economy. The jury is still out there for the people to tell what their own state of the nation is. How does it reflect in their own lives, in their pockets? The jury is still out there with our colleagues spread all over the country, getting the views of the people as to how it is. My name is Kweku Asante. I've been doing this with George Jaffe. We've been coming to you from Parliament, where this very, very important and seminal event in the Constitution has just concluded. The President speaking for 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours, delivering the State of the Nation address. Take it over, MFR T and colleagues in the studio.
My colleagues there, Kweku Asante and George Jaffe from the Parliament House, giving us updates of the post-State of the Nation's address by the President. But Kweku asking an important question: what is the true state of the nation for you? What's the state in your pocket, on your plate, on your dining table, in your tariffs? But let's still bring you some highlights, and a little later, my colleague Faustina Safo will take over and engage experts in various sectors that the President presented the State of the Nation's address on, to seek their view as well, to help you understand properly and situate that address that he delivered earlier according to his mandate of the Constitution. And Caleb is still with me. Caleb, so we're giving them highlights, just summing it up for our viewers who've been watching us. But tell me, so I see behind you again, employment?
Yes, so one of the major things the politicians and the campaigns always focus on is employment and unemployment, and reducing the unemployment numbers. And then the President, according to the President, over 1 million Ghanaians have been employed within the first 3 quarters of 2025. So between January to about September 2025, October 2025, 1 million Ghanaians were employed. I trust you and your team to fact check this for me. Yes, so because I'm challenged by what the GSS actually also released some months ago. Yes, that's 1.3 million. Yeah, so we've done some very early checks, and then it doesn't seem to pan out. According, you're so generous with your words. It doesn't seem to pan out. It doesn't seem to pan out. Sometimes it takes time to go through the numbers very well for 100% accuracy. But then this is directly from the GSS reports for the first 3 quarters of 2025. Okay. According to the GSS, employment increased by over 330,000 Ghanaians. So this is far below the 1 million Ghanaians that the President quoted. And then if you do some different mathematics where you look at the employment figures per quarter, because this 330,000 is the difference between the first quarter of 2025 and the third quarter of 2025. But then if you look at the numbers quarter by quarter, you see that about 600,000 people were employed in the first 3 quarters of 2025. So the 1 million figure is inaccurate according to the numbers from the Statistical Service. Most of the times we look at formal employment, which is easier to count, but then sometimes there could be informal employment, which the markets and all of that where GSS cannot fully count. But then from the Ghana Statistical Service, in the first 3 quarters of 2025, about 330,000 Ghanaians were employed. If you do it quarter on quarter, that's about 660 or 670,000 Ghanaians being employed in the first 3 quarters of 2025. So again, the 1 million Ghanaians being employed in the first 3 quarters does not seem to pan out. Something to look into. Exactly. And over the weekend, the team will be doing the numbers, and on Monday we'll come out with a fact check report. Okay. Okay. Talking about employment, of course, they've always situated employment under the 24-hour economy. I see that you'd go to the graphs and the numbers, but something caught my attention. He says that we're going to have 24-hour markets in each region. Yes. I don't know how it will take the form and shape that market will take, but so far we know that when it was launched, we had about $300 million, a seed fund, yes. And then the budget as well allocated another extra 100, making it 400. Am I correct with the numbers? Yes, largely correct. Yeah. But majority of the allocation actually goes to the secretariat. So there's a new secretariat being set up, an office, basically the 24-hour economy secretariat. So they are running, and the efficiency of the office is where majority of the allocation is going to go. if you look at the actual expenditure that the state is going to incur, according to the policy document, that's over 4 billion cedis, so $4 billion. And that takes into account the tax exemption that you're going to give these companies. Sometimes, the import exemptions you give them, the tax holidays and all of that. If you quantify it, it's over $4 billion. But again, so this is not directly coming from the states, but then this is what the state is going to let go of. But then in the State of the Nation address, we didn't really hear the concrete steps for the operationalization of the 24-hour economy.
Well, they say that the legal framework gives it a bit of ground and firming, right?
That was, I think, about last week where the bill was actually passed now, and then the Secretariat is now up and running. But again, businesses were looking to hear some concrete steps, because if you look through the policy document that was released somewhere last year, these were proposals. These were not agreed with the government. This was a proposal by the Secretariat at the time, led by Gusitano.
Was it when they put it in 8 blocks?
Exactly. So that was a proposal. That was not their firm policy direction. So businesses are still wondering to see where exactly they're going to benefit from, because that's not come out yet. Earlier we heard that the National Cathedral could be turned into a cultural center, and then later the government said they've not accepted that policy because it wasn't their proposal. That's why the media ran with it, but then the government said they've not accepted that yet. Okay. So most of the things in the document that was released last year were proposals. So up to now, most businesses don't really have concrete policy direction that they are going to work with. The time of use tariffs, we still don't have the concrete or the actual tariff that businesses are now going to pay if you operate 24 hours. We don't know whether there will be benefiting from tax exemptions, import duties exemptions. We don't know which form to come in, whether it's capital goods and all of that.
Interesting though, Caleb, because we're doing well with the city, which means that we're able to import at a lower price. So if importation is this good and get some good ground here in Ghana, I wonder where the demand level will be for the 24-hour economy.
And it's good to talk about the importation, because even the businesses so complain about our ports. You import a good for your company, but then it takes about 2 or 3 weeks for you to clear.
But he says the port is running 24 hours now.
But businesses are still complaining that they can't clear their goods on time. So sometimes we have to understand exactly why the ports cannot clear goods faster. Because most of the businesses are now comparing Ghana's ports to Cote d'Ivoire, where they say in Cote d'Ivoire it's easier to clear your goods sometimes within a week or a few days. You get your goods from the ports and you're up and running. But in Ghana, you have to pass through so many channels. Sometimes you have to bribe some people and all of that just to get your goods cleared from the port. If you have perishable items, they're going to, get rotten and all of that at the port. So these are some of the structural issues that the 24-hour Secretariat and, the policy, when it's up and very concrete, you need to understand how the government is going to address those things for business communities. Again, this largely hinges on the business community, whether you accept to be onboarded onto the 24-hour economy. Because again, we already have the free zones. Where in the free zones, you don't pay so much taxes, tax exemptions, exports, no export duties and all of that. Again, we are translating that to a 24-hour economy. So we have to know whether businesses will mind that shift.
What would even happen to free zones?
Exactly.
Really?
So the whole policy direction is still a bit vague. Again, the policy document that we had was a proposal. It's not a concrete direction from the government. So I think maybe now that the Secretariat is up and running, they might release the full guidelines for if you want to onboard onto the 24-hour economy and then the benefits you get and all of that.
Okay. We can go to the next slide to see.
So if we can go to the next slide.
Okay.
Yes, so...
these are the percentages to the youth unemployment,
exactly,
okay?
Yes. And then we just spoke about the 24-hour economy. So just passed recently. And then the cocoa.
Cocoa was such a big elephant in the room. This one, not just imagine, the minority showed up and showed out with it.
Cocoa pot.
If you've not seen cocoa before, at least you have an idea how it looks, because the minority really were not having it. The president was quite honest. He said that really revising the cocoa producer price was very, very difficult, which you just have behind you. But he had to take that decision.
Yes, and before the government actually announced the reduction in cocoa prices, I was here with Mami AC. And we're talking about the most pragmatic approach would be to reduce the price, because it's not going to be sustainable for the government.
Yes.
If the government decided to keep the price where it was, we have to be paying subsidies. And already where we are not meeting our revenue targets, it's going to be very hard for the government to move money around. So,
Caleb, but to be fair though, in the sub-region or in the market down here, did it look like Ghana was the one paying the best of the prices to the farmers?
Yes.
So, yeah.
It was.
Yeah, to be fair to the government.
To be fair, it was.
So the amount you see today looks very small, but if you wanted to open the conversation up, then it will look like, if I was in another country, I won't be getting this amount. I hear Cote d'Ivoire is actually reducing, and it will start in March, 1st March, I think.
Yes, they'll be reducing there soon. Again, the price, so Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, we set a farm-based price where the buyers have to pay this particular amount. But in other countries like Cameroon or Nigeria, they don't set farm gate prices.
Okay.
When the buyer comes, you negotiate and you pay directly with the farmer or whoever you're buying the cocoa from. So that's why the other countries seem to be benefiting. Because when prices went as high as $10,000 or $12,000, the farmers were directly receiving the $10,000. But in Ghana, we had a farm gate price. And the government had to account for cocoa board's costs and all of that. So the farmers were not directly benefiting. But then when the prices went down, because we still have a farm gate price, the farmers were still benefiting from the high prices. But the other countries where there's no farm gate price, it's a free market, the farmers were receiving the lower prices. So in that situation, when the prices came down, Ghanaian farmers were benefiting for some time. So buyer decided, okay, I'm not going to buy from Ghanaian markets again, I'm going to the other markets. And then they had to reduce the farm gate price. But
really, the minority advances the argument that we hear Cocoa Board has always been in debt.
Yeah.
Now the debt is a little big, I think 32.8 or 9 billion. And then they say that, well, we're here that you have challenges, but the cocoa farmer shouldn't suffer for it.
And that's different sides of the argument, because when we were trying to get farmers to buy onto the Cocoa Board model, we told farmers that when prices come down, we'll protect you.
Yeah.
When prices go up, allow us to give you, not the full price. Let us keep some for the rainy days when prices do come down. But unfortunately, Cocoa Board had not been doing that very well, because there's supposed to be a cocoa stabilization fund. Whenever cocoa prices go above, I think, $3,000 per ton, you keep some excess in a fund, so that when the prices do come down, and do come down eventually, you take money from that fund and use to cushion farmers. But it seemed like that fund was not really operational.
Yeah.
Because if it was, that's when the government would...
He used to cushion the farmers.
Exactly, because the price of cocoa fell mid-season. So usually what happens is that once you have the fund, for the rest of the season, you'll be taken from the fund, and then at the end of the season, that's when you can decide to reduce prices.
Cocoa Board is the regulator, I admit. But where is the cocoa marketing company in all of this? So they're supposed to sell and make money for the government, are they not? I do not hear them in the conversation in the last days. Because
Cocoa Board is the overall regulator for the
But they're just regulating though.
Yeah, and CMC is under Cocoa Board.
Yeah,
There's
I agree.
a subsidiary of Cocoa Board. So everything starts with Cocoa Board. And usually when Cocoa Board gets the cocoa beans, it then passes it on to CMC, or the cocoa marketing company, and then they do the sale. Sometimes they take it to the cocoa processing company, and then they produce the chocolates, and the King's Bites we have, cocoa processing company does that. So usually everything goes back to Cocoa Board. So once there's a policy direction from Cocoa Board, it affects all the others within the sector, no matter what the other people.
What's that one single thing you hope to see in this new legislature that the Cocoa Board or Cocoa Board is hoping to advance to Parliament? Overall, you have studied the sector quite well. What's that one thing that if they miss out in this bill, we'll be back here having the same conversation?
So I'll use Ecuador as an example.
Okay.
So in 2016, Ghana was producing almost 1 million tons of cocoa. Ecuador was doing 370,000 tons. Currently, Ecuador is doing 500,000 tons. Ghana is doing 600,000 tons. So the gap has closed. And then
very much.
The projections are next year, Ecuador is going to surpass Ghana and then become the second largest producer of cocoa. Yeah, so Ghana used to be first, it became second to Ivory Coast, and now we're going to be third. Ecuador is going to overtake Ghana. Now the problem is that now Ecuador took advantage of the high prices. When prices were high, because like I explained earlier, farmers in Ecuador benefit from the actual price of cocoa. There's no farm gate price, there's no regulator or middleman that sets prices and takes some of the profits for themselves. So once the farmers were receiving the high price of cocoa or the high dollars, when the cocoa prices are very high, they decided to reinvest in their farms, to get more machines on the farms, more improved seedlings, and then now they are producing at a much higher pace. If you compare their production per hectare to that of Ghana's own, they're almost catching up with Ghana, and then they will surpass us very soon. So this new policy direction or this new bill that is being worked on, we need to understand how, one thing, the farmer benefits tremendously, because once farmers are happy, they'll keep planting.
Okay.
And again, we need to understand how improved machinery, improved ceilings are going to be brought onto the markets. And then thirdly, the galamsey situation. You cannot take galamsey out of it. Because once farmers are contemplating, not even, some say they will not do it, but once people are contemplating selling their farms to galamsey operators, or galamsey operators are forcefully taking over farms, again, we're not going to get enough cocoa beans.
Well,
three policy measures.
Caleb, stay with me because we have Associate Professor of Finance at Andrews University in the United States, Professor William Kwesi Prepper, joining us via Zoom. Prof, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, I'm certain I'm certain that you followed the address delivered by the president this afternoon, from morning all through this afternoon. But the conversation starts and rests at our public debt, because most of the decisions that we take will fall within that. It says that we have reduced it, or we fell by 82.1 billion. Let's start the bigger conversation from there. What's your view?
Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to your viewers. So if you ask me on the debt, I think that some factors has really worked for us in that angle. The first one I'm going to talk about is when the government intentionally worked on the exchange rate. So most of the debt that we were owing in foreign currencies, because the cedi strengthened, those debt repayment became very cheaper. So that is one major factor. And the second factor is that we could also see from 2005 that the government intentionally decided to make sure that the revenues that they are generating, they were going to go by the IMF plan and to be able to pay off some of the loans when they are due. So you notice that, as the president said, even one of the facilities that were due, they were able to mobilize enough resources to pay it even before the due date. And this points to the fact that there is this fiscal discipline with revenue mobilization and resource allocation. And that is what we've seen that help us to be able to pay off our debts. And the third one, the third one I may also talk about the debt is that we've also seen that our public debt, even though the government is borrowing through the treasury bills, the short-term market, what the net off between what they borrow and what they repay is not increasing. So that is one other factor that has caused our public debt also to see a reduction. So these three factors are key and intentional. And from what I've seen and what I'm reading, is what the government has done to ensure that our debt has come up to that reduction of that 81 billion Ghana cedis. Okay,
Prof, help me here. So you mentioned fiscal discipline. One thing also has my attention. You say that revenue mobilization. How do I reconcile the discontinuation of some tax revenues that they discontinued in mobilizing the revenue that you have just mentioned? How are they mobilizing these revenues beyond spending quite well, as they have said?
So I think we know that they took out the e-levy, which was a major. The previous government's major tax revenue, but we noticed that it couldn't generate that revenue that really needed. In there is something we have in economics, we call it the lava curve. There is a point when you introduce taxes, it becomes disincentive. People will stop paying. So with the e-levy, that was how it was seen. It became a disincentive, and the government took it off. And we also noticed the VAT, which was tax on tax, was also worked on. But you will see that once you're able to remove taxes that makes it disincentive to pay your taxes, people will become now willing to pay the existing taxes in terms of being compliant. So the revenue that we have received, which really helped us in revenue mobilization, is basically on compliance. The existing taxes that we have, we noticed that the government and its strategy between the GRA have ensured compliance. One key element is the introduction of AI at customs points. When the exchange rate dropped, people started importing items coming in, even though the payment on duties have reduced. But when you see the volume increasing, then it means that your revenue, your tax revenue is going to go up. So these are some of the things that has really worked also for the government in terms of removing those tax, those that they call nuisance tax. Okay. But the real benefit is that I'm sure the government was aware that taking out or removing those taxes means that they were going to lose some revenue. So they needed to be more disciplined on their expenditure. So the minority says that the government is not spending. Meaning that the way they live their life when they were in government, they expect this government to live the same way, but they are not seeing it that way. That's why they are complaining. But from the speech from the president, we noticed that yes, indeed, some expenditures have been going on. I'm not speaking for the government, I'm just looking at the numbers. So the president reported that arrears has been being paid.
Yeah.
So a lot of arrears has been paid. And when you pay those arrears, it means that you are spending. So it's a key factor of expenditure. However, it is intentional and disciplined expenditure. The government is putting money at where it thinks that it is going to have an impact on the economy. So I'm going to explain two main things. In terms of output, you will see that when we say output on quantitative numbers, a lot of money has been spent, but they have been spent at the right places.
Okay.
And they have been able to bring some form of stability. One of the key areas the president talked about is on the energy level. We know the doomsday problem, where the government now says that he has paid all arrears to energy, some of the energy major two partners, and planning to pay the rest. It brings that kind of confidence, and that's why we've seen the energy being stabilized. So if you ask me, these are some of the disciplined financial measures I've seen the government come out with. Though I have my other reservations.
I can't wait to get to the reservations, because then I'll take it from you what you expected to hear in today's State of the Nation's address that you didn't see, or if you did, fell short of a few things.
So the president was very clear with when he was able to mention a little bit about unemployment, employment, and refer to the 1 million Ghana statistical figure.
Yeah.
However, we are sitting on a time bomb on unemployment in Ghana. So in both economics and finance, the three major things a country seeks to solve, if you ensure economic stability, like we have seen, if you ensure monetary stability, like we have seen, and it does not trickle down to creating employment, it means that you have solved two problems, but your main problem, what you are put in government to do, is to make sure that your citizens are able to work. And this is where I think that I was not able to hear much on the employment, though the government said they were going to, I think he pointed to some of the existing youth employment programs and those things. But we want to see permanent jobs, not the short-term jobs, the national service jobs you talked about and the rest. We want to see how we translate these gains into full-time jobs. That should be the crux and the key of the whole thing. When Ghanaians are able to get work to do, then we can say that yes, things are working well. Well, maybe the president says that we should get ready, we are now going to fly. So probably he's pointing to the point of, if I want to see that we are flying, then it means that a lot of the youth we have there are now getting employment. At least it's good. We have 1 million. But remember, the 1 million is just less than 1% of the entire youth population who have graduated from the university and they don't have any work to do. So the focus should be on that side. That is what I wanted to hear, the more on employment strategies.
But it beats me though, Prof, that most governments, one of the things that they struggle with is employment. If it's not employment, it will be underemployment. What is it? Is it the module they use to want to cure that problem that it's not potent enough? Or it's just we don't know how to create jobs for young people? What's really the challenge?
So the governments normally come with policies. So your policy must be a policy that will trickle down to even individuals who have the initiative to create their own employment, not relying on formal employment. So that kind of mindset and that kind of policy is what probably we want to see from government if they say we are taking off. Is their policy going to ensure that, yes, indeed, when I finish school, I'm not going to rely on seeking government of other formal employment, but can I be able to be in a position to be my own entrepreneur?
Yeah.
And is a policy set for me to be able to do that. This is what I want to see. I'm going to say something which I think, as we see that in interest rate is dropping, central bank must also be cautious to see that new loans are given to startups. So central bank must come out with another strategy and say, we want to give all the banks some room to be able to venture into areas that are a little bit more riskier for the youth to be able to take the loans. And then they create a fund and say, yes, if any bank is able to give loans to startups of people within 5,000 Ghana cedis, 10,000 Ghana cedi limit, and they are not able to pay, the government will be able to cover up. So these programs are something that I want to see the central bank and the government coming up with that policy. Then it will give the confidence that when I graduate from the university or maybe from high school or from whatever level, and I want to start a new venture, I want to start something, I can walk to the bank once now we have identification, and with my small program, I go and meet the bank and say, yes, this is what I want to do. And the bank will not say, you are not too risky, your project you want to do is not it's not bankable, so they are not going to give. Then they can tap into the government program to create that kind of employment and give that kind of money to help the youth to be able to focus on. Well, so employment is very, very key.
Prof, stay with me. Just stay with me a little longer. I'm taking our viewers to Parliament where the minority is addressing the media. Well, we'll take you back to Parliament when we're able to get some connections back there to hear the Minority Leader, Alexander Penyomarkin, address the country, especially post the President's address in Parliament. I still have Prof with me, but Prof, stay with me. And when I come to you, one of the questions I will be asking you and seeking some answers to is that, yes, they are quite happy about the inflation. People are quite happy about the inflation, but at what point will it get to that it will be a problem, realistically? I'll come to you for that. But in the meantime, let's engage Dr. Victor Doke. He is a security analyst. Doc, if you followed the address, which part of it addressed security concerns largely for you? Unfortunately, we've lost him, but we'll reconnect with him when we're able to. And when as well gain connection back to Parliament, I'll take you to that minority press that they're briefing now when I get that. But Prof, so we see that inflation has reduced significantly. My understanding of it is that the rate at which prices of goods and services would be increased will be slow-paced. But at what point will inflation drop so much that it will be a problem?
So this is a very important question. If you paid attention to the Ghana Statistical Service data, they themselves reported that some regions have already started experiencing deflation, meaning prices have gone into reverse. What it means is that it's going to get to a point in time, even whatever cost they use in producing, when they sell their product, they are not going to get even their cost back. So this is where we must watch. It is pointing to the fact that there is a lot of regional imbalances between our economy and which must be addressed. And I know the president, that's why I listened to him carefully. He was trying to make sure that each region gets something going to be able to bring back the economy. So deflation is something that we must watch. And indeed, if you have a deflation, it may even lead to affecting your GDP growth numbers. And this is where it's going to be very, very critical. In the US, where I am, they try to make sure inflation is always around 2% because you need a little bit of inflation within. In Ghana, we have set our inflation target between 8 plus or minus 2%. And our current inflation rate is 3.5%, meaning based on our own targets, we have started seeing a problem. We have slowed down more than we are supposed to slow down. So if it's like driving, you have to drive within a speed limit. So our speed limit in our inflation is 8 plus minus 2%. So we've gone below that threshold and getting to 3% threshold. Even though it is good, but its inherent effect is that we have slowed down too much. So the effect is that if we don't take care, it's going to happen and have an impact on our investment. I'm going to give you some scenarios. So now it's not even very, there's no incentive too much to invest in treasury bills, too much to do those kind of short-term securities, because the returns you are going to get on it is less than 6%, 8%, less than the target that we have set for ourselves. So people who have invested, hoping that they will get some form of returns to live on it, will now ask themselves, the government has caused inflation to go down, interest rates to go too down, so they will start complaining. So they may have to find an alternative to invest their money. And this is where I'll come back to the employment. Then if the other alternative is to invest in real sector jobs, creating jobs, so that if I know I'm going to give it to government and treasury bill and get around 6%, I have a straight cost to be able to get a higher return if I can start a new business where I can get about 15% returns. So this is the effect. So the dangers are still there for us going so low at that 3-point-something% in inflation. But the main one, the real effect will come in with the regions that have started reporting deflation. Deflation, which is something the government must watch.
Prof, in 2022, investors pulled out, the cedi crashed, Eurobond market closed to us. And they say that our external shocks were quite weak. Currently, we're doing an import cover of 5.7. The government is seeking to want to take it to a little 15, above, 15. Yes, a little 15, above. 15 months. 15 months, and then we're wondering at what cost? What's the feasibility? What are we going to be losing now to be able to have this import cover of 15 months?
So, well, I gave an interview and I said, yes, this is ambitious and it's not impossible. But it comes with a cost. So the opportunity cost of you having your money to invest in real sector, however, you want to tie your money down and use it for a later date. So this cost is really, really going to affect us in that decision. So the first one, monies that could have been used to prepare development, to support expansion and creation, we are going to use that one to buy gold or whatever the government wants to do, and we are going to tie it down for 15 years. So you ask yourself, when we keep that money down for the next 15 months, as they are planning, would we get the returns that will be greater than if we have used the money today? So the opportunity cost analysis must be done. This government policy may have an impact of about 0.1 to 2% on our GDP if the government goes on that plan. So this cost, I'm sure the policy may have probably done their analysis and say, yes, we want to secure the future, but ask yourself, could it be a position to use the money now in some real sector to be able to generate that? So government wants to try to find a balance. And 15 months is their target. To me, it's too ambitious.
But they're seeking to use gold. They're seeking to use gold. Is that not good enough?
So ask yourself, the gold they want to use, government is going to give money to gold board to buy the gold and sell. And when the money comes, when the repayment comes, they keep that money at the central bank. So everything is about your money. It's the money, it's the same commodity money. So ask yourself, that money you are giving to gold board to buy the gold today, is there something that you could have used to do now? And that is why we are foregoing that opportunity. So government, if they think that, yes, they have created the real sector jobs, they think everything is okay, they want to secure us for the future, so they want to tie our money down for 15 months. That is the 15 months is more than 1 year of import cover. Is this something that we need to focus on? So that's why I say it's so ambitious.
But what would the ideal situation look like for you? How many months?
So this situation should have been roughly your 10 months, between 12 months and 10 months. That additional 3 months you are adding on is something that we could have put in the economy to create real sector jobs.
Okay.
And let's be clear. For all the pandemics that we have seen affecting economies,
about inflation having coming down.
These have not affected economics for more than a year. Mostly it happens within 6 months. We will see IMF and World Bank coming in with some support to support economies. So you covering yourself for that 15 months, it means that you are anticipating a higher or something significantly happening in the near future, which must be looked at.
Did you see the 24-hour economy as a good buffer, at least?
I mean, well, every economy running 24 hours is a good buffer and a good policy to ensure that, yes, we get jobs. Indeed, if it will really work, I want to see, and I want to quote the young girl, one job being done by 3 people. That is what I am envisaging, that yes, this really happens in Ghana. And when we're able to do that, yes, a lot of real jobs will be created to support the economy. The biggest challenge, as I'm repeating myself in all the conversations,
electricity tariffs have increased astronomically.
The problem is how government will create real jobs. They have done well solving 2 problems.
Well, Prof, I'm sure that you can hear the noise in the background. Please stay with me. Let me take our viewers back to Parliament. The minority is still addressing the press.
Jobs lost, electricity tariffs have increased astronomically, cost of living keeps rising within just a year. So if Mr. President says that they are in a take-off mood and is advising Ghanaians to tighten their belts, fasten their seat belts, we understand. So he's telling us that we should expect more hardship. We see that in today's submission by Mr. President, especially on the aspect of the economy that talks about strengthening the city, he was clear with the facts, and those facts we do not disagree with him. He says that there has been stabilization measures, but we know that these stabilization measures did not just fall from the sky. The gold for forex and the gold for reserves, these were strategic decisions that were and remain the brainchild of our flag bearer, Dr. Mahama Bawumia. The gold buffers that provided confidence, the framework that steadied the currency, and the foundation that made today's stability possible were already in place before 2025. In 2024, let me give some numbers. GDP had crossed 1 trillion cedis for the first time, and growth stood at 5.7%. In their time, growth is hovering around 4%. Over 30 tons of gold had been accumulated, and by the way, they have depleted the gold they came to meet. What do you mean? The 30 tons of gold that we accumulated, they have sold all the gold in the name of diversification. How do you diversify when the gold prices are at all times high? How do you say you are diversifying by selling your gold for cash when this is a time to keep your gold? Again, policy inconsistency. That notwithstanding, we think that instead of the president taking credit for it, he should give the credit to Dr. Bawumia. What belongs to Bawumia must be given to him. You cannot criticize an individual on a campaign platform only to assume the reins of government and implement the policy that you criticize. Today, agriculture has been abandoned. I am looking for Honorable Eric Opoku. I can't find him. He was such a loud voice on agriculture. And I respect him for the great debates he had on the floor. But where is Eric Opoku's voice today? His ministry has been rendered a good-for-nothing ministry. Look into the budget. Nothing was given to the ministry. Government has done nothing to promote agriculture. Production has not increased. all the numbers that they are parading are as a result of the gold board monopolization of the gold trade, and then the gold for forex initiative that we introduced. By the way, according to the IMF, as at end 2025, the losses incurred by Gold Board and Bank of Ghana had increased to over 7 billion cedis. We, the minority, hereby say that these 7 billion cedis could have done our roads, constructed hospitals, created opportunities in the private sector for the many Ghanaian youth who are unemployed, and in fact, it could have been enough to establish the women banking that they promised in opposition that they have failed. On Monday, we are going to bring to the attention of the country our comprehensive submission on the true state of the economy, on the true state of the nation. But for now, we conclude by saying that this government is only fixated on PR gimmicks and is only interested in political rhetoric rather than real action and creating opportunity for all Ghanaians. Thank you very much indeed. And to the cocoa farmers, we stand with Ghanaian cocoa farmers. I repeat, we stand with Ghanaian cocoa farmers. We, the minority, we stand with Ghanaian cocoa farmers. Thank you very much.
Well, so the minority is still standing by the Ghanaian cocoa farmer and thinking that they deserve a lot better. They also have been reminding the Ghanaian people that some of the policies that the president spoke about today started under their regime, and think that Dr. Bawumia, the former vice president, should be accorded some of the accolades, not all of it, to the current government. But Prof, if you're still with me, it brings the minority's concern now brings to the fore the big conversation on cocoa. The president was quite honest, brutally honest in his presentation, and says that cutting the producer price was quite a difficult decision, but he had to, especially because of the debt that Cocoa Board has incurred. What's your assessment of this? And I ask this because many have said that Cocoa Board has always incurred debt, and that if you wanted to nurture or stabilize that sector, the cocoa farmer shouldn't be the one bearing the brunt of it. Let me hear you.
So I'm sure the government is, what the strategy they put together is for business purposes. They are trying to turn Cocoa Board being only for a social enterprise, but into a real business activity. In the past, we've looked at Cocoa Board just to support the economy and also social enterprise. So in that case, we don't care how much it's costing us to make sure Cocoa Board exists and pay farmers. This decision they've taken to reduce the price, it makes business sense. It makes economic sense. It makes financial sense. The world price has reduced. When the price reduces, it is also advisable also to reduce how much you give to the farmers. And I'm sure based on the numbers, that is what they have done. It's only trying to explain the two concepts to the current farmers, that Cocoa Board is no more like it used to be in the past as a social enterprise going to ventures that they are not supposed to go. But now they will just want to focus on their main core activity and make sure that they pay realistic price. The only challenge with the Ghanaian model that I've noticed is that of guaranteeing price, knowing that where we sell our product, the price that quoted on the world market is volatile. Yeah. That is the only challenge. So if based on the model that the policy the government wants to take to Parliament, if we are going to really ensure that that volatility or changes in price is factored in that model, then it becomes something acceptable for the farmer that yes, when prices move up, We know how much you get when prices comes down. We know how much we'll pay to farmers. So this is one option. I'm also probably in a form of advice, want to tell the government a little bit, can we enhance our stock market to be able to list pricing or probably go into commodity trading by making sure that cocoa pricing is determined on our stock market and just leaving it to international market or the external market. In my previous conversation, I mentioned South Africa, I mentioned Kenya, being able to make sure that their commodity prices are seen on an exchange board. So everybody knows the price. So when it's going up, we all know. When it's coming down, we all know. In that case, that is how the business model should be. And it reduces government guaranteeing price when government knows that if the price drops below a certain threshold, he must go and borrow to pay the promise in terms of the guarantee. This is where what we are missing, and this is what probably must be addressed.
Well, until all of that is addressed, many say that, of course, and you have said it's a liquidity problem. Why didn't the government just find money from somewhere, cushion these farmers while they also seek the reforms for the sector?
So that will be who will pay for that money that we are taking from somewhere. That is going to increase the debt. And remember our initial discussion. So if the government will want to do that, our country's debt is going to increase. And I'm sure that's why I said they have taken a business decision. They've decided not to borrow. They want to be more business-like minded and not on the social. So if you see Cocoa Board as a social entity, then you want to focus on the outcome and go and borrow to just satisfy the 800,000 farmers in Ghana. But what will be the cost to the rest of Ghanaians? Do we want to satisfy only 800 cocoa farmers, so 800,000 cocoa farmers, and the other Ghanaians will suffer? The 33 million Ghanaians will suffer? 1 million benefit should not supersede the benefit of the 33 million Ghanaians. So it's a business proposal, but I understand. Minority must have something to say. So if policy is affecting 800,000 cocoa farmers, yes, they have the right to talk about it, and I'm sure that is what they are doing. The three things they are talking about, for me, from the minority point of view, yes, they are telling the government, you have done very well in solving macroeconomic factors. That's why Afenyo Market said that it's not macroeconomic policies that we are going to eat. So government now has a new challenge. The new challenge is, how do you solve the cocoa issue? How do you solve the electricity issue? How do you solve the water prices increase issues? So if they're able to do that, then the next challenge will come. So the fourth one I may add is the Galamsey area. That's what the minority is talking about.
Right.
So that is why government are established. Listen to the minority, don't poo-poo what they are saying, and you work at them to make sure that, we all enjoy in Ghana.
Okay. Prof, stay with me. Firstly, we've got Dr. Victor Doke joining us, a security analyst. That was quite plenty things that the president said. We've been trying to crunch it for them. But let's engage Doc on security areas. Doc, I'd like to think that you followed the president's speech today, telling us the state of the nation. I'm certain you're quite concerned about the state of our security as we speak. Just yesterday, some fishermen were ambushed, I like to say kidnapped, but thankfully the Ghana Armed Forces have rescued them. The president's been giving us an update. It takes us back to that evacuation that happened in Burkina Faso as well. Overall, how are we performing?
Well, thank you very much. I think every situation, no matter how important your security is, there will be challenges. But those challenges should not mean that the external threat that you know of that existed will take you by surprise. Now, what we are dealing with is threats for that region.
First, that you repositioned yourself so that would hear you. Unfortunately, the line is not clear at all. We'll try and reconnect again with you to see if it will be better. We apologize for that bad sound. Firstly, yeah.
It was today. It's been a long day for you, and I admire the strength with which you've carried it on. We are so grateful.
I've got shoulders to lean on.
You know,
in the back there.
And for those of you who cannot see what's happening behind the scenes, she has a very chilled bottle of malt
Don't do that.
But it's been quite a day, and I think this administration, to a large extent, is enjoying the goodwill of Ghanaians, how far they have performed within the first few months that they took over office. We're seeing very good performance of the city, fuel prices as well. We're quite expectant that they will sustain this gain, and sustainability is always a challenge for most people. So I know that you and Caleb have been touching on the economy and some of the key things. So I'd like to delve into governance, some of the key proposals that the president made. One thing that struck me today, MFR, was that government said they want to introduce a legislation that would make it mandatory for Parliament to approve any sale or lease of any state property. And for me, that is quite key, because if you recall the previous administration, when Rock City Hotel, owned by Brian Champon, tried to acquire some state properties, especially Labadi Beach Hotel, that administration came under a lot of backlash. There was concerns about state capture. And so we're looking at how this administration plans to roll this out, when they'll be doing this. He didn't give us any timelines. And so there's another proposal that this administration is making that we'll be looking forward to the implementation. And of course, we'll be holding the feet of this administration to fire should they fail to do that. And that key thing, MFA, I'm sure you've been facing the same challenge where you buy prepaid meter and you wonder if there is somebody elsewhere.
Yesterday, I was telling them that
sharing it with
I have
you.
palpitations and I thought I was getting ill. It's only to know that. You just know that.
It's alarming. I was quite excited to hear that government plans to deal with that as well. We heard from the president that they would be negotiating with independent power producers just to restructure the debt and see how best they can deal with that. We know that ECG is also supposed to work. The committee, they've been given 7 days by the Energy Ministry to come up with details as to why we're experiencing this and how best they can deal with this. So we're looking forward to that and how it will pan out as well. I'm quite also interested, MFI, in the energy sector, where the president says that the Energy Ministry will be supplying some 12,000 new smart meters from the end of the first quarter of 2026. The end of the first quarter will be the end of March. So we're looking forward to that. Questions though, what really is the difference with this smart meter? Is it different from what we already have in the system? Why 12,000? Is that the demand? And so that's questions that we would have to pose to the Energy Ministry. Also, agriculture, MFR, came up, and I was quite interested in how the government plans to deal with the glut. And we're looking forward to that because we heard from the president tell us that they've committed some 300 million Ghana cedis to the National Food Buffer Stock. And so, MFA, we hope to see how that mop-up exercise will pan out and how it will actually bring some relief to the farmers. But I'm told you have someone else on standby.
Definitely. We're going to, of course, the state of the nation does not begin and end in Parliament, right? And it doesn't end in what the president says. It really ends on the plate, in you and I, our pockets. And so, of course, we went out there to engage citizens, of course, people like you and I, to get to know the true state of the nation. And Noella had a conversation with some Ghanaians in Tema Station.
Arrest the dollar. We only strengthened the city to put up a good fight against other currencies. I'm sure for MFR, that quote rings a bell, but for the many of you that perhaps this quote does not, well, it was one of the many pronouncements the President, John Dramani Mahama, made at his State of the Nation's address delivered at Ghana's Parliament House. And like I mentioned earlier, he made so many pronouncements. Notable amongst them is the fact that Ghana's credibility has been fully restored. This was his second State of the Nation's address. The first time he delivered a State of the Nation's address, he promised a reset agenda for our country. A year on, in his delivery, he says that reset agenda is on blast and on course, and of course the country's economic indicators are great. He says inflation has dropped. The city is performing pretty well against other foreign currencies, like I mentioned, and basically investor confidence has been fully restored as well. But we want to gauge the mood of Ghanaians right here at the Tama station. What do they make of these pronouncements the president made? Do they agree with him? Do they not agree with him? I'm here with Frida and Cardinal. Frida is a beautiful mother of three, right? And Cardinal, as you can see, deals in the buy and sell of, kids' school bags. I'm sure Frida came to buy some from him. You're welcome to join us, Cardinal.
Thank you.
Right, so they say ladies first. I want to start with Frida. Frida, I'm sure you have listened to bits of what the president had to say during his State of the Nation's address in Parliament today. He says that economically, Ghana is good. We're back on track. And these were his words. Do you agree with him?
No.
Why do you not agree with him?
Because as our president said, the dollar is okay now. The dollar is not affecting our lives. Now things in the market are each and every day it goes up, the prices and everything. And there is no money in the system, you see. Yeah, we are suffering though, my sister. It's not easy. And I can boldly say that Doomsday is back again. Yeah, and the electricity bill too is too much.
Well, you've also been affected by the incessant, prepaid.
Yeah. As it was last year that way, or last 2 years, I bought what do you call it? Prepaid. Yeah, prepaid 150, 120. It will take me like 2 months. But nowadays, if I buy 100 cedis, 120, it's like 2 weeks to 3 weeks. So, yeah, and I can boldly say that Doomsday is back again.
Where do you live?
Ashama, Lebanon.
Yeah, and how often does your light go off?
Last 3 days, it went off around 9 p.m. and yesterday too. And it will come around 12. It will go like 2 hours and come back 3 hours and daytime too. You see, so the Doomsday is still back. Yeah.
So for you cannot feel the economic boom the president is talking about in your pocket?
So not at all. The dollar and everything, not at all. The things that I sell is the same price and it's even increasing, you see. So I don't see anything, yeah.
So you heard that Frida is a mother of 3. She came, I'm sure, to shop for school bags from Mr. Cardinal. Mr. Cardinal, Frida does not agree with the president. What do you say?
Yeah, what I also say is that for me, I think the president is trying a little, but I have to try more because the money is not flowing. Everywhere people are complaining, no market. Sometimes you come 2 days, 3 days, can't even sell one thing. Everybody is complaining. It's not telling me. So you need to do something. The money is not flowing. But coming to the dollar and the other things, I think he's trying his best on that one. Yeah, the dollar is coming down quite all right, but still.
So do you feel that effect of the city performing well against the dollar when you buy some of these goods to come and sell?
Yeah, because first, some of the bear, we buy it 4,500, 4,003, but now you can get it around 4,000. You understand? But the problem is that the money is not coming.
Reducing it for me.
Oh, Cardinal is not reducing the goods and
No.
Which is one thing a lot of people have been complaining about, that you market people aren't reducing the prices of goods and services.
Let me tell you, the problem is there. For she buys selection, and now the way we will sell first things. The way they are bringing the things now, sometimes when they bring the bell, we open it baller. The selection we see inside will be like 10 or 20 pieces. Other one will be baller.
So the selection you're talking about is like the very good pricey stuff.
The very nice one that so anybody see that can like. You understand? So those ones we have to sell to get your small money. Other ones you can sell them 10 cedis. Nobody even want to buy it. Yeah. So I think.
So for those you have to price it twice or thrice the price so you can make up for what you spent in buying the bill.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so again, for you think that the president is trying?
Oh, he's trying best. To be honest with you, he's trying best. Just that the money is not flowing. So you need to do something.
What do you think he can improve upon that would make you happy as a Ghanaian?
You see, everybody needs money. You understand me? Everybody needs money. I think what you need to do to Ghanaian is, number one, those people that are bringing the goods, they should know the kind of goods they are bringing. You understand? Because last time I buy bag and I open it, it's bought as well. They didn't even collect it. I lost. So you have to talk to those importers. They are bringing the goods so that they know what they are bringing to.
But, I mean, he says that freight prices has also been slashed.
Yeah. But I think those people that are going to bring the goods, the kind of goods they are bringing to Ghana here is not fair. You understand? Sometimes when you open the goods, you be imagine, is it human being going to use this kind of thing? They don't even care. That's what, for my own business, that's what affects me. Yeah.
Right, Cardinal, thank you so much. So I've been engaging with Frida, a mother of 3, and Cardinal, who is a trader who deals in school bags for kids. I want to engage people further on the President's State of the Nation's address. I have here with me Amwaku. Amwaku deals in carpets. He sells a lot of, I guess, woolen carpets, and some of these. You're selling, right? Okay. Amwaku says he's busy selling to a customer, and so we'll engage him a bit later. But Auntie Maggie is also a market woman here. She deals in plastic bowls and what have yous. I want to engage her on the President's delivery in the House of Parliament today. Auntie Maggie, me sure so what's it there? Your man penny or can Parliament House and basically or say your economy is not so it's your po say your she baby a free ba near shed in just 1 year and over kakrano with with your economy now say abaso body would you say
economy any the eco form a fat say $7 the eco form. By marketing is so slow. Yanto adian so my. And I feel to say no. When we say ECG problem so high. Me do chrome before 6 o'clock. Inti imagine says ye nipa be 6 na ye wo line so. Na me wo chrome no bi wo fie no use na bedu na light eduma. Say wokoto. Ansana wadem. Inti light ne de e wo soro ma ye na economy no so no. Eye wa hwe ene krum ene Friday hwe market bibia is slow ye ba ye kura ye nto ade wa ba fita no pa ya to ade 50 cedi wa imagine say wadi o ahina ade koto
but yet it is to say eye mo edwedifo no mo na mo mpese mo betete mo nyoma so se na be yankofon so ba wa beto because dollar kofom na say nyoma wutimi to ebe beton no and no surprises na kofom my say so do na kofom na
say bia na we wa kofa na be 7 cedi 10 cedi na meton no nti so nipa no kura ma meto ya meye dey still me da so te me nyoma no enyoma ne de kofom no nipa ne ma meto ya unti me mo no aje wa ba beto ansa na won so ho aye wode ana say awukwa we 7 cedi wo shop e confirm dey be see a ton 10 cedi 3 cedi na menya into a man betoye. Your man for by and twady. Tiansu ye
feel sa economy no see tia upon un feel wo boto.
Men Philips and my banner my 50 cedi ni me di mu 30 cedi sa. Ayena me de to and ayena me de san foka coffee. If an is imagine say 50 cedi na me ton na medino. I'm coming. The maton na medino. Se me di 40 cedi sa. Me de di bia san ko fanyoma. Nti na e kofom. Inti ne say economy ne ye good my say enwoma na ye ton a movie and he say bia makoto wait 7 cedis at least credit me timi ton be 30 and I say yeah me peswa 30 no e be ma me income ama me so we say abribia me okay but the any call for makofa be so ye nto me feel still no me won to me say enwoma ne ye hu say de ye nso ya bravo e say de
well, you heard from Auntie Maggie there. Would you want to talk to me as well? Okay, you're shying away from the camera. But you heard from Auntie Maggie. Auntie Maggie is a market woman. Like I said, she deals in plastic bowls and what have you. Essentially, what she's saying in the Ghanaian language is that, yes, indeed, the city may be performing well against other currencies. Inflation rates and everything might have dropped, but they do not feel it in the market. As a market woman, a lot of people do not come to buy goods from her, and that for her is problematic. But let me engage Amwako. And if I was saying Isaac also sells or deals in carpets. I want to engage Isaac. Isaac, it's saying Your man Penny Emma, yes, State of the Nation address, well, me sure so what's it, you might be a what can. Then I will kafa.
Oh, me pacho, dear, your man Penny, a kind dear. Said ye will boo na member no doom, and now obey soon the chair Ghana for. Young Siena, you will crewman me said, dear, added to city, a woman said dollar no above form, but added to no any hope. Added to any hope. And they say, since morning and bedtime, I think I may be 200 cities. Me kaya crampo our family, my dear, me be trying to my dear Messiah, a coffee. Inti dollar ne dear. Above for Nelson, added to no, a dear na yemen penny bit my ya, a bema added to beba, or no, say Ghana food in a dan.
Oh, Jedini, dollar na akofom. It means inflation so drop. It means say, no man auto, okoto, a betono. Prices, the probability that prices not conform a high. Ooh, yeah. First, not here now.
First, now rubber carpets because we said we no Ghana ha China for na a credible. And said then you be a quality beer. And so first, normally the bond my 7.3, and they say
730 Ghana cities.
And they say about 530. 530 because say Ushim Crumble was like a site me more. But this is a Mlebian Chichiro, and that in a BSI, and this all find they say 730, we ban on my they say 20 city. I was so team a Chamano. Now, when a cacao was so bet is
almost so a free a year 730 about 530. No, also what's the audio so
first now was 730 now you see China can say 27 30 city, but they say no. Uber no mami 20 cedi kura mitimi twam.
So also what prices so but still unyanko for.
So bet atofo ne mass so. Enti no akwa de say na ubinya wochena unya. But me de eno kra de me nka me ye okay but ade ba ko esan so ha me pa ne say ye mpanimfo no hwe say ye wo kromi sike no bet yale nso ebitima atake anytime because efinye wo krom. She anyen no gukwa hu say ye ya na first ye 21 anopa bia na ye nyina ye pra kwa no nya me ho fita na abaye pam ye ye ba anopa untimi kra emegina say o ba be pra ene fina say say san so ba ekwa ne ho enti de na ye mpanimfo no be ye akrom be fe wa ugina hwe eno na o medodo ayi o man sesa bola na mfiro ena eda so go enti e de cent ene yale na sa e de bre ye twan de wo ha no ena o madodo a o mogya ho no. So, enti woman de woman Penny Mahama Ghana for anya ne mugiti wo moye na adwuma ntimi enkoso because na no say na service bi a na adwum ka no ogina say wo mebo so private car bi anim gba wa pie grass no say otobo me a opira me kwa me na mesa ko hwe me ho enti
Isaac
wa na bibia anya fine why.
Okay, Isaac Medasipa. Well, you heard from Isaac. He is also a trader. He deals in carpets, rubber carpets, and I guess woolen carpets of a sort, green grass and all of that, right? And essentially, he's also complaining about the same thing, same as what Auntie Maggie said earlier, says that yes, indeed, the economy may be performing well. The dollar rates may have dropped. The city may be performing great as against other currencies, but on the market when it comes to goods and services it does not reflect. A lot of people do not come to the market to buy from them, even though him for instance has slashed his prices. He also raised some sanitation concerns, but basically these are some of the reactions of Ghanaians right here from the Tama station in the nation's capital, Accra, Ghana. They say that they do not feel that economic boom our president spoke about in Parliament today in your pockets. We'll still be gauging more reactions right here on the streets of Accra. And of course, I'll report back to you. Back to you, MFR.
Well, thank you so much, Noella. You're a champion with that. So we're just wrapping up. But let me just take first the final words from Professor Pepra before we wrap. I know that you have a lot to talk about from that address today. I'm sure you'll be finishing up on Prime a little later.
Yes. We should look forward to some of the highlights.
But Prof, thank you so much for staying with us all through. We're wrapping up the coverage nearly, but let me take your final words.
So, listening to the president, as I've mentioned, 3 more indicators needed for every economy to work. Your macro stability, your currency, situation, and then employment situation. Out of these three, I could say that in 2025, the government have been able to address 2 out of the 3, which is something very significant. The real employment is what must be focused. If the government says it's time for us to take off, we really want to see a takeoff that creates real employment and not short-term employment.
Well, Prof, thank you so much. Professor William Kwesi-Pepra is an associate professor of finance at Andrews University in the United States. And of course, my co-host this evening has been Faustina Safo. But all this while, you have been sitting by the numbers. We're ready to take you beyond the numbers. And guess who is here? Winston and Michelle
in the studio
on standby to take you all beyond the numbers.
It's good to have you as well. And interesting enough, the last gentleman Noella was speaking with says he's not making so. Is he aware that where he's standing his shop is illegal? So basically, his business positioned wrongly, and that's definitely. So also doing for.
As a carpet, there. Oh, you're so sinister. Anyway, we'll hand over to you guys.
Amazing. It's time for Beyond the Numbers. Certainly, we're delving deeper into the state of the nation, breaking down key development the president had mentioned and some market analysis from the stock market and also some business update as well. Stay tuned right after this break.
The foundation of a beautiful home is love, and the surprises that syncopate the expected and boring routines. When your love enters your space, and there's room enough to twirl and swirl in the calming and soothing atmosphere big enough to share. Enjoying the vastness of your patience and the aroma from your classy kitchen. Ascending a well-lit staircase to enter a peaceful terrace with bird's eye view of the world. To pour into each other, toasting to endlessly blissful love until one dives into the other's essence. Willow Lane, where love blooms. Call us on 0240-111119 to book a tour.
Kudos. Remember what I told you. Whenever you face a challenge, never chicken out.
Just eat the chicken.
No.
Use Kivo 100% natural 3-in-1 mix of ginger, garlic, and onion powder for steaming all your delicious meat, fish, and chicken, and also good for stews and soups. No salt, no MSG, no preservatives. It's 100% natural 3-in-1 mix.
I'm a match winner. But the real champion is Kivo 100% natural ginger, garlic, and onion powder. Champion taste.
This advert is FDA approved.
Imagine waking up to fresh forest air, wildlife just a few steps away, and breakfast served in the heart of nature. This March, Joy FM is inviting you to escape the city properly. Friday the 20th and Saturday the 21st of March, we're taking you on the Joy FM Safari Experience 2026, a 2-day luxury adventure through Aqua Safari and Safari Valley. Picture this. We head to Aqua Safari, Lakeside Branch, Island Boat Rides, Segway Adventures, and just when you think it can't get better, we head to Safari Valley for pure relaxation and an evening bonfire and fun luxury car hydrocarbons tucked away into nature. Then we rise early for a sunrise hike along the Kriapim Ridge. Breathtaking views, golden light, and unforgettable moments. Guided wildlife encounters. This is not just a trip. It's nature, comfort, adventure. Curated the Joy FM way. Joy FM Safari Experience 2026, 20th and 21st of March. Limited spaces, premium experience. Single 5,000 CDs, double 8,000 CDs. Call or WhatsApp Slevin on 053 100 3813 to book your slot. Be part of this unforgettable escape, because sometimes the best way to reset is to get lost in nature in style.
Love 99.5 FM presents the 7th edition of the Love FM Primary Schools Quiz. This is where brilliance meets challenge as talented pupils from schools across the region go head-to-head, testing their knowledge in mathematics, English, science, and current affairs. It's more than just questions and answers. It's a celebration of learning, courage, and excellence. Watch as young leaders step onto the stage, confident, focused, and ready to make their mark. The Love FM Primary Schools Quiz will be live on TV, Joy Prime and Joy Learning, and on your favorite radio station, Love 99.5 FM. The Love FM Primary Schools Quiz, an avenue for kids to learn and have fun.
Born in Dakuman and shaped by Gosso, Dr. Kwabena Bempatando's journey reflects resilience, confidence, and deep Ghanaian roots.
There was one day, the driver was running the road from Amrehia through to Circle. And he got there, I didn't have money. So I told him that when he made him meet amount. Imagine senior consultant, I'll rob a tire to her and then Zach.
Oh my God. After excelling at Prempeh College, he pursued higher education in the United States and in advanced degrees, including PhD from St. Louis University. His 25-year international career spanned leadership roles in the U.S. and Nigeria before returning home to serve as Deputy Director General of Ghana Education Service.
I was young, and so there was a lot of pushback. I was 38 when I was appointed as Deputy Director General. So there was a lot of pushback, especially from those that had been in the service for a long time.
This Friday at 9 p.m., don't miss the story of the man who irons his socks, loves Banku, and serves with passion.
How old is this song? Yes,
we are sure.
Oh, I'll be the bomb today. I said, you know, but just enough voice, and I say, oh,
Live from our studios here in Kokomlemle, Accra. This is Joy News and you're welcome back. And of course, this is Ghana's leading business analysis program, Beyond the Numbers.
This is the only show dedicated market development show that brings you update on deals and key headlines shaping your business today.
Well, Winston, just a few hours ago, we had our president address the nation, and he mentioned a number of things that is happening, the magic we're seeing in our economy as well. And one particular thing that I was so keen on seeing what the next move is going to be is the topic of transport, and also on women as well, where he mentioned that Women's Bank in months to come will be rolling out to empower women in business and all of that. I think that was a very good one. But anyway, every time I hear all these policies, my only concern is implementation.
Absolutely. Sometimes, in regards to the Women Bank, I just want to see the real policy structure because there are proposals that basically just empower the local banks to have women decks, basically, so that if government has any funding, you can access it from the women decks in any branch of any bank. That way there's accessibility instead of getting the whole structure of a bank that every nation, every district must have. So basically the overhead costs concerning how it's go by. But let's see how the government intends to roll it out here in Ghana in the coming month. So let's begin with what is happening in the key business community. Now, President Mahama announced during a national address that remittances from Ghanaians abroad hit $7.8 billion in 2025, the highest ever recorded, providing a major boost to the country's foreign exchange reserves.
Well, away from that, recent data from the Ghana Statistical Service show that inflation in Ghana's building sector continued its downward trend at the start of 2026, easing to 3.9% in January from 4.4% in December 2025.
Also, fuel prices are expected to rise marginally in the first price window of March 2026. According to the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers, petrol is projected to increase by 3.59%, diesel by 1.52%, while LPG may decline by 1.57%.
Well, away from that, according to the January 2026 Monetary Policy report by the Bank of Ghana, the government of Ghana's total expenditure for 2025 stood at 194 Ghana cedis 94.36 billion Ghana cedis, I beg your pardon, falling 24% short of the projected 250.31 Ghana cedis. The underspending was largely attributed to lower interest payments supported by easing domestic interest rates and a strengthening cedi.
Now, away from that, Ghana's external debt recorded a sharp decline of 86.7 billion Ghana cedis, falling from 416.8 billion Ghana cedis in December 2024 to 330.2 billion Ghana cedis in November 2025, largely driven by the appreciation of the Ghana cedi. Meanwhile, domestic debt rose marginally to 314.5 billion Ghana cedis.
Well, also, Ghana targets 127 tons of gold annually from the artisanal and small-scale mining sector under sweeping new reforms. Finance Minister Dr. Kasiel Atuforsen told Parliament that the Ghana Gold Board will purchase at least 2.45 tons of ASM gold each week as part of efforts to formalize inflows estimated to exceed $20 billion annually.
Now, away from gold, let's go to cocoa. Ghana's licensed cocoa buyers owe banks up to $750 million, raising fresh liquidity concerns within the financial sector. The debt burden comes as lenders continue to recover from the country's recent economic crisis. Meanwhile, weak global demand has led to falling prices and surplus supply in Ghana and neighboring Ivory Coast.
Again, Finance Minister Dr. Kasiel Atuforsen has defended the Ghana Accelerated National Reserve Accumulation Policy, describing past reserve building strategies as costly. He disclosed that Ghana owes $1.5 billion to Eurobond holders in 2026. The government now aims to adopt a more cost-effective reserve accumulation strategy.
Now, from the gold, let's get to the oil sector. UK-based Tullow Oil has signed an agreement to acquire the FPSO Prof. John Evans Mills for $205 million through its subsidiary, Tullow Ghana Limited, with completion expected by the first quarter of 2027, subject to regulatory approvals.
Well, you want to stay with us because we've got more for you on the show. Market Watch is up next. Please stay.
Born in Dakuman and shaped by Gosso, Dr. Kwabena Bempatando's journey reflects resilience, confidence, and deep Ghanaian roots.
There was one day, the driver was running the road from Amrehia through to Circle. And he got there, I didn't have money. So I told him that when he made him meet him. Imagine senior consultant I'll rub a tire to her and then zack.
Oh my God.
After excelling at Prempeh College, he pursued higher education in the United States and in advanced degrees including PhD from St. Louis University. His 25-year international career spanned leadership roles in the US and Nigeria before returning home to serve as Deputy Director General of Ghana Education Service.
I was young, and so there was a lot of pushback. I was 38 when I was appointed as Deputy Director General. So there was a lot of pushback, especially from those that had been in the service for a long time.
This Friday at 9 p.m., don't miss the story of the man who irons his socks, loves Banku, and serves with passion.
How old is
Welcome back to Beyond the Numbers. My name is Winston Takan. I'm with.
I am Michelle Ojokun.
Let's go straight to the market where we are assessing how key performers have been in terms of stock exchange and who are selling the most, who are the laggards, how much was lost and how much was traded in this week under review. It's been a very interesting last few weeks in terms of performances on the Ghana Stock Exchange. To help us with this analysis, we have Grace Monayu, Data Bank Research Analyst, to give us more insight on what is happening on the market. Grace, it's good to have you with us this evening. How was the week?
It's been pretty well. I'm hoping it ends great on the market. We've closed market, but still compiling this. We are hoping to see the final results.
Amazing. When it comes to the economic mood, basically, we understand anytime the president speaks, he allows or sends some signals into the market. How did the market anticipate the state of the nation, and how would you foresee in the coming weeks, basically next week, to open the market? How will investors behave going forward?
Right. Currently, we don't expect the market to continue to, trade in the southwest. There's been increased interest on the stock market since the beginning of this year. We expect that to persist into next year. First half of the year, after dividends are paid, after all the results are out, we expect also that investors have received some clarity. There's assurance in the market that currently the market is performing well, that there's currently stability on the ground, inflation is down, policy rates are currently at desired levels and even expected to get lower. So investors are sure that the market is pure, the market is ready, the market is conducive for any investments you put in. So we expect that the announcement, the reading or the address will continue to fuel investor demand on the markets, both fixed income and then the equity market as we currently see.
Well, Grace, so the Ghana Stock Exchange has introduced strict rules to curb price engineering, among other things. What do you think are the risks that are promoting this decision?
Right. Michelle, I don't think it will be fair on the market to some stocks if you can just move the share price at any volume at all or with any volume you trade. So there's kind of limitations. These rules have been in existence for a while. These are just reiteration that a certain number of volumes cannot move a certain share price, except it's within a certain price currently trading. So I think it's fair on the market to maintain fairness and stability in the general market, so we avoid anything to do with price manipulation on the market, so that investors are sure that, okay, whatever you receive on the market is a fair value and you are not cheated in any way. So it's a step in the right direction, if you ask me.
Great. Interesting enough, Car Bank just this week released their financials. Some other financial stocks on the exchange also did the same. What is your assessment of their performance, and basically what should you expect in the coming month?
Right. We don't have all the numbers, like you rightly said. Some have released this, the likes of Car Bank, the likes of First Atlantic Bank. The numbers are quite well, especially Republic Bank Ghana. The numbers came in strongly, and I think it was sort of an expectation from the general markets, knowing well that we are currently stepping out of the impact of the debt exchange program. Most banks or most financial counters are recovering strongly with their NPLs, loan books growing so strongly. So we quite expected some decent numbers to flow in, which the market is currently seeing. We're expecting the rest to release somewhere next month, which starting off from next week. So we know what exactly the financial sector is looking like after the whole DDP program last, which is the impact of the markets last year. We expect the numbers coming in to remain strongly as the leaders have already shown to us in terms of the companies that have released so far.
Well, Grace, still on the issue of the new rules set by the Ghana Stock Exchange, do you think that companies will now require setting approval before they initiate any buybacks?
Right. I think currently what is trading is fair, and I think the market will sort of absorb whatever is happening. I mean, it's fair. It's a market. You don't make certain rules knowing well that it will harm the market. Whatever the rules are, I believe it's for the best interest of the general market. And companies will be able to abide. Nothing to hurt the markets in general, but it is something that will promote trading on the markets fairly, if you ask me.
Now, which stocks basically performed well this week, and what should we expect in the coming week, especially both the laggards and those who are leading, basically?
Right, this week has been very pretty, like a strong activity on the market. We've seen the likes of Access Bank rise all the way to 35 cedis as of close of yesterday's trade, and that is record high. We've seen also the likes of Cowbank dropping what I believe will be some profit-taking activities, but we expect that to bounce back and trade in terms of price gain somewhere next week. We've seen the likes of GCB. We've also seen the likes of Republic Bank Ghana trade in the positive territory this week. We've seen SIC coming strong, so making headway into the positive trajectory. Next week, though, we expect most active counters to end in the positive dose. I mean, two of them listed on the exchange, which is Enterprise Group Limited and SIC. We expect that MTN's financials will come in today. That was the announcement, and I believe today the market has not really paid much attention in terms of price movements on the share price of MTN Ghana. We believe it's just a move of a wait-and-see approach to the numbers that we are expecting to come in. And once that is done, investors are able to dilute or digest the numbers they present. That should pave way that should influence investor engagement on the market in general. So next week, we expect GCB Bank, Societe Generale, SIC, Enterprise Group Limited, and then maybe MTN Ghana to make headways in terms of price stability.
Thank you very much, Grace. So we'll certainly be checking up on what is opening the market, especially in terms of performance and where we should put our money in the coming week. Thank you so much, Grace, for being with us.
Winston, before we go, I want to ask Grace a very personal question.
Okay.
Yeah, so looking at all the listings and how well the market is doing, if I'm a new investor and I want to start my investments, where would you advise I start with? Like, which listing would you say that it's a good start for me as a new investor?
Well, as a new investor, it means you need some understanding on how the markets operate. And usually as a start-off, we will recommend that you speak to a broker who will give you clarity on what you're looking out for. Some investors are risk averse, others are risk lovers. So depending on your risk level, we sort of recommend which market you should go into. But all in all, the stock market is performing well this year, and I believe investors can make good takes out of it.
All right. Thank you very much, Grace.
Thank you very much. You know, some people have the perception. I was speaking with someone quite recently, and the person thought the stock market is just like going to buy something from the storehouse. It's a different owning shares or part of ownership of a company publicly is what is being displayed on the stock market. We'll be bringing you more information here on Beyond the Numbers, but when we come back for the big analysis, we'll go to the big address by the president this afternoon, listing the key performance that they had to encounter this year, their policies, their structure, what they have done, what they have failed to do. All these, we will be breaking it down here on Beyond the Numbers. We will be joined shortly by Caleb, who will be dealing and diagnosing the key figures right here. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Born in Dakuman and shaped by Gosso, Dr. Kwabena Bempatando's journey reflects resilience, confidence, and deep Ghanaian roots.
There was one day, the driver was running the road from here through to Circle. And he got there, I didn't have money. So I told him that then he made him wait amount. Imagine senior consultant, I'll rob a tire to her and then Zach.
Oh my God.
After excelling at Prempeh College, he pursued higher education in the United States and in advanced degrees including PhD from St. Louis University. His 25-year international career spanned leadership roles in the US and Nigeria before returning home to serve as Deputy Director General of Ghana Education Service.
I was young, and so there was a lot of pushback. I was 38 when I was appointed as Deputy Director General. So there was a lot of pushback, especially from those that had been in the service for a long time.
This Friday at 9 p.m., don't miss the story of the man who irons his socks, loves Banku, and serves with passion.
How old is this song?
We are sure.
Oh, I'll be the bomb today. I said, you know, but just enough voice, and I say, Okasani Hunimuka.
Welcome back to Beyond the Numbers here on the Joy News channel, and this is the big analysis where we break down the big topic and the big issue that has to do with today's agenda presented by the President himself, President John Dramani Mahama, regarding the state of the nation. And certainly he had to get information from all the ministries that are working on his behalf and address it to us as citizens. And certainly you watched from home on the Joy News channel. You saw the commentary going to the market, how MFA and Noel, all of them assessing the mood of the market. I'm not doing this alone. I'm doing this with the chairman himself.
Caleb Zubin.
Oh, it's a pleasure, brother. Great. So we'll go to the numbers, but we'll be joined also by data scientist Alfred Apia, who will be joining us on Zoom to give us more clarity, because we've been following, we did a pre-analysis beginning of the year, what we should expect this year, and the president has highlighted some key development. But we want to start with some of the things he said, basically, and before we delve deeper to the numbers and speak to Alfred as well. So, Caleb, you were monitoring, I was also monitoring. And first of all, on economy, the president said something very interesting. Can you take us through?
And so he said, as he promised, he confronted the crisis that we faced. And then, according to his assessment, the government had delivered on that. And then they've set us on course of what the NDC calls their reset agenda. So that's how President Mahama started his State of the Nation's address for 2026. And then, we've done the analysis so many times on the macroeconomic indicators. And then, it all starts with the exchange rates, because once the government, did their thing with the exchange rates, most of the other economic indicators followed through. Inflation rates came down on the back of the exchange rates. And also the public debt has also reduced substantially, mainly because of the exchange rates. And we'll get into what caused the exchange rates to come now. We've done this so many times. It's mainly about gold prices and how the governments have been able to take advantage of gold prices and all of that. I don't think we'll be getting much into the other social parts of the nation address, but I just want to put on record that I'm not, particularly satisfied with the way the president spoke about galamsey, because you know how it's a very topical issue, and then I was expecting to hear more, maybe announcing what he would do to some DCs in the areas where small illegal mining is still going on. But then
we know the EPA is now being mandated to spend a huge amount of money to ensure restoration to some damaged or deforested areas.
$35 million for just one report.
Huge, and that is a topic we'll be hitting on definitely to see the ripple effect cost economic cost of we destroying our own water bodies, the environment being destroyed. All these we've been hitting it here on Joy, calling on the president himself to be sure. Every time on radio, we keep highlighting the need and how urgent that particular decision has to be taken. Many were still calling for the shoe to kill. However, there's the need to ensure that any policy direction, with the NIMOs still on the floor, every week, Erastos keeps sending updates on the social media handle, championing the areas, people being led, key DCEs in most municipalities using government facilities to mastermind all these. Some of the development, even the president himself reiterated that the kingpins are still there. After 1 year, the kingpins are still kingpins. What is happening to the structure there? But before then, the exchange rate was one of the key conversations he highlighted on. But take us through where we were and where we are now. What is the huge difference? What happened from the BOG perspective and to the Finance Ministry's angle as well?
Okay, so somewhere last year, the early beginning of last year, January 2025, the city was doing, I think, 14 cedi 70 pesos to $1. And then it went up to 15 cedi 50 pesos. It stayed there for some time.
Yes.
And then we saw this dramatic, appreciation of the currency. And it stayed relatively around the same level from 10 to 11. Interestingly, that's the band the president gave between 10 to 12 band.
Yeah.
So we think the BOG is actually, trying to keep the...
And we got the hints here on beyond the numbers first before any other media outlets had that information.
Yes. So we are currently doing 10.6, and then the lowest we've seen so far is about 10.4, and that's when the finance minister early January decided to pay some debts forward. We know some Euro bonds were due later in June this year. The finance minister decided to pay it early on because of the appreciation of the currency to 10 cedis 40 pesos. We're currently doing 10 cedis 60 pesos. Now, majority of the macroeconomic indicators that follow happens on the back of the exchange rates. And we've done this before. But then I think focusing the State of Nation address on the real economy, how this is going to impact the growth of the economy, the growth of the private sector. I think that's the most important part, in my opinion. And I don't really think the president hit the nail on the head on that part, because understanding from businesses or giving an indication to businesses of what they should expect, because you've dealt with the macro indicators. We understand the city has been very stable. You've dealt with inflation rates and all of that, but then wanting to understand the policy direction moving forward, so how that's going to impact the businesses moving forward. And most importantly, the unemployment situation. And the president also made some remarks about 1 million people being employed last year. We've done some checks. That doesn't turn out to be the truth, because from the Statistical Service, we've seen about 300,000 jobs from Q1.
That is 330,000. I was even at the press conference, and initially, if you make that assessment, the government was quite positive. About 15 million people are active in the job market, and about 330,000 have been employed. That is the number. About the president indicated about 1,000 people. 1 million people. And these numbers need to speak to the facts. And so if we're looking at the labor market, you mentioned the CD being a key factor. That is something the business community we're looking forward to in terms of planning. Exactly. They want stability. If you look at the stability of the city, where it fell from at higher 14 Ghana cedis to the tune of 10, around 10, 12 there, the band was quite important. When they are importing their commodities, look at what happens to car prices. When the city was dancing to the dollar's tune, vehicle prices were high. If you go to every automobile store, they tell you that because of the city dollar. And even you go to the market, Mokola market woman who sells tomatoes every day, you go there, she'll tell you that the price has increased because of the dollar. You wonder whether she goes to the import, when basically most of the manufacturing is done locally. But these are the market movers, things that triggers the market pricing. So anytime this happens, people are actually expecting a ripple down, because if that is the same foundation for your price increment, and that same foundation is being dwindled down, they should expect a ripple effect, basically. But it doesn't happen that way, because people say they price to old mark, they marked to old prices, and when the fact is then they have to recoup what they've lost. Somehow it makes business sense, but doesn't make economic sense in terms of how we can ensure that this prices reflect in the household cost going forward.
And sometimes understandable from the business community, because there's always a lag between the macro and the micro. There's always some time that it takes for the macro to trickle down to the micro. But then again, usually governments have a way of trying to stimulate that and then stepping in between to try and make the micro move faster to the household and all of that. But then again, this and the transformation that we're all looking for hinges on the back of the private sector. And then the president did speak about the 24-hour economy and how the bill has now been passed. So now there's a 24-hour secretariat which is going to be in charge of championing the 24-hour economy. But then again, the last time we saw a policy document was last year, and that was a policy for the 24-hour economy. But then that was a proposal. When it came out, it was a proposal, and we spoke about it. We had analysis of it on the show here. But then we don't know which parts of that proposal has been accepted yet, and which parts have been communicated to businesses.
And it's a humongous document proposal. If you go through the stages of the 24-hour economy, how much of investment is it going to, what is the sources? Is it still going to be from the petroleum sector? These are key questions we want to understand from the full document, basically, because if you're going to fund a structure, is it just you creating a conducive environment for these businesses to thrive? What is the ban for power usage, electricity? Are these companies who are going to run 24-hour economy going to basically benefit from some price reduction? If they benefit, who is going to pay for the shortfall? How is government going to intervene? All these are key questions we need to understand and have clarity about going forward. Many of the political related policies we keep hearing, they have ripple effect. Imagine when those times when we went through COVID, they said free water. There is nothing free in terms of how much you take. All those who took the water, they came to tell you that, hey, you have to pay. So certainly we should be quite careful. Anytime any president, any person, any authority is speaking, there's a likely cost that we'll face. And if not today, we are shifting that cost going forward.
Yeah, and then I think on the cocoa sector too, that was something very topical in the climate. We're always talking about the cocoa sector, and the minority came out with some cocoa pods in their sort of demonstration. Well, I think the president had to speak about the cocoa sector because it affects so many families. Over 1 million direct, and indirect jobs are created through cocoa farming. Yes. And also, I think the price of cocoa on the world market didn't help us. But then, there are always ways, and I was even calling for, a reduction in the farm gauge price because that's a more sustainable solution. But then again, you also have to think about the farmers, and I think some more engagements will happen with the farmers, and then also try to understand taking cocoa board out of this situation because they are still distributing fertilizers and scholarship schemes when there was an agreement that they're going to phase out of that kind of market. So if the government is doubling down on these other activities, is that leading us to another meltdown in the future? So I think most of the main indicators, starting from the exchange rates, we understand how that trickled down to most of the macroeconomic indicators, which the president did speak about. But then that challenge that into the private sector, which creates jobs, the jobs the president talking about, most of them should come from the private sector because the government already, the wage bill is too high. And then, every year the wage bill and interest payments are the top two expenditure items for the government. So the government cannot employ everybody. It's not possible. The 24-hour economy, the government is not going to have a double staff in all the ministries and all the agencies. That's not going to happen. It's going to come from the private sector. So understanding these policies again is very important. And I don't think the president did justice to that, in my opinion. And then I think moving forward, we need to understand how the private sector...
I think because of the time constraint, probably he has to just highlight key sectors. If he's going to go down to every activity within the sector, trust me, everyone in the office...
It was quite a long speech.
Everyone in the office will have a 24-hour service in their offices, and that is something that will definitely be breaking it down here. We are still live here Beyond the Numbers. We are going straight to Alfred Apia, a data scientist, to give us more insight. Apia, I'm sure you were following the conversation, and also Caleb and I were highlighting some key development, but which basically caught your attention when he was making his presentation.
And what was your assessment?
Yeah, I hope you guys can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay, so like you guys were talking about, at the macro level, right? You can point to so many different things that are performing well, and usually I usually like to refer to three indicators as like the ones that impact people's personal economies, right? So you have inflation, you have interest rate, you have the movement in the foreign exchange. So as long as those are usually doing well, you'd expect people to be generally comfortable, happy with the economic management. And like we always say, it is always about the sustainability, but also looking beyond those numbers. It's funny, this is a Beyond the Numbers show. So looking beyond those headline numbers and looking at, okay, what exactly is driving these things and how sustainable are they, right? So in terms of the overall economy and where things are going, I think the government has done a lot of work there, right? In terms of, we've seen fiscal restraint, we've seen the city doing well, and all of that debt situation, on the back of the city performing well. The public debt has also reduced, and all of that. So those we can't take away from the government. Part of what I think about though is, and Kelly was making the point about the real economy, right? So how are some of these things translating into the real economy? So I look at things like, for example, private sector credits, right? Because we've talked about all these 24-hour economy and all these different government initiatives that are relying on the private sector. So how much of this uptake or how much of this improvement in the macroeconomic environment is now translating into, say, for example, credit to the private sector? We saw that last year, at least in the middle part of the year, that the credit growth was a little sluggish, right? It recovered towards the end of the year, and that mostly also was on the back of the declines in inflation. And so when I look at that and I think about sectors like construction, for example, where we are seeing that cement prices, for example, are going down. But when you look at the data that the Bank of Ghana shared, it shows that cement demand or cement sales have actually declined a little bit compared to 2024. And when I triangulate that together with things like the big push, it's like, okay, well, why is construction activity, because we use cement sales as the proxy for construction activity. So why is construction activity declining if we are doing big push, for example, right? So it's those types of things. But I think generally, like at an overall aggregate level, things have improved. The economy is much more stable. So then the question now is, how do we progress from that stability?
Alfred, I want to ask something. What if basically most of the cement that you were mentioning, this price triangulation that you mentioned, basically some of them bought their cement bags before and they were in their warehouses, and therefore the demand might reflect that. Is that possible?
Oh, that's a possibility, of course, but I think we are talking about what is happening of the average picture, right? So like you said, some people might have quantities of cement, some might not have any need to. So I think in every year you can have this situation happening, right? So I don't think that would explain it essentially, because in every year some of these nuances that you're pointing out might happen. But when we look at things on an aggregate level and we see declines in cement sales, well, that should be something that we need to look at. And so that would be interesting to see how that translates into, say, construction.
Were you satisfied with the assessment of the energy sector and the key development government is trying to do to ensure that the ECG returns back to profitability and the privatization conversation in terms of ensuring the distribution angle is advanced to other private players?
Well, I think there has been significant progress in the energy sector. I think that even the fact that the cash waterfall mechanism is working as intended, right? And I have been someone that I've been tracking it for some time. And I think it's a simple thing, right? So, you take the money, you just distribute to the value chain players, so everybody has liquidity to operate. So even on that score alone, right, making sure that so we are not hearing IPPs threatening to shut down their power plants because the government owes them. And the government still owes them, but it's just that government is showing commitment to pay. So that's important. I think the ECG part, though, is interesting because on the one hand, we are saying that ECG is improving, right? Because we've pointed to its increases in revenue and all of that. I always argue that is tied to, we know that is tied to tariffs, that's tied to demand. There's different things. So it don't necessarily mean that ECG is doing well, in my view. We need to see indicators around like the distribution losses, right? The collection efficiency, those types of indicators that take into account what ECG is buying versus how much it's able to sell and collect revenue on versus like the nominal values of revenues, which usually we like to throw around to show. So I think in that space, I would say that there's still a lot of evidence that we need to see to then say that is private sector participation going to change anything here, right? Like if ECG is already doing well, and the union actually ran with that because the union said, well, you're telling us our revenue has improved, we are doing all these things, so then why do you need private sector participation? So I think we need to get more data, and I'm hoping for the Energy Commission's report later in the year to see, okay, how have those indicators actually changed relative to
you know, the unions always fight for their job security in instances like this because some of them foresee some layoff coming through should this happen, and also the market share being expanded. ECG will not basically control the market as they used to. Therefore, their power control will come down. But I want to understand from the president also highlighted the fact that now they've signed an agreement, they've paid all their gas debt and now basically they have current payment, and they'll make sure they don't have gas on debt. And how do you foresee it reflects in the performance of energy supply, apart from little minor technical hitches that happen in some parts of the country? Before I come to
I think those, together with even the plan to construct the second gas processing plant, I think those are very important things that would definitely reduce our dependency on expensive liquid fuels, right? Because we know that's what has been happening. We're talking about over $1 billion in procurement of liquid fuel for power generation. So if we are settling our debt on gas, if we're able to get more gas, because part of what I always question is we are flaring all these gas. And then it's like we also need gas for power production, right? So if we can use the second gas, if we can quickly build a second gas processing plant and be able to leverage gas, because we know natural gas is cheaper than liquid fuel, then I think we are making progress. So I think definitely the intention is clear, in terms of trying to shift the pattern of dependency on liquid fuels, which are very expensive, and that has been a challenge in the past. So on that score, I would say that the government is doing well. We will hope that all these initiatives are continued, and that we get more clarity. Like I have always raised concerns about the level of procurement in the liquid fuels. It's a significant procurement, and we don't have a lot of insight into what happens. And
Alfred, I'll come back to you shortly. The interesting aspect, some years back, the same moment, terrain, I feel the same way like right now, when former Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta also was having the best, Ghana's fastest economy, Ghana having all those numbers. We kept saying the projections, these one district, one factory, they were trying to draft those policies. I feel like we are at that same junction right now. Before we move to implementation, how those policies will reflect. It's a very interesting conversation, but before we come there, I want us to touch on the gold projection. The president said gold board was quite important to their whole trajectory, looking at how the reserves have come out, thanks to gold board strategy, which they introduced and lauding it for what we are seeing now as an improved economy.
And it's interesting you came back to the 2019, 2018 era where things were doing great for the economy in the macroeconomic conditions. The difference this time around is that this time the economy is on the back of gold. At the other time, it was on the back of Eurobonds. So we used to get about $3 billion every year, which came back to show up the city. And once you have your city under control, most of the other indicators trickle down. This time around, it's not from Eurobonds, but from gold. And the risk there is much lower because with Eurobonds, you have to pay back hefty interest rates. But with gold, the thing is that the price of gold can tank any moment. Currently, the indications are the gold price will stay elevated for some time, particularly because of who is in the White House now, and he's helping us a lot at the moment. But then again, he's a very unpredictable man, Donald Trump is a very unpredictable man, and we don't know if there's any policy moves that the U.S. might take, which might have an impact on the Ghanaian economy. But then again, we are talking about sustainability. Now, the government is banking its hope on gold. The president said they release a national accelerated reserve program where they want to start buying more gold from the small-scale sector, about 103 tons of gold from the small-scale sector. That's a lot of gold.
Yes.
And they also try and get some from the large-scale sector, about 20% from the large-scale sector, which they'll refine and then will add to the BOG's reserves, and also from the small-scale sector, mainly for forex accumulation and then support the city and all of that. But then again, this circles back to the question of illegal mining, because we are going to be buying 103 tons of gold from the small-scale sector. And then again, we've plugged out all the smuggling holes. The president highlighted that in his speech again, that there's no more smuggling of gold out of the country. So again, we have to be very strict on illegal mining and traceability. Gold Board is working on a traceability system. Hopefully that comes out as soon as possible. Once that happens, we can definitely say that the government is not buying guarantee gold.
Interested in that, we see the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources at one hand working with NIMOS to combat these miners. We see Gold Board on the other hand buying this gold from miners, most of them, about 20% from the large-scale miners, and the rest from artisanal small-scale miners. That's what they call it. And where does the illegal miners, where do they sell their good?
Yeah.
That's the key question. To whom do they sell to? Which access do they have? Do they still have illegal routes?
Yeah.
Because we've seen Gold Board arresting some individuals for selling illegally, and also there are only few who have been able to meet the assayers in the market who are able to sell gold to Gold Board.
Yeah.
And Gold Board has a if you go through their policy document, very stringent requirements to be a seller, to be someone who broker for on their behalf. And if you go through their structure, I kind of admire how they went by it. But the fear and the risks that many are not projecting evilly, but basically it's reasonable to assess any commodity that has the tendency of international conditions determining the value is what we are looking for. Cocoa has the same thing. That is why Cocoa Board has to go through a reformation, restructuring. And we hope these policies that were released by the finance minister will be able to reform the cocoa sector. But Gold Board is a fresh baby. The CEO, Sami Jenfi, reiterated that the tracing system is likely to begin in March. We are yet to see how they're going to roll it out. There's so much work going on. And one thing I like about the Gold Board structure is there's always conversation with the players, the small-scale miners, the associations. Quite recently, I saw their interaction at UPSA, where he met some of the farmers discussing how they can reflect some new policies and regulations. And that is how the industry is supposed to carry along with the players and stakeholders. And I foresee that happening in the gold sector. And that is a smart move to go. Else, if you decide to give this instruction from your office and expect the players to just obey blindly, look at what has happened to our cocoa sector. If the CEO decides to say, I'll reduce the cocoa price from Accra, and someone goes there and tells them otherwise, they'll believe that person, because proximity is very important. Who gets to them? There are instances where the farmers are supposed to get information. Some of them don't even have access to phones. Some of them don't even know what is happening in Accra. All they know is the LBC is coming to buy their product and giving them their monies.
Yeah. And again, we're speaking about sustaining the gains, whether this is sustainable in the future.
Consolidating them.
Consolidating the gains. Yes. But then again, if you look at the policy document from the finance ministry, they're still going to buy gold at spot price from the small-scale miners.
Yeah.
And this is a cost that the government says, is very small, because if you compare that to borrowing on the international markets, it comes nowhere near the interest rates you pay. But then again, these are costs that pile up. Last year, the cost was on the BOG's books. Moving forward, where is that cost going to lie? Because once you're going to buy gold at spot price from the small-scale miners,
how is Gold Board going to make its money to run its operation?
Exactly, and not even spot prices, but then they added a clause for premiums. So if you're going to pay spots or premiums, there's always going to be a cost to this. Yeah. So understanding where the cost is going to sit, whether there's a plan to eliminate the cost to the large-scale purchases and all of that. And so I think the issue is about the sustainability of the situation, whether we'll not come back in 5 to 10 years' time and say Gold Board has $32 billion in debt, and now we are trying to struggle to clean up Gold Board's books. So understanding how the consolidating against, again, the macroeconomic conditions are very favorable for us at the moment. So understanding where the cost is going to sit. And
talking about favorability, we saw gold export increase from 5.1 billion in 2021 to 6.6 billion in 2022, as high, it quite doubled in 2022 to 2024 to 10.36 billion. And from 10.3 billion to a high jump when we saw the price rising, because we have constantly had our back on gold, oil, and cocoa.
Now the oil sector is not doing very well.
It's not doing very well. Look at what is happening to international prices. Yeah. And also investors are moving out to the market. Until recently, we've seen some new agreement being signed to extend.
I think the president said about 20 wells should be drilled soon.
Yeah, and that is instructive, but it's different. How that sector plays is different. Yeah. If they access the market and see there's abundant supply by the oil marketing companies globally, those who are supplied globally from Russia, from the Arabian countries, all of them, they play hero, OPEC countries, all of them, OPEC countries basically. So these are very important considerations they take into factor before deciding. But we hope that as they promise they do, and when they do, we're going to see more revenue coming through. Already some have moved to our neighboring countries, Cote d'Ivoire, there are still arbitration in terms of ownership in some key bases in Ghana. But we hope those arbitrations are solved so that investor confidence will be recouped back. But let's go back to Alfred. Alfred, I asked a simple question. We were here before and we are here now. Going forward, what risks or caution would you say we should watch before we leap?
Before I do that, I would like to mention that the gold target in the small scale is actually 127 tons. So it's not 103. So it's actually, we are targeting more than
that. Okay.
Last year. And I think Khalid makes some very important points there. So you remember the large scale mines, right? We were getting 20% from them already. And that also was supporting the Bank of Ghana's fiscal gold reserves, right? And so what we are doing now is that, and we were buying more of the refined gold from them. Now what we are doing now is we're going to buy the raw gold because we want to produce, support local value addition. So we're going to get the 20% in raw and then get them to process and all of that. Yeah. But what is interesting is that in the large scale, we are saying that we're going to agree with the large scale miners for a discount, right? Because we know that the raw gold is not sold at world market prices. But then when we talk about the small scale, what we are saying is that we're going to potentially use premiums. So part of what I start to challenge the government a little bit is that we have enacted laws. We've made the gold board the sole buyer of gold. We've made the laws, we've made smuggling illegal, we've done hoarding illegal, all of that stuff. So if we are failing to, and we still need to use price incentives to the point that the gold board potentially could even make losses based on that. Are we accepting defeat then that we cannot enforce the laws that we passed ourselves, right? And so on the one breath, we are struggling to deal with galamsey, right? And then potentially we might be buying some of those galamsey gold also at a premium. I think that those are significant policy failures that we cannot simply ignore, right? I just wanted to make those points. I think that I struggle to see how the state will be able to aggressively deal with galamsey while also ramping up export of small-scale gold. Because we know that, small-scale mining, that is where galamsey also thrives, right? Okay. And so if we're going, I struggle to see how we can responsibly do small-scale mining in Ghana, given our governance and all the issues that we have, right? All right. But I'll say that we've been here before, and I think it's important that the government has already signaled that. That's why the government is saying that we want to accelerate reserves, and that's important. But we just have to be cognizant of what all the other trade-offs that we'll be making, right? And it might not be explicit trade-offs that we say that, we are trading off between environmental destruction and building up reserves, but these are realities that we cannot run away from.
All right, thank you very much, Alfred, giving us insight there. Alfred Appiah is a data scientist. And also, we are moving on briefly. Caleb, you've listened to the whole of the State of the Nation address. Which of the conversations got your attention?
Well, there's no economic, but then what got my attention was the dual citizenship bill. That was not a government's bill that was submitted to Parliament. It was a private member's bill. But then the president has signaled that he agrees with the contents of the bill, and even urged Parliament to pass it fast so that he can assent to it quickly. That caught my attention. Understanding that how this has moved from a private member's motion, a private member's bill, to now the government accepting that policy proposal. That was interesting to me.
Last year or possibly early this year, Joy News decided to embark on a poultry sales in collaboration with the Accra Poultry Association. Yes, and many people came to our forecourt and bought at very affordable prices.
Think about 40 cedis per crate.
Exactly, and I'm waiting for the Nkoko and Kitinkiti policy. I want to see it reflect, because if it happens that way, children who are going to school, Indomie sellers, it affects the key value chain, those who supply, and all that structure is very important. The farmers are saying, people are not buying, and the buyers are also saying it's too expensive. Then there will be influx, and there will be certainly demand in the market. So yes, I'm waiting for that policy and how it's going to reflect going forward. What is your expectation? Let the conversation continue on our WhatsApp and social media handles, and let's hear your say. We'll have an opportunity for you to also speak of the State of the Nation address, where possibly next week we'll open the phone lines on Beyond the Numbers to hear your take. And we ensure that your voice is quite loud and clear. And we go brave and straight to the point. Thank you for watching us today on Beyond the Numbers. My name is Winston Taki, and I did this with
Caleb Ziblin. See you next week,
Absolutely.
Monday.
Yes, and have a good business day as we enter this weekend. Take care, be safe.
Have songs like Tremekwain, I Will Not Be Moved, Be Still, and then there's Holy Ghost and there's Hallelujah. And so these songs are, in summary, talk about benefits of having Christ come to die for us. So that's what Jesus Given, the album, is about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we going to get a picture, Adam's picture? Are we going to get it? Are we going to get a picture?
No.
Oh, you're not going to get it?
No.
Okay. And then you have to do the picture yourself. Okay, so let me quickly go to Reverend. I'll come back to you.
Sure.
Reverend, Reverb is powering this album and this project. Tell us why Reverb has a Nyonyam on their side and why you decided to handle this album.
Well, what I'll say, hello? Yeah. Obviously, whatever the Lord gives to us and we see his hand in it, it's worth supporting. And so I believe that management of Reverb has worked with Nyonyam for some time. Nyonyam is part of Reverb, part of Geometric Ministries, even though by the grace of God, she also carries a whole assignment